Welcome.
Welcome.
Hola, bienvenidos.
Welcome.
Welcome.
Hola y bienvenidos.
Welcome.
Welcome.
Hola, bienvenidos.
Benvenuti.
Welcome.
Welcome.
Bienvenidos. Welcome.
Welcome to the plant-powered Metro New York Plantathon.
Adopting a whole food plant-based lifestyle was a game changer for me. 3 years ago, I got acutely ill. I was in Europe with my daughter and ended up in the hospital. I couldn't walk. I was exhausted. I had low libido. I had severe brain fog. And my body just felt like it was breaking down. I flew back home to the United States, and through a series of 45 doctor's appointments across 15 physicians, I was diagnosed with a host of health issues. I was diagnosed with Crohn's disease. I was diagnosed with an inflammatory condition where my muscles and my joints didn't work quite properly. And I was diagnosed with a leaky gut. I had scurvy. So I did a bunch of research, and through that found a whole food plant-based lifestyle. And I started to tweak my food intake. And over the period of probably 3 months, I transitioned entirely to a whole food plant-based way of living. I will admit that I am a recovering junk food junkie and also a stress addict. So I parked those two things and exchanged them for real food, as opposed to eating 3 or 4 candy bars a day, 3 bags of chips, and maybe an apple in between. And I modified other parts of my lifestyle. And so that transition, as I mentioned, took place over a period of about 3 months. And I started feeling better actually within probably 6 weeks in terms of the brain fog. The body aches and pains and the inflammatory markers took a bit longer to correct. I didn't know that I could get such benefits, and I think Hippocrates was right when he said, "Let food be thy medicine." For me, it certainly has been, and I now spend a lot of time talking to people about the power and the impact of food. For folks out there who might want to go to a whole food plant-based lifestyle and want a community to help them and to learn from, Plant Powered Metro New York is not just an organization, it's a community, and it's a community of people who are like-minded and who are there to be supportive and help you make the transition.
Wow, what a story. That was Hillary Egan, and she's a member of the board, also co-created the PPMNY In Your Kitchen app with me. Good afternoon, everybody. I am Jim Spellos. I'm Network Tech Director Advisor, never sure what to call myself, here at Plant Powered Metro New York, also producer of the Plantathon, located here in Bayside, Queens, and we want to be so excited to share that the Plantathon is a huge celebration of whole food, plant-based nutrition, and the multicultural movement that's growing across the New York metro area and the country to usher in health and healing. We're so glad you've joined us on Facebook, on YouTube. You all know what to do. Comment now, share where you're watching from, share why you're here and why this is so important. We want to interact with you the rest of the day, as well as interacting with my co-host for the day, the head of this great organization, LeAnne Reisner. Hey, LeAnne, how are you today?
Hey, Jim, I'm doing great. This is so much fun. This is bigger and better than I think we've ever done before. And we've been on plenty of webinars and live streams in the last year and a half. So thank you so much for helping to make this happen. And hi, everybody. I'm LeAnne Reisner. I'm the network director and a co-founder of Plant Powered Metro New York, and joining you from my home in the Upper West Side of Manhattan. So as your host today, I think everybody knows we represent a community-driven organization that is empowering people from many different backgrounds to find better health and overcome chronic disease with plant-powered nutrition. We started Plant Powered Metro New York about 3 years ago to bring greater awareness to an incredible science base and really far-reaching health impact. So much is possible with a whole plant food diet. And you're going to hear a lot more about that today. Many of you may have participated in our educational events online or in person, our culinary demonstrations or cooking classes, our peer mentorship program or our Jumpstart program. Some of you found us through a friend or family member after watching a documentary or reading a book that opened your eyes wide, as I did, or perhaps through a community organization that's been partnering with Plant Powered Metro New York. But the key is wherever you are on this journey, no matter where you are in the world, our work is to help you get healthy and to understand why and how plants hold the key to health.
It is amazing that we all got here through very different journeys, that when you start hearing about them, they are so similar, aren't they?
Yes.
It's just incredible. Over the course of today, you're going to hear from respected leaders near and far, contributing in amazing ways to an alternative and compelling narrative that's changing how we see the world, how we experience health, and most importantly for many of us, how we relate to food. Some of the people featured in the Plantathon are our very own volunteers. You saw one, Hillary, at this outset. You'll be seeing those at the top of every hour, what we're calling inspirational stories. It's just a picking of some of the folks who've completely changed their lives based on going down the path of a plant-based lifestyle. And these are people who serve alongside me and LeAnne, organizers, educators, mentors, ambassadors, and so much more. And others today are actually the doctors, the researchers, the dietitians, community health leaders, perhaps, who've made up the plant-based nutrition as really a centerpiece of their lives. Actually, you can see the lineup of the featured guest and sponsor, and let's just show that right here. Or maybe with the sponsors we have on the screen at this point. And also, if you go to our website, plantpoweredmetrony.org/plantathon, you can see everything that is there as well. So really an amazing group of people that are there. What's really cool, though, other than the live interviews and some cooking demos and something you really can't miss, in the 2 o'clock hour, the whole broadcast will be in Spanish, led by our Spanish-speaking volunteers. Now, a reminder that we're going to be asking each live guest about takeaways for the audience, how they can make a difference. And we really invite you right now, when you have the chance, share this with others on social media so more people can tune in throughout the day and experience the breadth of what we're about to cover. If you're watching us on YouTube, press that subscribe button. You know what to do. You're watching us on Facebook or YouTube, hit the like button, and that way you're going to be able to catch many more Plant-Powered Metro New York events in the weeks and months ahead.
That's right. And you know what? Today is Giving Tuesday. By design, yes, we wanted to go live on this really special day for nonprofits throughout the country when we ramp up our requests for year-end donations. And we're raising funds that we really need to meet our missions and to guide social change. So when we thought at Plant Powered Metro New York about how to mark the day, there was really no question that we should do what we love to do most, which is to talk and share about whole food plant-based nutrition while asking for your support. So throughout the live stream, it may feel a bit like a public television pledge drive, but without the phone bank in the background. And I just want to acknowledge also our wonderful sponsors who you're going to hear from throughout the day. They laid the foundation to make Plantathon possible. Our story share partners are California BALSAMIC, LUPII, Main Street Vegan, and Plant-Based Telehealth. Each of these companies' founders will have a featured interview in the 3 o'clock, 4 o'clock, 5 o'clock, and 7 o'clock Eastern hours. And in addition, you'll see brief videos submitted by our other sponsors, Aya's Table, Dr. Herbivore, Fresh Medicine, It's Seasoned, Plantable, and Wellbeing. And Plantathon was also sponsored by Jovial Foods, which creates 100% organic pastas, tomatoes, einkorn flour, beans, and other foods from Italy. And my kids totally binge on their pasta, just FYI. All of Jovial's products are harvested and produced using traditional techniques to preserve biodiversity in Italy, as well as tradition. So now we are also asking for support from viewers like you. Well, actually from you across the screen and in the comment feeds. You'll see that you can give by text or at our website. Please be as generous as possible. We have an exciting matching opportunity. For every dollar you give, a generous anonymous donor is matching your gifts 1-to-1 up to $25,000. And we welcome gifts of all sizes. We're trying to meet, if not exceed, this goal by the end of 2021. And guess what? We've already raised $13,000 just as we've gotten started with Plantathon. So help us take this not to the finish line, but beyond, because we're ready.
way beyond. And mention giveaways. Do we have giveaways? Let's talk about that for a second. Everyone who donates today at any level will be entered to win one of our prizes, and they include 2 free scholarships to the Plant-Based Nutrition Eat Cornell certificate program. I should know how to pronounce that because I took it last January and it was phenomenal. Donated by the T. Colin Campbell Center for Nutrition Studies. Also, free enrollment in our next 21-day plant-powered jumpstart launching on the 26th of January, which includes a fresh produce box. 2 spots are being given away. Like new copies of the China Study by T. Colin Campbell and the Start Solution by John McDougall. These were donated by our Long Island organizer, Mitch Castell, in memory of his father, Carole Castell. It was so awesome for him to do that. Also, we have some new plant-powered Metro recycled cotton tote bags available in English or Spanish and donated by an anonymous donor. And we'll give away 5 of these. And also, if that isn't enough, 2 sets of True Made Foods plant-based condiments. Pretty cool. Now, when you think about it, you want to know what the rules are, and you can go to our website, and we have the rules link. Should be coming up shortly. If not, we'll get that to you so you have it. If you don't have the means to make a donation, you can still enter to win separately. Just follow the same link to find out how. We'll draw the winners tomorrow, and we'll announce them on Thursday. Enough housekeeping right now. Let's get to a video. Are you ready for this? Have your coffee this morning yet, LeAnne?
You know, I'm not a coffee drinker, but I appreciate when people make a good coffee that's plant-based.
You know, I have a good cup of coffee every morning, but when I saw the video that Enrique is going to show us right now about what she does, I think I might change my game entirely. So let's take a look at it.
Hi, Enrique here from Plant Powered Metro New York. I want to show you how I have my morning coffee. It's absolutely delicious and I love to share it with you. It's super yummy. So I've brewed a couple of cups of coffee here. I'm going to pour 1 cup and then I'm going to throw it in my Vitamix and add, I don't buy hemp milk anymore or cashew milk or almond milk. I prefer hemp, and I throw in 1 teaspoon of hemp, and as my sweetener, no more refined sugar. I love these dates. They're nutrient dense. I just take the pit out of a Majul date, and I'm going to throw another one in because I like it sweet. And I am done, and I have 1 delicious coffee. Okay, just under a minute in your bullet or Vitamix, and it is amazing. Look at that. Nice little froth. Delicious. I love it. I look forward to it every morning.
I love that. Thank you, Enrica, for bringing us into your kitchen and showing us the power of dates, because who doesn't love a great medjool date, right? So in our first live interview of the day, we are truly excited to bring on Dr. Shivam Joshi. He is an internist, nephrologist, and plant-based physician practicing at Bellevue Hospital, which is part of the New York City Health and Hospitals public hospital system. He's also a clinical assistant professor at the New York University Grossman School of Medicine with research interests in plant-based diets, fad diets, and nephrology. He has written numerous scientific articles and speaks nationally on these subjects, and he's also the youngest nephrologist to receive the National Kidney Foundation's Joel D. Koppel Award, the highest award in renal nutrition. You can follow him on Twitter at @SJoshiMD. So as we go along throughout the day, not only with this interview, but others, please feel free to offer questions for Dr. Joshi in the comments, and we'll get to as many as we can. How you doing, Dr. Joshi?
I'm doing great. Thank you for having me, LeAnne. And I want to thank Plant Powered Metro New York for having me and for putting on this Plantathon on Giving Tuesday. It's really exciting to be here and to think that in 2021 we would have a Plantathon with plant-based speakers and events. This is really exciting. What a time to be alive.
Thank you. It is exhilarating. And so I think what we'd love to do is to introduce our listeners to your story. Tell us more about how what was your path to practicing plant-based medicine? I know most doctors don't start out knowing a lot about this.
Yeah, so I didn't learn a lot in med school about plant-based eating or plant-based diets. It's actually after I graduated in med school. It was the week after graduating med school that I started reading about the China study and started going on this journey and realizing that I had missed so much knowledge about diet and lifestyle choices and how they affect our health. And as someone who had been an on and off vegetarian, this appealed to me. And I really became curious. I had no idea that I could improve my own health at that time just by eating healthier, and not to mention my patient's health. And at that time, I had high cholesterol. I was having kidney stones. I had prediabetes. I was overweight. I had all these health problems. And through educating myself and turning that knowledge into practice, I was able to turn that around. And ever since, I've been doing that for my patients. And I've combined this personal interest with my profession, and patients have loved it. It's been really a very rewarding experience. I work here at Bellevue Hospital, and my mentor, Dr. McMacken, has been very open about this personal and professional revelation that she had as well, that it just gives you so much inspiration and joy to tell people that you don't have to live a life where every doctor visit you're going to get more medications and being diagnosed with more medical problems, that you can regain control of your health and lose weight and lower your blood pressure and lower your blood sugar and do all these things that improve your health, reduce the number of medications that you might need, and just overall improve the quality of life. And it's really a rewarding experience to be the guide for patients. Physicians are often thought as doing all this work, but actually it's the patients that do all the work. And it's just great to be there to guide patients and give them that information.
I love that. And I was actually curious, you mentioned how there's this personal and professional confluence, really, that what you're doing is what you're telling your patients to do. And there's just so much solidarity that you have as a doctor who's able to talk to a patient and say, I've been down this path before. I know what it's like. And here's how it works. Tell me a little bit more about how practicing this way of medicine may have changed the relationship that you have with your patients versus how you might have been practicing before.
Yeah, I think it really helps you connect with patients. It makes it real. So, there are studies in the literature that talk about physicians who smoke, and physicians who smoke are less likely to tell their patients not to smoke. It's the same thing with physicians who drink or physicians who are overweight, that we tend to kind of minimize or overlook these issues, and we don't do justice to our patients and counseling them appropriately. So for me, having these health problems perhaps at an earlier age and recognizing this connection helped me connect to my patients and say these things. So sometimes patients are frankly astounded to hear that I had some of the health problems that they were having, be it high cholesterol, prediabetes, kidney stones. And I tell them my own personal story. And I look around and I see some of the people that I went to school with, or some of the people that I trained with, and I see that they're now developing health problems. And I say to myself, that could have been me. But then also I tell them that, this also doesn't have to be the case for you, and it's not too late. So I feel blessed that I've learned this knowledge, but I also try to share it with my patients as often as I can, so that they can regain their own health. And for some patients, it clicks. For some patients, it takes a little bit of time. So for some patients, the view on life is different. Some patients come to me and say, why should I eat healthy if there's a medication to treat it? Then let me enjoy my fast food and let me take a medication. But medications don't always treat everything, and they come with side effects and costs, and you have to come to see the doctor. So in the end, eating your fast food and taking a medication doesn't exactly, they don't exactly balance each other out. It's still always better to eat healthier, be healthier, exercise, meditate, do all these things that improve one's health, and not just kind of put a Band-Aid over it.
Yeah. Tell me more with the Bellevue Clinic. What's the significance of the clinic's presence at a public hospital like Bellevue?
Oh, it's really a big a symbol to other programs, health hospitals, institutions, that it is possible to invest in the care of patients. So not just as a public hospital, but any institution. So as far as we know, this program is the first and only program that exists in a public hospital or in a outpatient setting like this, where patients can come in and receive lifestyle support in a variety of ways. And that includes support from a health coach, a dietitian, a physician, classes. So this is really as good as a program can get without being a program that you have to be kind of like an inpatient stay or all immersive program. So the fact that it's done at a public hospital is all the more impressive, because we are doing it without perhaps a lot of the resources that might be available at a private institution, and then also with a patient population that has more limitations or barriers to care than perhaps patients going to a private institution. We are trying to extend this program to patients that have limited health literacy or limited socioeconomic resources. English may not be their first language. So to do that is very challenging, but these are patients who are most affected by diabetes, high blood pressure, obesity, and all these things that are really scourges of our society. So we're really trying to get at the people who need it the most. And we hope that with a plant-based mayor coming up very soon, that there'll be more recognition of this and maybe more programs at this at other hospitals in the New York City area.
Yeah, we're tremendously excited about that, and to see that you've really built, you've been part of this pilot experience to show how it works. Can you say more about how you came into the role there? How did you get tapped to join the team at Bellevue?
Yeah, so that's an interesting story too. So I am a nephrologist. I'm a kidney doctor, and not only did I form stones in the past, but now I treat kidney stones in my patients. So I've come full circle, but I completed my nephrology fellowship not too long ago. I finished my training back in the summer of 2018, so almost 3.5 years ago. And at that time, I was faced with a choice whether I could practice medicine as it typically is practiced, reactive, treating diseases, traditional nephrology or traditional kidney care, which involves a lot of dialysis and dealing with things after the fact. Or I could chart this different path and help patients prevent disease, if they already have disease, kidney disease, to try and reduce their risk of progressing or slow the progression down. And a lot of my work here at Bellevue has been focused on that. I work in the outpatient setting as opposed to inpatient setting, and my emphasis on preventing kidney disease as opposed to treating it after it's happened. And how I got in touch, how I came to be here at Bellevue after leaving fellowship in Philadelphia, was through hearing about Dr. McMackin's plant-based program and having this interest and desire to work in the program. And here I am 3 years later, and program's still going strong and stronger than ever. And I'm still a part of the program, and we've had a great experience treating patients. Patients have loved the program. The demand is certainly there, and we hope to meet that demand and have even more patients involved in our clinic in the future.
That's great. Can you share any stories, noteworthy case studies, or just things that really have stood out for you over the last 3 years?
Yeah, there's been a bunch of different ones in a variety of ways. I've seen people lose a significant amount of weight by eating a healthier diet. I've seen people reduce their blood pressure. I've seen people improve their diabetes. I've seen it all. I've seen people do this even after getting a kidney transplant. I've seen people do it on dialysis. It's really been very impressive, especially as a physician, to see some of these numbers. I don't have one case offhand with numbers to go over, but what I will say is that you don't have to eat totally perfect to see improvements in the diet. Even going 80, 90% gets you most of the way there. And for some people, especially if your diet is already unhealthy, the first step is to realize if your diet is unhealthy. And if you make that recognition, then realize that perhaps you're not eating fruits and vegetables in your diet. A lot of your food is processed or is meat-based or is coming from fast food or you didn't yourself. And you realize that that's already a big step. And if you even start to make small changes by replacing the soda with water or the fast food with a salad, or starting to make some of your meals, you might notice some improvements in your health pretty quickly. And I've seen that in my patients. And patients are tempted to kind of leave things as they are, but and take the reductions or improvements. But you can continue to build upon that by maintaining those changes and allowing your body to lose the weight, to improve your insulin resistance, to lower blood pressure. Some of this damage has happened over years, and it takes years to undo. But for most people, there is room for improvement. How much improvement depends on how much change happens, how long it's been going on like this, and then the body's response to it.
Yeah. What are the biggest myths that you are trying to bust around food and kidney health?
Oh, yeah. So that's a loaded question. I get patients that have never heard about plant-based diet, and they come from different cultures, different walks of life, and they ask us. They ask me the age-old question: where would I get protein? Which, as we all know, or if you don't, you can get protein from a variety of plant-based sources, beans, lentils. I'm actually eating what we call mutter tofu right now, leftover from Thanksgiving. I'm Indian American, and we had some Indian food, and this is a take on mutter paneer, which is peas, and paneer, which is cheese. But instead, we took out the cheese and added tofu. And I would get my protein from the peas and also the tofu that's in my dish that I'm eating. So that's one myth that doesn't go away. Within the literature, I'm pretty active in the academic world as working here at NYU in Bellevue. We are a teaching and research institution. One of the myths that I've been working on within the academic world of nephrology or plant-based nephrology has been talking about high potassium levels. It's not always the case that people who eat more peas or tofu, as I'm doing now, will develop high potassium even if they have kidney disease. And other myths is how to stay full. People always, one of the big questions I get is that, or concerns is, every time I eat a salad or something plant-based, I can never seem to fill up, and I need to eat something unhealthy. And that is, the way I answered that is that it's just that you're not eating enough of a salad. You probably just aren't eating enough vegetables. And I recently had someone that had this problem, young guy working professional here in Manhattan. And, I told him to do what I do, which is to get 2 salads. It's a little bit more money, but it will get you through the day. And it's an investment in your health because you don't want to be paying copays for doctors or med visits or other things, 10, 20 years from now. And that could even be costlier than paying for a little bit extra fruits and vegetables now.
Yeah, great. And we have a question from Nicole. Do you have any recommendations for someone with kidney issues who was told not to eat any whole grains or soups?
Yeah, so that's actually a big myth that's out there. This happens in patients who have diabetes and kidney disease. And the old school thinking is for patients with diabetes to not eat carbohydrates, to try and eat more protein. And then for patients who have kidney disease, to do the opposite, to try and avoid the protein, eat more carbohydrates. So then patients, I get many patients are confused and don't know what to eat. But we're now moving towards a more refined evidence-based approach. And we've published a few papers in the literature, and we have a couple more that we're working on now that should come out in 2022, talking about that for patients with kidney disease, with or without truly, and it doesn't matter what other disease you have, diabetes, high blood pressure, that it is okay to eat whole plant foods. These foods are some of the healthiest foods on the planet. These foods are nourishing and have the ability to help people improve their health. So we would be doing wrong to not include these foods in our diets. So I don't restrict my patients who have kidney disease from eating whole grains or eating soups. If the blood work shows that there is an abnormality for some reason with the phosphorus or potassium, if their kidney disease is so severe that I detect these abnormalities, then I might do a deep dive into what they're eating and try and figure out if the food caused one of those abnormalities or it was something else, or something that I could change on my end in terms of some of the medications that may be causing a side effect to that. So there's a little bit of nuance to it. It can be confusing, and that's unfortunately because right now in 2021 and going 2022, what we think patients with kidney disease should be eating is undergoing a major overhaul. And hopefully in the months and years to come, it will be clear to people who operate in this space, dietitians, nurses, physicians. And I've been lucky enough to be part of this transformative experience.
That's great. And we'll talk a little bit about your research in a second. I want to bring up another question from the feed. Gia asks, can you share tips for avoiding kidney stones based on a plant-based diet, specific foods to eat and foods to avoid?
Yeah, so if you are having kidney stones on a plant-based diet, it probably is a good idea to see a kidney doctor with familiarity in plant-based diets like myself. If you are outside of the New York area, you can message me or go to my website, and I have a partial list of people, of plant-based nephrologists. My website's afternoonrounds.com. But I recently saw a case of someone who had this issue, and it was interesting because not everyone who has this problem has the same cause. Over the years, I've seen a variety of causes. In one person that I've treated who was plant-based and having kidney stones, they were eating too much salt. They were under the impression that Himalayan pink salt was healthy and that they should eat more of it. And they had a library of salts, of different Himalayan pink salts, different versions, and they were doing different ones throughout the day. The salt level in their urine, the sodium level, which reflexively raises the calcium level and was causing them to have kidney stones. In another person that I saw, it was actually related to the oxalate. And this person was eating a lot of high oxalate foods, and we only discovered this because of the oxalate in their urine. That person underwent formal testing, and we discovered that the oxalate level in the urine was higher. So I recommended some easy switches to reduce the amount of oxalate in the urine, and with that, we are awaiting to see if this improves the situation. And there could be other reasons too. There are different types of stones that have different causes. Some people have infections in the urine that need to be cleared. Some people are not drinking enough water. This was a bigger problem in the South. I did my medical residency in Florida, where it's very hot. People don't drink enough water. The recommendation is to get at least 2 liters of water per day. I have my water bottle here. I sometimes tell people to do up to 2.5 or even 3 liters of water per day. And then for patients who are not plant-based, it may come as a surprise to them that all animal foods can actually increase the risk of having kidney stones due to the acid levels in those foods. And that was actually my case when I was having kidney stones several decades ago. But those would be my suggestions.
Fantastic. We have another question also about protein specifically. So Carolyn asks, can you please discuss the fitness craze that more protein is better and its impact on kidney health, whether it's protein powders or whole protein from foods?
Yeah, so protein is important for health. We all need protein, and some people need more, some people need less. But for the most part, the average American consumes about 1.2 grams per kilogram of protein per day, and that is more than what is recommended by all guidelines and recommendations. So what is typically recommended is between 0.6 to 0.8 grams per kilogram per day. If you're a big guy and you're young and you're in the gym 2-3 times per day, then you might need a little more protein. If you are an older woman and you're not as physically active, then probably getting to 0.6 to 0.8 is probably good enough for you. The reason the confusion with protein comes is that a lot of studies done in the 90s, 2000s, and even recently, perhaps ongoing now, is that when they looked at people who ate protein, they saw that these people were perhaps doing better in terms of their health in regards to diabetes or weight because they weren't eating so many carbohydrates. And this is where people think that carbohydrates are bad. But many carbohydrates that are consumed are actually unhealthy carbohydrates. So that, I always talk about a banana is a carbohydrate, but it is healthy. Banana bread is not so healthy, and certainly a banana sundae is not so healthy. So it all depends on the carbohydrate that you're eating. So it's, the devil is in the details, but because people eat protein, they think that, protein is healthier, but you can also be healthy by eating healthy carbohydrates. It gets more confusing for patients with kidney disease because protein gets metabolized into these uremic toxins, and those toxins ultimately need to be excreted, and these toxins can accumulate for those who have kidney disease. Not only that, but the protein can also tax the kidney by causing it to work harder to excrete those toxins, and this is where damage could occur in kidneys that have already been damaged. If your kidneys are completely healthy, we think eating the extra protein is not harmful, but if you have pre-existing kidney disease, that eating that extra protein can cause problems. So what I recommend to patients is to not overdo the protein, to get enough protein, try and get that protein from plant-based sources, and then work on eating healthier in other ways, eating healthier carbohydrates, eating healthy fats, so that your diet is overall healthy.
Fantastic. So is there a nutritional way to cure cholestasis? And correct me if I'm saying that wrong.
So cholestasis is having excess bile or gallstones in your biliary tree, and that can happen, from my understanding, by eating a high-fat, unhealthy diet, by being overweight. Those types of stones, gallstones, do not fall into my area of expertise. and are probably better answered by a different type of doctor. But if you have kidney stones, then that comes to me.
Got it. Thank you. So tell us about your research. What's been a very exciting study that you've worked on to date, and what's on the horizon too?
Yeah, so we just submitted 2 abstracts last night. I was working with the pair of medical students, and we're also working on a paper right now. So the 2 abstracts were on whether or not potassium levels go up after eating food. I don't think that is the case from the literature that I've seen. So we put in, we submitted an abstract to the National Kidney Foundation on that. And then the other abstract that we submitted was looking at plant-based yogurts for patients with kidney disease. Yogurt has often been thought to be a health food, and it can be healthy, but it can also be unhealthy. A lot of yogurt has added sugars. They also may have added preservatives or phosphates. So what we were looking at is plant-based yogurts to see if those perhaps had a healthier profile compared to dairy yogurts, and if there was any variability in the plant-based yogurts. We're specifically looking at it from a phosphorus perspective, and it was interesting to see what we found. There is different levels of phosphorus in the plant-based yogurts and also different levels of protein in the plant-based yogurts. And phosphorus is not disclosed on nutrition labels, which some in the audience of kidney disease probably already know that. So we definitely need more advocacy and research in this area to make it easier for us to guide our patients. So we submitted that, and then we're also working on a paper just on popular diets, fad diets for patients with kidney disease, and what is the research out there. The paper is mostly targeted towards other kidney doctors to help educate them. So when they have patients coming in asking what should I eat for my kidneys or for my kidney health, they know how to answer.
That's great. So what are the diets that you looked at? I know you have a lot of personal expertise with keto.
Yeah, so we're definitely looking at keto. Keto is very popular, low carbohydrate diets in general. Intermittent fasting also is, comes and goes. It's relatively popular in some circles. And then we looked at plant-based and Mediterranean. All of these diets have pros and cons. The importance is to understand the pros and cons, both the physician and the patient, to make the best decision for both the short term and the long term. I am biased towards plant-based diets. I think they are healthy for most people, if not all people, in a variety of health parameters. But I am open to patients who want to choose a different path as long as they are improving their health and not getting into trouble with it, and know the risks and benefits of it. Some patients like doing plant keto, which I think can be restrictive because you're eating a plant-based diet, but also restricting a lot of the healthy carbohydrates that come with a plant-based diet. But for patients that with certain health issues, it may work for them.
Great. So you're a busy physician. What's your go-to meal these days?
Salad. Getting a salad. I used to not be a person that would get a salad. But to have a salad, it just feels so good. You feel good. You don't have to think about it. It's just, and you can find a salad in most places. So that generally is my go-to meal. It's not every day that I'm having home cooked butter tofu, but when I do, it's great. But salads are my go-to. If I'm at home, I might make a sandwich with kind of like a black bean patty or a veggie patty. And when I say veggie patty, I'm talking about like the one with actual vegetables, not super processed TVP or something. So usually salads, but also a sandwich from time to time.
Yeah. And what are some foods that you like to incorporate into your weekly diet for your own health? Like you always add this, or you like to make sure you include that?
Oh, fruits. I like to get fruits. I feel unhealthy if I'm not getting in fruits every day. Um, Bananas. We usually always have bananas in the house, except for right now, as we just came back from Thanksgiving break. So we do need to go shopping for that. I always have lettuce, tomatoes, onions in the house to make a salad or a sandwich. Other things, I usually like to have berries of some sort, blueberries, strawberries, whatever is in season, or if I can get it organic and on sale, all the better. I think those are the usual things.
That's great. And going back to your personal story, I mean, having had kidney stones before, is there anything that you try to just be careful about to make sure they don't come back?
Yeah, I always try to stay hydrated. I try to avoid concentrating my urine or having that really dark yellow orange type of urine, because that's when people start forming crystals and can form stones. So I do that. I, in the back of my head, try not to overdo the oxalate, but I don't have any guidance on, I don't have any reason to do that. I try to, I certainly wouldn't go out of my way to rephrase it. I wouldn't go out of my way to make a smoothie with ingredients that are all high in oxalate, like a cashew, almond, starfruit, spinach, dark chocolate, raspberry smoothie. All of those foods are high in oxalate. I would not, be like, yes, let me have that smoothie today. Because I know that would cause a kidney stone probably to anyone if they overdid it and didn't drink enough water. But the big thing is just staying hydrated, and I haven't had any problems with that since.
Thanks for the reminder. I always forget to drink too. So
excellent.
Bottoms up, I guess they say. What's one thing that you most want our viewers to know about either whole food plant-based nutrition or the plant-based health movement that you think would just make a big difference?
My regret was not doing it sooner. I think I was very afraid of making the jump to being totally plant-based. I think I've been very slow in moving that direction. And I've now been totally plant-based for 5 years now, almost 6 years. And I haven't had problems or trouble with it. I think the fear of missing these foods, or how will I survive, or where will I get my protein, or all these things, is probably bigger than actually going through and living it. But once you do it, you kind of just build off the momentum, and you start seeing different places and different foods and eating different things. And it's just a habit that you build with over time. And it's extended into my family, into my in-laws. And I think, we're all better for it, and we're all eating healthier.
Fantastic. Thank you, Dr. Joshi. It's been such a pleasure to have you on the show today and to learn from you. And I think we are just tremendously grateful to have you and Dr. Mackin and your team's leadership doing on the ground work with patients every day and showing how it's done, and overcoming hurdles and looking at these big research questions and trying to fine tune our collective knowledge of what plant-based nutrition is capable of doing, especially for people with more advanced chronic diseases like kidney disease. So I'm tremendously grateful, and I hope you have a great day. And thanks so much for joining us.
Oh, thank you. Thank you.
Oh my gosh, what a great interview. It's so interesting. We talked about LeAnne, him being slow to get to a plant-based diet. I think that's very common for most folks. I know it was for me. The fear in the back of your mind that, what am I going to miss? What am I not going to have? It can be almost paralyzing sometimes.
Absolutely. And at the same time, I think the more we jump in, the farther we go, the easier it becomes. And sometimes it's those baby steps that maybe we're winning here and there, but we don't feel the tangible results soon enough. So that's why I love what we do with our Jumpstart program, helping people dive right in, get it going, feel it right away, and then figure out, okay, this is something I want to commit myself to for the long term.
Yeah, it's the I can do this. All of a sudden you realize that all that stuff was just noise and fears in your head and not actual practical day-to-day life.
That's right. Exactly.
So we're going to take a little switch right now. We have a couple of great sponsors. We have a lot of great sponsors today. And one of them, Plantathon, is being sponsored by It's Seasoned. And they provide you with some of the necessary ingredients to prepare delicious meals, seasoned with health in mind. Their ingredients come in the form of bold, low-sodium flavored blends, no MSG, no GMOs, no artificial flavors, preservatives, or dyes. You can learn more about the great organization at www.itsseasoned.com, and definitely follow them on social media, and that is at It's Seasoned. And now let's see the founder talk about making something really cool.
Hello everyone, my name is Whitney. I am the founder of It's Seasoned, and today I'm going to show you how to make sauteed kale.
And you will need chopped and rinsed kale, tomatoes, extra virgin olive oil, veggie broth, épices lakai, spicy supreme, garlic and herb, savory sazon, a lemon, and a small onion. So first you want to start off with peeling and then washing your onion. So you want to slice and dice your onion into bite-sized pieces. And once you're done slicing and dicing your onion, you want to go ahead and you want to get your grape tomatoes and slice those directly down the middle so you have 2 halves from one grape tomato. Then you want to take your skillet and add some extra virgin olive oil and add a teaspoon of your épices lakai seasoning base. Add more if necessary depending on how much kale you plan on making. Then you want to spread that all in the pan and add your diced onions to your pan as well. You want to go ahead and add your washed kale to your pan and make sure you get everything at the bottom of your pan and try to get everything evenly packed in there. You want to go ahead and start with your seasoning. So we have our spicy supreme seasoning, we have our garlic and herb seasoning blend, we also have our savory sazon seasoning blend. So again, you want to make sure you thoroughly mix everything together so everything is evenly coated and distributed with the seasonings. Then you want to make sure you go ahead and add your grape tomatoes, and once you do that, you want to add half of a lemon, just a little bit of the lemon juice, followed by your veggie broth. You want to stir it up and then just add it to your bowl and enjoy. I hope you like sauteed kale.
Tell you, I love sauteed kale. LeAnne, you should be back here. Hold on a second. Let me get you both here. I do have an issue though. And the only issue is a simple one, which is I do it with water instead of olive oil. How about you?
Me too. I always do my water saute with water.
That would be a good way to do a water saute, wouldn't it? and the thing that really drives me crazy about kale is it's a lightning rod for people who are outside of where we are. You hear so much about this and superfood, but more than 50% more calcium than milk alone in kale.
It's amazing. And I tell you, Jim, I feel better every time I eat kale, and even more so than a lot of the other greens. I don't know what it is. Kale's just, it's amazing. And there are lots of greens, obviously. We could do a saute with spinach. We could do a saute with collard greens. But I just think getting past that hurdle of, ooh, it's green. Ooh, I don't know if I'm going to like it. Ooh, I have to chew it a lot.
We're going to do some talking about smoothies later today, aren't we?
That's right.
Yeah. We'll have the kale conversation then as well. But another video is coming up. I'm going to turn this one over to you to talk about it because it's your video and it's really, really cool. I don't have an Instapot, so I can't talk anything about it. So I'm going to turn it over to you to do so.
Sure thing. So I always feel like when I talk to people about my Instant Pot, they're like, how does it work? I'm afraid of it. What do you do with it? And I just want people to know the Instant Pot is probably one of the most incredible things for me as a mom of 3 kids who's super busy all the time to just be able to turn it on, walk away, and have amazing food afterwards. So I made this little video, and maybe it shouldn't be my day job, guys, but this is my video about how I make beans in my Instant Pot. So check it out. Hi everyone, I'm LeAnne. I'm the Network Director of PlantPure Metro New York. And I'm going to show you how I use my Instant Pot. I got my Instant Pot a few years ago, It's really a staple in our household, and it's super helpful for making all sorts of things from stews to soups and grains and legumes. I love how I can plug it in, press a button, and come back hours later or an hour later and everything's ready to go. So what we've prepared today is some soaked pinto beans. You know that they're pinto beans because they have this beautiful mottled color on the bean. I'm going to hold it up so you can take a quick look. It's been soaking overnight, and the reason we soak the beans is to improve their digestibility. If you have any digestive issues and want to be able to eat legumes a little bit more easily, definitely recommend soaking them. You can make them in the Instant Pot without, but it is easier to digest them if you soak them. They grow in size. That's the beautiful thing about beans. They start out really small and compact, and then they grow. When you soak it, you have to make sure you drain off the water because you want to start with fresh water. So what we're going to do is use a strainer, dump everything in, and then give it a rinse just to get off any excess residue. All right, nice and rinsed. Okay, so let's talk about the Instant Pot. Inside the Instant Pot is a pot, and the heating element is beneath it. So what we do is we'll just drop our beans into the pot here, and then we add water. And typically when you do beans, you're gonna not just cover them, but put a little extra water above them. The reason you do that is, yes, they've soaked and they've increased in size, but they may additionally increase in size as they're cooking. Usually you want another inch or maybe 2 inches of water above the beans before you start the Instant Pot. And what's beautiful is after it's done cooking, you're going to have all of this great bean liquid, which we call aquafaba, and you can store that and use that for later. I'll show you, I have some in the fridge. So this is the aquafaba, I think from maybe some black beans. It's a very dark colored bean. The aquafaba for chickpeas is much lighter. And if you open it, it has that nice beany flavor, and a lot of the starches, you can see sort of the separation, the liquid and the starches here. And you can use that in lots of different preparations of food. Okay, so we have our beans in, we have the water in. Now we need to make sure that the pot top is ready. Line it up. Here we go. And then you turn it and it seals. When we make beans, if they've soaked overnight, it's usually less than 10 minutes in the pot. A heftier bean like a pinto bean or a kidney bean takes a little bit more time than, for example, a Adzuki bean or something smaller like that. There's a bunch of different settings here, but we're just going to use the regular pressure cook option, which is a manual setting, and we choose the amount of time that we want. So I'm going to push the button here, and I'm going to turn it up to 8 minutes for this one. It has some settings like pressure high or low. When you do beans, you always make it high. This is where the time delay is, and then the next one is whether you want to keep it warm or not after it's done. So we're going to say, nope, I'm here, I'm going to monitor the pot. And then all I do is press start. And then I wait. The pot's going to heat up. I'm going to hear it as the pressure comes in, and it's going to seal. Once it's all done, the time is going to start, and so it'll count down from 8 minutes to 0. Once it gets to 0, it's done, but it's not totally done yet because the pot is full of pressure. So you can either choose to allow the pressure to release naturally, which will happen without you thinking about it afterwards, or you can use the buttons on the top here, which allow you to release the pressure manually at your speed. Usually when you're making beans, it doesn't really matter to have extra time in the pot. When I make stews that have more tender vegetables in them, I like to release the pressure right away so that the vegetables don't get overcooked. But when you do release the pressure, you sort of press down on the button here. That valve at the top is where the steam comes out, so you have to be careful because it's very hot. And it can spray, especially if you've like overcooked something, it'll spray up into the air, but it'll let the steam out upwards, and it's usually a little helpful to have a cloth nearby to just protect your walls and things around in case there's any sputtering that happens. But with beans, it's usually simple, and and that's it. So when we come back, we'll show you the beautiful finished beans. Okay, so the beans are done. I'm gonna open it up. It's already been manually releasing the air. It's been a few hours now, and I just left it there because it doesn't matter, which I love. So I open the pot, and inside, it's even cool at this point, all my lovely, beautiful beans and all that beautiful aquafaba. delicious and easy to pop into any dish you want because you can eat beans with anything. All right, that's it.
My name is Mia White. What prompted me to join the Jumpstart program was actually through a friend. So I had mentioned to a really close friend of mine that I had been thinking about trying out a vegetarian lifestyle. And it turns out her neighbor is one of the mentors for the Plant Powered program. When I started the program, I was feeling a little nervous. I wasn't confident that I would make it through the full, 21, 28 days. What changed, I think, having a mentor that I could talk to, having folks who I knew were going through it at the same time that we could exchange recipes, just being willing to try and having ideas. There were a ton of resources in the program. So I could identify what it is that I wanted and figure out a recipe for it. The chef demonstrations that we had allowed me to see in real time in less than 30 minutes with ingredients that I already had. That was a huge breakthrough. I'm a visual learner. And so not only having the community, but having demonstrations and having so many resources really allowed me to simplify. I also learned that I was using the wrong pan. Something very simple. I was cooking with a ton of oil, partly because I needed to replace my pan. And so I have one amazing pan now that I use for just about everything. And I know it's such a small thing, but there are ways that we can invest in our health that are unexpected. Some of the outcomes that I personally experienced, I mean, there's so many different levels. If I think just about the physical, I started to sleep better. I had to prioritize the planning and the food, and I had to be mindful. And so I also noticed that I was being mindful and even the structure of my day. So I not only was sleeping better, I was getting more sleep. I was drinking more water. I was just feeling better overall. My digestive health got a lot better. What was really interesting for me, though, I took my labs before I started and I took my labs afterwards. And I had followed the program to a T. And I was certain that I was going to see massive jumps. And I didn't. And that was actually the key to unlocking that there was something else going on. I found an amazing doctor. We went over my labs in depth. And because I had been taking care of myself, because I had really been mindful about what I was eating and putting into my body and getting enough movement and getting enough sleep, and still having high markers and in certain of my labs, it allowed me to, for the first time, to have a proper diagnosis. It was a huge breakthrough for me, and I'm feeling even better now because I feel like I'm actually addressing some underlying issues that I didn't even know that I had. It's worth giving it a shot. And if you're feeling like you can't do it, know that this is like a meditation practice. You can always return to it. This is a tool. You can restart again and it will impact you. Sticking with it for a few weeks made a huge impact on my own perspective and my own health.
Great analogy, just like a meditation practice. Don't you agree?
Absolutely.
Yeah, so welcome back. Top of the hour. If you're just joining us, welcome to Plantathon, a Giving Tuesday live stream celebration of whole food, plant-based nutrition, and our local and global health movement. Presented by Plant Powered Metro New York. Today's a lot of different leaders, live interviews, videos, featuring community leaders, health leaders, grassroots, street tops discussing and demonstrating the power of plant-based nutrition. Please remember, you've been doing a great job already. Put your questions for the different speakers that we have in the comments section. Hopefully we'll be able to get to as many of them as possible. LeAnne, what more do you want to talk about regarding the Plantathon?
So as you all participate in Plantathon, please be sure to make a donation to support Plant Powered Metro New York. You can give by text or at our website. And we ask you to be generous because all year-end donations will be matched dollar for dollar by an anonymous donor up to $25,000. So everyone who donates today at any level will also be entered to win one of our giveaway prizes. And you can learn more about the prizes and check out our official rules for more information, which we're going to link in the comments for you. If you don't have the means to make a donation, you can still enter to win separately. You can also just follow that same link to figure out how. And we're going to draw the winners tomorrow and announce them on Thursday.
Cool. That sounds great. And again, you said you don't have to donate anything to be a winner as well, right?
That's right. If you follow the link to the Plantathon rules, there's a link there to just fill out a simple form. And you can also be entered to win.
Another community video time, perhaps?
That's right. We've got Danielle Medina up next. She's one of our Brooklyn organizers, and she's a really wonderful fitness guru and a mom. And so I stand in solidarity with her, raising my kids and her child, also whole food, plant-based. So here's Danielle. Take a look.
Hi, I am Danielle Medina. I chose a whole food plant-based diet because of health, healing, and happiness. I joined Plant Powered Metro New York about a year ago, and boy, has it changed my life. I joined their mentorship program, and I was paired with a mentor who helped guide me through a lot of my health issues, such as gastrointestinal issues, acne, and candida. I was able to heal my gut, my skin was glowing, and I felt so good about myself. I'm a mom, and I have a 6-year-old, and I was able to help change her diet too. She loves cooking in the kitchen with me. We do nice cream, and we make guacamole, and she really is able to see how food is made at such a young age and appreciate where our food comes from. I am here today to tell you that you too can change your path to health by starting with what's on your plate. Thank you.
It really is as simple as that, isn't it?
Absolutely.
Incredible stuff. So I love some of the comments that we're getting in here about people and what they are able to do when they're on a whole food plant-based diet. And look at that, no kidney stones since then. And yeah, the kale, spinach. So the oxalate question's a really tough one. And sometimes you can make a general statement that you have to avoid them, but I don't think that's the healthy approach. Do you?
Yeah, I think there's a lot more that we have to learn because, and I always like to think about it this way, that so much of the research that's been done on food has been done in a certain food climate. And so if we want to try to address health issues, sometimes we have to go to these finer details to really understand what plant foods are going to be helpful for somebody with certain health conditions and which ones aren't.
Understood completely. I think it's now that it's time that we get to our next interview, and so excited about this. So let me do a quick intro and then we'll bring him in here. Ocean Robbins, coming up right now, is the co-founder and CEO of the 700,000 member Food Revolution Network and author of the bestseller, 31-Day Food Revolution, Heal Your Body, Feel Great, and Transform Your World. He has spoken in person to more than, get this, 200,000 people, organized online seminars and events reaching more than 1 million, and facilitated leadership development events for leaders from 65 nations. As we've done earlier, please make sure that you put your comments and your questions in the chat box, and we're going to say hello to Ocean. How are you today, sir?
Well, I'm thrilled to be with you. Thank you so much for having me.
Oh my gosh, we are so thrilled to have you here. So let me just get right into it and ask a quick question about food. And I know this is going to be rhetorical, but was food central to you since your childhood? And what did it look like in your family, if people didn't know, perhaps?
Well, you know, everybody eats. So I think food's important to all of us. But I definitely grew up in a kind of unique food culture. So, you know, my grandpa founded the Baskin-Robbins ice cream company. And my dad, John, walked away from the family business to follow his own rocky road and ended up becoming a best-selling author, writing about food and health. And, you know, I was born in a one-room log cabin in the middle of the woods. So my family, you know, after my dad left the ice cream company, it was kind of a pendulum swing to living very, very simply. My family was living on less than $500 a year, growing most of their own food, practicing yoga and meditation for several hours a day. And my parents almost named their kid Kale. They ended up going with Ocean instead, which I guess you could say is the more conservative route. But we did eat a lot of kale and cabbage and carrots and veggies from the garden. As I got a little older, we moved to California. And my dad ended up writing a book called Diet for a New America. It came out in 1987, inspiring millions of people to look at food as a chance to make a difference with their lives and in the world. And so, you know, we talked about food all the time in my household. You could say that we were obsessed with it, looking at the health impacts, looking at the environmental and social impacts. I was a bit of a militant vegan myself growing up. I was like, you know, I didn't eat animals. And I at the age of 7, I was actually ended up in the principal's office for getting in a fist fight with my best friend over the contents of his lunchbox. I think I had a little bit of learning to do. I was talking about compassion for a life, and I'm getting in a fight with my best friend over his roast beef sandwich. But I was passionate about trying to save animals and save lives. And I think that's beautiful in a kid, but we all have a little learning to do, I think, about how to stand for our convictions in a way that also respects everybody else's sovereignty and dignity.
That's a tough thing because, especially as we're growing up, it's a hard time to try to figure and balance those two things out. I had the double disadvantage because my first job was at this place called Baskin Robbins. And, so you have all this amazing food that's out there, or so you think, and then you realize what really is right is sort of different from what a lot of people are telling you. So did you ever have any resentment about the food system?
Oh, goodness. Yeah, sure. I mean, we live in a toxic food culture. We live in a world where it's considered normal to eat food that is statistically proven to increase your odds of heart disease and cancer and type 2 diabetes and Alzheimer's. Food system that is built on torturing animals, putting them in unspeakable conditions, with chickens kept in such close quarters that they can't lift a wing, standing in the feces, not only of themselves, but of generations of birds before them, living their entire lives on concrete, developing sores as their wings lose their feathers and they develop sores on their bodies, and 5% of them die before they're killed because of the conditions that they're living in. So this system is not only killing us, but it's torturing animals and it's destroying our planet. And so, yes, I feel very concerned about that and very passionate about it. But the good news here is that as bad as things are, that's how much better they can get. So anytime you see a problem, anytime you see something that isn't working, the good news is that actually that right there is showing you that something better is possible. And I think that's awesome because, there's so many problems in the world that feel overwhelming as a species. We're in the time of pandemics and climate change and wars and famines and so many issues and, that we face that can feel overwhelming. But what's not overwhelming is that you get to choose what you eat. Yeah. And it actually has these ripples that can help make a more compassionate, more beautiful world, that can make a more sustainable planet, and that can heal your life.
Why do we as a species have a disconnect between eating this stuff and not understanding what's happening? And how do we get that information out so more people really understand that there's not a disconnect? It's actually one's tied into the other.
Well, I think one of the great lies of the modern world is that we're isolated consumers. That we're separate from each other, and the truth is we're far more connected than we often realize. And so what happens to you affects me, and what I do affects you. Mm-hmm. And the dollars I spend affect systems, economies, people, and communities all over the world. And so I think that most people, most of the time, when given the choice, would rather be good people than bad people, would rather do good than bad, would rather contribute to a better world than not. Most people, if given the choice between buying, say, for example, a product, let's suppose slavery was still legal. How many people would actually want to knowingly buy products that were produced by slave labor? Probably very, very, very few of us, right? We would just say, no, I don't want to be a part of that, right? But somehow when we feel disconnected, we're anesthetized to the reality. And so I'm interested, therefore, as an educator, in sharing the truth so that people can make wise choices. I don't want to tell anyone what to do. I don't want to cram an ideology down someone's throat. I think everyone should get to make their own choices about what they eat and how they nourish their bodies. I just want them to be informed choices so we can make wise choices, so we can create congruency between our values and our actions. And, I think the good news here is that events like this, where people learn, can be empowering. They help us all to grow. They help us all to realize what's at stake and what the actual impact is of our choices. And with that information, with that transparency, comes tremendous empowerment.
As an educator, when you're out there talking to people, and obviously these platforms are tough because you can't see face to face the people you're interacting with. Do you see the change in their eyes right away once they start hearing the message, or is there a lot of that resistance saying, no, not for me, or I can't do that? So what do you normally see?
Everybody's different, of course. There's no one size fits all thing, but I think some people are pushed by pain. When you're suffering, when you're hurting, when you're sick of being sick, when you've even lost family members. Anybody who's lost a parent to Alzheimer's is suddenly going to be a lot more concerned about their brain health. Anybody who's seen heart disease and the terrible impact it can have and the way that it can steal lives in an instant is suddenly going to be paying more attention to their cholesterol levels. And so sometimes pain pushes us, but other times vision pulls. We're called by inspiration and love and dreams, by wanting to dance at our grandkids' wedding, by wanting to have vitality and joy, by wanting to improve our athletic performance. And so I think that in a lot of cases, that's so powerful that you can really be pulled forward by what you're going towards. When I first learned to ride a bike, I'll never forget, I was out on the bike and I saw this pothole in front of me, and I start riding towards the pothole. And then I see it and I'm like, don't hit the pothole, don't hit the pothole, don't hit the pothole. And guess where I took the bike? Straight into the pothole, right? Bam. And one bruised knee later, I learned a lesson. The next time I went on that same road, I rode on the other side of the freaking street, right? So, you tend to go where you put your attention. And so I think a lot of us focus on trying not to do bad stuff, and we need to focus more on doing good stuff. Like, for example, people want to go plant-based, and they too often focus on not eating the meat. No, focus on eating the vegetables, eating the wholesome foods, crowd out the bad with the good, and then you naturally get propelled in a positive direction. So I try to focus on that as I'm inspiring people to shift their food choices, to look at what they're going towards, what they're wanting for their lives, how we can create more joy, more beauty, more possibility. Because I think that avoidance of pain only gets you so far in life. And sure, we're all motivated by that, but we need more than that. We need to also have something beautiful to look forward to. I think, honestly, the whole sustainability movement kind of loses something significant when we focus on all the things that are wrong in the world. I'm sorry, I'm noticing my head looks funny because I'm seeing myself backwards in the StreamYard here.
You're not used to it?
I keep tilting my head and it gets worse.
And that never stops, because I'll keep pointing to that side, thinking it's that side. And I can't figure it out at all.
I almost should stop looking at myself. Okay.
Well, that's why you don't want to wear anything with words on your chest, because it comes out backwards and it really confuses everybody.
Yeah, right.
Okay, so the Food Revolution Network, what was the genesis of that?
So, my dad started being a food advocate, with Diet for New America, in 1987, and he's been helping lead this movement for decades. But in 2012, I had run a nonprofit for 20 years and helped work with young leaders in 65 countries. And as I traveled the globe, I kept seeing that everybody eats, and that what we're eating is having this huge impact on our health and on our world. And I saw that the American way of producing food and processing food was spreading with GMOs and pesticides and factory farms and big biotech and with KFC, McDonald's, Baskin Robbins spreading around the world. And as our way of eating was spreading, waistlines were filling up, hospitals were filling up, waistlines were filling out, hospitals were filling up, and more people were getting sick. And I realized I needed to focus directly on food. So I joined with my dad in 2012 to look at how we could bring the food revolution message out to the mainstream using online technologies. At that time, he was a best-selling author, but he didn't even know what Facebook was. And he didn't know how to use, the internet really to spread things. So I took on kind of learning how to be a marketer, how to build funnels, how to create products that would help spread the message wide and far. And we ended up having tremendous success and gaining a lot of traction. So in the last 10 years, we've grown to over 700,000 members. We've reached millions of people with our online summits and courses and books and webinars. And our website has, millions of visitors every month. And we have a blog, and, we're constantly trying to spread the truth that what you eat matters and that you can be a part of the solution. And we define ourselves as being about education and advocacy. So we're not just trying to tell people information, we're trying to change behavior, and we're trying to change the world. And we want to make it easier for everybody to do the right thing, to be on the right side of history. So one of our big passions is shifting the systems, because right now it costs more to eat organic food, for example. And it takes a lot more time and energy to eat well than to eat junk. And so it's like you have to fight an uphill battle, to do the right thing for your family. And I think it should be easier to do the right thing. So we look at the government subsidies, which are subsidizing junk food and even factory farms with commodities crops. So factory farmers are using corn and soy that's subsidized courtesy of the U.S. taxpayer. And that's part of why feedlot meat is cheaper than it otherwise would be. So we're not paying the real price for these things. So we want to change the system so that it's easier for everybody to access healthy, ethical, and sustainable food.
It's interesting, though, because you said organic is more expensive, but then, as you just mentioned, eating meat and eating dairy and stuff that's subsidized is more expensive, and that shouldn't be. And that just has to get changed somehow, because people have this preconceived notion that they eat a plant-based lifestyle and it's going to be way too expensive, but it isn't. So, so what has changed over time in terms of the Food Revolution Network between what you thought about the vision to be back when you started it and where it is now?
Well, what's changed is that people are changing fast. We used to, when we started Food Revolution Network, a lot of us healthy eaters were looked at as weirdos, and it's getting more mainstream now. We have a tremendous explosion in the number of people who identify as vegan or plant-based. The number of people interested in organic, local food, fair trade food is taking off. And I think more and more people care where their food comes from and how it was produced and what goes into it and how it affects their health. So we're not looking at food just as entertainment anymore. We're starting to look at it as medicine and as a chance to be a part of the solution on planet Earth. And I think that the environmental impact of food is coming into the mainstream in a big way as well. People are aware that we're on a resource consumption overshoot, that we're on a collision course with systemic environmental collapse, and that our water, our soil, our air, our climate are all in a degree of crisis. But the good news is that when we eat lower on the food chain, we can make a dramatic impact on all of that. We can save huge amounts of water, huge amounts of topsoil, help take a big bite out of climate change. And I think as people are realizing that, we're realizing, wow, I'll be honest with you. I think a whole foods plant-based diet is the best option out there for optimal health. But I think that there are plenty of other paths that involve, more animal products that are healthier than, say, being a junk food vegan, from a purely health perspective. But people are realizing that's not all that's at stake. Like, you can be supremely healthy on a whole foods plant-centered diet. And on top of that, if you do it right, not only are you supremely healthy, but you're also contributing to a healthier world for future generations. And to me, that just strikes at the core of what it means to be a human on this planet right now. And I think that those conversations are happening now in a way that they never were before. And I find that incredibly exciting.
So which part of your work are you most proud of? Or is it like, you can't name your favorite kid?
I mean, I'm proud of, hearing from people on an almost daily basis whose lives have been changed by what we're doing. I just spoke with a gentleman in Philadelphia. He's been in public service his entire life, working in mayor's offices and elected officials. And, he's got serious cancer. His doctors told him he didn't have long to live. He found out about our work, adopted a whole foods plant-centered diet, just had a meeting with his oncologist, who was completely blown away, said that his cancer has mostly reversed. It's shrunk dramatically. He went from, metastasized situation to it being cleared from most of his body. And he's got hope he's going to make it now. Now, we don't know what's going to happen, but he's in tears, just telling me he's got hope. Like, he may make it. And he said, none of this would have happened without the changes he's made. His doctor said, I don't know what you're doing, but keep doing it because you are a miracle. And
I'm going to jump in right now because that really resonated with me. I had a stroke 5 years ago, and my cardiologist about 2 years later said, I don't know what you're doing, but keep doing it. It's a miracle. It's sort of out of the same words that you just uttered came out of his mouth, but it's not a miracle.
It's not. It's like I'm into betting. I'm into predictable miracles because you don't know for sure what's going to happen. But when we hear enough doctors saying, I don't know what you're doing, but keep doing it, you start to say, well, why don't you know? And why aren't you telling people to do it? Right? Because we hear this story a lot from doctors who are like, wow, how did this happen? It's like, no, when you follow the science and you change the fuel you put in your body, you don't guarantee eternal life, but you dramatically increase the odds of a long, vibrant life. and of being able to reverse illness. So yeah, informed evidence-based miracles, says Gia. That's right.
Yeah.
Exactly. Informed evidence-based miracles. So yeah, we need to learn from the science. And just because something's good for most people most of the time doesn't mean it's good for all people all the time. So listen to your own body. You're your own best expert. But my goodness, there are a lot of studies showing that when you saturate your body with antioxidants and powerful phytonutrients, with flavonoids and critical vitamins and minerals that you need, that you can prevent cancer, that you may be able to reverse cancer, that you can prevent heart disease, that you can slash your odds of getting Alzheimer's, that you can prevent diabetes. I mean, these things are documented in tens of thousands of studies published in peer-reviewed medical journals, and this stuff works. Yeah. Now, not for everybody, not all the time, but a lot of the time. And don't you want to increase your odds? I mean, don't you want to optimize your chances of a vibrant, thriving life? Like, I know I do.
But that's what I heard from my doctor, is that most people won't do this, and that really drove me crazy. It's like, why wouldn't they do this? And you give them that option. Don't you think they'll take the option of better health?
Well, sure. I mean, that's the question, right? They say it's extreme and it's too much trouble. And I know people are like, gosh, my greatest pleasure in life is food. I think for over half the population, the single place they have the most pleasure in life is food, right? So you don't want to take that away from people. But here's the thing. There's more pleasure to be found in a simple diet based around wholesome foods that leave your body healthy and vibrant and well than there is in eating super processed, super tasty foods that pummel you with flavor and intensity, but that leave you sick. So if food is your greatest pleasure in life, then bless you and bless your taste buds. And I don't want to take that from you, but I do want you to know that you could have a lot more pleasure with a vital body and a clear mind and an open heart and lots of energy than you could ever get from food. And so I'm interested in helping people have more pleasure, not less. Mm-hmm. Some people think, I don't want to turn over my kitchen to the food police and give up all the things I love, and they're going to steal it all from me, and I'll be left feeling miserable and just as sick, but without the pleasures that I've had. No, it's not like that. What it is like is that you deserve to thrive, and you deserve to have the nutrients that you need to love your life. So you wake up with a bounce in your step, so you can't wait to get going, so that relationships are a source of joy and beauty because you're filled with an overflowing cup, because you feel generous and you want to give to people because you've got something to give, because you're not bereft, stressed, exhausted, aching, hurting, and miserable. So that's what you deserve. That's what I want for you. And when you give your body the right nourishment, you can create all of that. So it does take a pivot in thinking that food is medicine more than entertainment. But when you do that, you can actually have more pleasure even in your taste buds. And here's the amazing thing, that people, by the time they reach 65, the average American has lost over half their taste buds. So even that pleasure is diminished dramatically. And if you look back on your childhood and you remember food you ate as a kid that tasted amazing, and you think, gosh, it doesn't taste so good anymore, part of that may be that you've actually lost some of the taste buds that you had once. So guess what, folks? That's connected to vascular health. That's connected to cardiovascular health. So if you are able to eat food that helps you to have more vitality and blood flow in your body, then that will actually increase your ability to taste your food. You'll have more pleasurable sex life. You'll have more pleasurable exercise experience and more pleasurable eating experience. So these are all amazing steps that can make an incredible difference. It all starts with what you eat, and then from there, your whole world gets brighter.
And the whole secret that we really don't tell the way we should is that the food is really good. I mean, the food is absolutely delicious.
Well, that's the thing. When you it's sort of like you take. Let's say we have a paint set with 20 paints, and you take away 6 of them or 8 of them that are all the processed foods and the animal products that maybe we ate before, and you're like, oh my gosh, how will I make a pretty picture without all those colors? Well, number one, you got the other 12 or 14, but here's the other thing. There are a lot more colors you may not have ever known about that exist in this world, because there are thousands of amazing ways to prepare incredible meals with whole plant foods that taste incredible. So you actually don't end up having to compromise at all. You just have to learn some new habits. And that's the key thing. You know, any skill takes time, right? Pick up a trumpet and you're probably going to sound pretty bad the first time, even if you're Wynton Marsalis, the first time. But you learn, right? You get better at any skill. So whole foods, plant-based cooking is a skill. You know, you got to learn how to do it. You got to learn what you like. You got to learn how to get familiar, and it gets faster and it gets easier and it gets tastier as you go.
Agreed. So what's something you're working on, or perhaps something on the horizon that you're most excited about these days?
Okay, so right now I am working on, oh my gosh. Well, one thing I'm excited about is a campaign we're working on with Wholesome Wave. It's called Produce Prescriptions. So this is where doctors should be able to prescribe fruits and vegetables to their patients, as well as, or in addition to, you know, drugs and surgeries, and have them covered by insurance or by Medicare. And so that's pretty exciting, I think, because it could really be a game changer for a lot of people's lives. You know, right now, you know, a doctor can send someone to the pharmacy and they can get a, you know, $10,000 a year pill covered by insurance, right? Because it's a drug, but they're not getting broccoli covered by insurance. And guess what? In a lot of cases, the broccoli might do more good. So, and it wouldn't have any side effects, only good side effects, right? So I think that's an idea whose time has come. So we're trying to look at the data on this and show there have been some great studies showing that it's a cost-effective intervention for certain conditions. And then we want to get, obviously, the government policies and insurance company policies to catch up with the times so that we can make this happen. And then we want doctors to learn about nutrition in medical school so they can talk about it effectively. We're working with the American College of Lifestyle Medicine on a campaign around that. So those are some of the things that I'm pretty excited about. Yes, there we go. Here's a link to wholesomewave.org. My favorite charity. If you're looking for a good organization to support on Giving Tuesday, which today is, by the way, they're amazing. This is an organization that it's at the forefront of helping create healthy, ethical, sustainable food for all. It means for everybody, right? Not just for the elite few, for everybody. And they're doing amazing work on that.
And I'm all in on that broccoli prescription. I'll be the first one. I'll be filling that out. So as we're wrapping up, just a few more questions. And one thing is, so many of our plant-based health leaders are part of families working across the generations. I don't know if you know, but later today we'll have 3 of Dr. Campbell's children on the program, and also Dr. Esselstyn's wife, Ann, and daughter, Jane. So when you reflect on the work with your dad, what have you found most meaningful about multi-generational work? And on the hand, what has been the most challenging?
Well, you know, what's meaningful, I love working with my dad. I mean, it's an incredible privilege. We get along so well. I feel really respected by him. You know, I think that's he doesn't have anything to prove. He's made his mark. He's had a big impact, and he has remarkably little ego. He has dignity, but he's not about trying to be something or prove something. And so he's really supportive to my path, which is awesome. And yet he's not afraid to share his insights and wisdom with me. And I feel so blessed. Working intergenerationally can mean all kinds of things to different people. Obviously, we see a lot of family enterprises and endeavors. We also see places where that doesn't work. Obviously, my dad chose a very different path from his parents. But I think that, you know, the beauty of it is that we all learn so much from our parents. Good and bad, right? We learn how to talk by listening to them talk. We learn so many mannerisms from them. And so, you know, for those of us who are blessed to have parents that have manifested traits or qualities or skills or gifts that we admire, that we appreciate, then it's such a blessing to be able to build on that, to be able to grow out of that.
You're so fortunate. Yeah. So fortunate. One last question, and I'll let you go. One thing you'd like our viewers to know or do that would make the most difference in bringing health and healing to our planet?
Well, eat more whole plant foods and less animal products, especially from factory farms. Pretty simple. You'll probably hear that a lot today.
Good message.
If you want to take one step, go ahead and grab a copy of my book, 31-Day Food Revolution. If you want to help implementing all of this in your life, it walks you through step by step how to apply all that we're talking about today. Or visit foodrevolution.org to check out our website. And there's lots of blog articles on there, lots of great resources. Sign up for our email list, join our 700,000 members, and be a part of the food revolution. Every bite you take, every dollar you spend is a vote. So vote wisely for the health you want and the world you want, and realize you have immense power.
Words couldn't be said better. To Ocean, you said your father has dignity, but I'll say both you and your dad have amazing dignity, and we so appreciate you spending the time with us today.
Thank you so much.
Take care now. Gonna bring you back. How's it going on that end?
Oh, it's great. I love listening to Ocean speak, and he and his dad were part of my path as well. Early on, I attended one of their Food Revolution summits and was just blown away by all the things that I could learn. I think he probably introduced me to half the people who we're now getting to talk to today and beyond. And it's just remarkable how motivational and inspiring Ocean is. So really,
it's incredible. I really got into his story and his dad's story later, and I wish I had read it earlier. But you know, it comes to you when it's ready to come to you, right?
That's right. That's right. And it's hard stuff. I mean, Diet for a New America, Food Revolution, all of those books, they talk about the full gamut of issues in the plant-based community. And I feel like it's hard to read some of it. It's hard to hear some of it. But at the same time, it's so important because it makes us conscious consumers and it makes us more capable of affecting change in the world because we have the knowledge to make a real difference. So yeah. I'm inspired.
Me too. And we got in the chat the link for the book that Ocean was just talking about. So click it, take a copy. I'm going to hand it over to you right now because I think we have a sponsor intro to do, correct?
That's right, we do. And before then, if you're going to shop on Amazon, make sure you enable Plant Powered Metro New York as your Smile recipient. You can send some proceeds to us with every purchase. Just search for us in Amazon Smile and you'll find us there. So I want to give a special shout out to Plantable. Plantathon is sponsored in part by Plantable, a whole food plant-based dietary intervention program with personalized live coaching designed to help you break free from sugars and processed food while enjoying the additional health benefits of plant-based eating. Their meals are made from complex carbohydrates for slow-releasing energy without the blood sugar spike, plant-based protein for satiety, and good-for-you non-inflammatory fat for brain and cell health. In addition to coaching, Plantable gets boxes of hand-selected meals developed by their chefs, which are made 100% from plants without added sugar, salt, or preservatives. And you can learn more at plantable.com and follow them on Instagram at Plantable or Facebook at Eat Plantable. So thanks so much, Plantable, for making today possible. And now we are going to bring on some of our great friends. Chef Brandy Cochrane and Britt Vanderpool will come on to speak with her. So take it away. We're going to crave this, try that today.
All right. Thank you, Brandy, for being here. Like to introduce Brandy. Brandy is on a mission to help people simplify plant-based living. Whether she's supporting entrepreneurs, communities, or families, her goal is to shift the mindset of anyone who's curious about the plant-based lifestyle. Ultimately, Brandy wants to create a narrative that a splash of creativity, a dash of openness, and a lot of spice can make plant-based living enjoyable and fun. You can learn more about her work at plantcandy.com. And at Crave This, Try That, Brandy and I discuss whole plant food alternatives for staple dishes of the standard American diet. So, Brandy, I think today we can talk about what you're making for the holidays. You know, the holidays is a time when we all come together and we make a lot of food together. So what are you making this holiday season?
So this traditional stuff, like holidays don't shift that much when you're when you're plant-based. If you think about the things that we have always, most of it's consistent of sides that are mainly plant-based. So like just take the holiday that just passed, which was Thanksgiving. There was mac and cheese, sauerkraut stuffing, greens, sweet potatoes. I stuffed them though, so make them a little different versus like how they usually like candy. So you can kind of play around with that. There was mushrooms, gravy. What else did I have? That sounds about like, yeah, there were rolls, like there was bread. Yeah, so it was very traditional holiday fare.
Yeah. And so you're also notorious for leveraging textures in your dishes. I know that you really love to do that. So share with us some ways that you're doing that. And by the way, if any of you have questions for Brandy, please shoot them in the chat box.
Yeah. So, all right. So take, for instance, like stuffing. So one of my friends my friends always call me to convert their traditional family recipes into plant-based. So this year, one of my friends thought she was going to stump me, which it was kind of a challenge, but her mom makes this seafood dressing. So instead of, like stuffing it, like some people call it stuffing, some people call it dressing, but her mom puts puts shrimp in it. She puts oysters, and I think she puts like some like smoked turkey or something in there. So we played around with the idea of smoking jackfruit. So using jackfruit as a way to get that kind of smoked turkey texture. Oyster mushrooms to kind of play around with the idea of oyster. Like the texture is there, kind of soak it in some dough so you kind of get that ocean kind of sea flavor going. And we played around with burdock root to kind of give us that kind of shrimp, kind of seafood crawfish texture, and she really liked it. So like that's a way that we can take plant-based foods, leverage their textures, build in the flavor profiles, and still have our holiday favorites.
Yeah, so burdock root is new to me. Can you speak a little bit about that?
Yeah, so burdock root is it. I don't know if you know yuca. So
Yeah.
it kind of looks like a thin version of yuca, but when it's used, it literally, when you process it mean like peel it and like
Right.
Season it, build the flavor into it. It has the texture of like a crawfish or shrimp, so it does really well in replacing that texture in a dish.
Oh wow! And where can we get that?
You find it most readily available and at the best price at like an Asian grocery store.
Oh wow! Okay,
Mm-hmm.
noted.
Yeah.
So for the holiday season coming up, are you making a plant-based eggnog of sorts?
Oh, yay. Okay, so so I play around with like two versions of plant-based eggnog.
Okay.
One is roasted sweet potato based, and one is coconut milk based. So the coconut milk based one does have a little more fat. It's plant-based, so if you're trying to stay off of fat, it's probably not ideal. But the roasted sweet potato, and not your traditional orange sweet potato. Because I'm sure people are like, how do you turn a regular old orange sweet potato into into an eggnog? But there's something called there's one thing called the Jersey yam, and there's also something called a Japanese sweet potato, right? So Japanese sweet potatoes, like when you roast them, they bring up the sweetness of the item, and then you put them into the blender. You can add a little bit of, say, coconut milk or almond milk or soy milk, depending on what you're interested in, to kind of thin it out. But the beauty of eggnog is that we want it to be kind of rich and frothy and thick, so that potato actually does it. And it's not like when you take a regular white potato, there's that starch and it gets gummy. It actually gets creamy when you put it into the blender, and then you season it the same way you would season your traditional eggnog. So traditional eggnog has some cinnamon, has some clove, maybe I love ginger, so I'll throw a little bit of ginger in there, and surprisingly, and some vanilla. Vanilla is also a great thing to add to it, and it's actually pretty tasty. It sounds like you're like, what are you talking about? Turning a potato into eggnog, but it works. It works. And I've tested this with people who were on a plant-based journey around holiday season, and they gave me the seal of approval.
Yeah, I mean, I guess adding a potato sounds interesting and a little not what we would revert to, right? But once you try it, you realize that you get that creaminess, right? And that's what you're looking for in an eggnog. So It's great that you mentioned that. So you also told me that you're making something called chickpea.
Oh, chickpea!
Can you talk about that?
Yes, good old chickpea. So chickpea is my my combination of, our good friend chicken that we all love, because everything tastes like chicken, right? And chickpeas. So the cool thing about, like what I always say, in the plant-based space, the goal is to find the textures that you're after in the vegetables and grains that are available and build in the flavor profile. So chickpeas are a great vehicle to make like chicken cutlets. What I like to do is saute up veggies, really basic vegetables. So your onions, your celery, really fine diced though, be really specific about that. Onion, celery. I like a red pepper. If you can't find a red pepper, you could go with a yellow or orange. Green doesn't really do the chicken thing well, so one of those in that family. Definitely some garlic and some mushrooms. If some people don't like mushrooms, but if you don't like mushrooms, remove them. But they're nice. They add another layer in there. When you cook those down, you want to saute those down, season with some onion powder, some garlic. You also want to put in some a fresh herb. I like to use thyme and rosemary because I feel like those are chicken flavors. When you think about roasted chicken, that's kind of what comes to mind. So you kind of infuse that into your veggies. You take your chickpeas if you're going to make them, or if you're going to use canned, your choice. But whatever you do, you have to cook them. And before you cook them, you kind of mash them. Now, you don't want to process them too much because I feel like with chicken, there's texture. It's not there's a little bit of stringiness to it, and we're not going to get the stringiness. If we want to get real fancy, maybe we could throw in jackfruit. I can't endorse that yet. I haven't tried it, but the chicken has been successful. So kind of smash your chickpeas rough, but enough that you can kind of bring them together. Mix in the think about the same way you would season your chicken. So whatever you do to your chicken today, put those same seasonings in with those vegetables that have been infused with the herbs and some spices. And then I like to bind it with oatmeal. I've also successfully done it where I bind it with rice. So either or, depending on what you have available, you put them into these shapes. Now, if you don't care about the visual, make them into little patties and then call it a day and you just have chicken circles. I like presentation, so I make them into these little chicken breast kind of shaped things, which are kind of fun. And you put them in the oven. You have a choice to either cover them in some type of breadcrumb if you have one that's whole food plant-based, you can kind of cover them in a breadcrumb. Sometimes making them is the best way. And then you put them in for a little crunch. You don't need it, but it helps. And then afterwards, it's pretty yummy. You can just eat it straight up with your other ingredients, or you can top it with gravy and all that kind of good fun stuff.
Yeah, sweet. I also love that that's a really great example of getting protein in even when you're not eating meat, right? Because we get that from the chickpeas.
Yes, and fiber, which is one of the
right. Yeah, double whammy. So we have a question from the audience about cheese grits. Any ideas?
Okay, so cheese grits. I actually don't like grits. So I personally personally remade a cheese grit recipe. What I will say though is that in cheese grits, there's cheese. I know how to construct it, so I'm thinking about building it. We know how to make a plant-based version of grits, right? So adding cheese to it would just be a matter of the sauce. I personally think a cashew cheese sauce is probably going to give you the best. You can do the potato carrot one, but I think that's too nacho-y. I think when we're looking for a cheese grit, you're after that kind of sharp cheddar approach. And I feel that the cashew cheese brings that forward a little better. So I would say make a cashew cheese. I'm not sure if the rest of my recipe exists in the platform, but if not, let me know because I have a really good cashew cheese recipe.
What are the basics in a cashew? What do we need to put in a good cashew cheese recipe?
Yeah, so I think you definitely need to soak the cashews because you want it to be kind of smooth and creamy. I believe that you got to do an onion. I like an onion and a shallot mix. If you can't find a shallot, you don't have a shallot. Onion's totally fine, but white onions in particular.
Do we do anything with them before?
Yeah, you saute them down. So I don't put them in raw. Sauteing them down really helps because when we're building cheese sauce, we got to think about all of the notes that we experience in cheese, right? So in cheese, you're talking about there's a sweetness, there's a saltiness, there's a, I call it the stank because you got to get the stank, which is the because it's rotten milk, so you got to get that in. So you get that from either a lemon or an acid. You got to get your nutritional yeast in there to kind of give it that cheesy flavor. I feel that garlic is a necessity in it as well. Onion powder. I personally also like to put a little bit of dry white wine in it. It just kind of adds to another note. I use broth to bring it together, a veggie stock to kind of bring it together. And then I like a roasted red pepper to add that note of sweetness, but also change the color to that orange, that kind of orangey kind of thing. So that's my basic recommendation for how you construct a solid cheese. And I want to say that adding more, it's a thin line between garlic, adding garlic and was too garlicky versus not so garlicky, but garlic really helps to add what I've been finding as I'm continually trying to get a really sharp cheese in this place. Adding more garlic gets more of that sharpness. So maybe like if you're going to do a cheese grit, that's kind of the way to go. And I like to, if you put this cheese into a container and not freeze it, like put it in the fridge and let it set, you can actually kind of slice it, and it becomes a little more like cheese clumpiness. So and then when you put them in a grit, you kind of stir it up and it gets hot and it'll kind of melt out a little bit more. So that's my best recommendation for cheese grits.
Yeah, very cool. I think it's also really cool to know because I usually defer to like a very simple recipe with nutritional yeast and some garlic and lemon, but you're adding shallots, you're adding wine, so you're having those complex flavors. I'm going to try that out.
Yeah.
So do you do the same with mac and cheese then, or is that a whole different cheese game for you?
No, so I do the same. Like I feel like you have to use this cashew cheese for like traditional mac and cheese. You have your quick middle of the week mac and cheese where you just do the potato cheese recipe, which is like potato, carrot, onion, and it works. You build it up. But if you want like a traditional, especially a baked mac and cheese, the cashew cheese is one that I really like. And I do like to do the cashew cheese in advance, put it in the fridge so that like it kind of like gets clumps together. Then you can kind of pull it through your noodles. You also, but I do too. I feel like for the holidays you go all out. This is not like everyday stuff because I have way too much to do. But for like holidays, you want to go all out. So make one batch in advance. Make one batch. So because you want to have like your roux. Like it's if there's a debate, do you need a roux? You don't need a roux. I feel like you need a roux, especially in the plant-based space, right?
In season.
Yeah. So you take it and that batch that's fresh, that just kind of came out and it's like creamy, you take it and you pull it all through your noodles and make it all nice. Then that batch that you made in advance, you kind of break it in between so that it kind of gets like that mac and cheese kind of clumpy, cheesy thing going on. And then you bake it. So you can either decide to use breadcrumbs for like a crunch on top if that's really important to you. Or sometimes what I also found is fun is making a batch of that potato, carrot, onion cheese for the top to kind of get like a different like even like layer of like gooiness and flavor. Because another thing about mac and cheese is the multiple cheeses is what makes it so cool, right? Like you can't just make mac and cheese with sharp, like that's boring. Like usually like you're making it with like Jack and cheddar and Kobe, and that's all these different types of cheeses, which we haven't, the plant-based space, we've evolved a lot, but we haven't gotten there just yet as far as cheese is concerned. I mean, me and my brother were laughing over the holiday because he's like, that's the one thing he loves, mac and cheese. So he's like, I can't go plant-based because I can't recreate this in the plant-based space. I'm like, well, cheese is melting now. So maybe like in 5 years, you'll be able to like have an opportunity. So try your recipe with multiple different flavors of cheese. So yeah.
Right. So cashew cheese does bake well, is what you were saying. It refrigerates well and it bakes well.
Yes.
Perfect. Okay. Why not then, right?
Yeah.
So what are you doing with pies that's significantly different from a non-whole food plant-based pie?
So the one thing I do with pies is I use aquafaba for my crust. So that's one thing that's really that I found really effective. Like if you're not going to be using like a butter or like a oil, like if you need a replacement for there, aquafaba, which is the juice of chickpeas. For people who are like, what the heck is aquafaba? It is the juice of chickpeas. So if you're making a chickpea cutlet and you happen to have some like juice from the can, you could take that juice, add it to some flour, and make a pie crust. I found that when you mix it with a little bit of seltzer water, and this is like,
wow,
I've been experimenting with this for a little while. So if you mix it with a little seltzer water and use the chickpea juice with the pie crust, it actually comes out like pretty cool and like flaky. So that's one thing that I found that's been successful. I haven't figured out exact measurements that I really want to do so I could share it. I know how to feel my way through it, but I haven't like figured out the exact yet for that one, but that's been successful. And then depending on how like how I guess whole food plant-based you are, right? So that there's levels to the journey. Right. Some people are no added sugar. So for no added sugar, I always say like it's best to kind of roast your fruit and stuff before, because it kind of brings out the sugars, which kind of helps. And then maybe if you're gonna add in some maple, you can. If maple's also off the table, maybe it's just like a date syrup. So you take dates, put it in a blender with some water to kind of add some extra sweetness. So those are some things that I'm doing to kind of play around in that space without using oil and without having added sugar.
Sweet. And are there any fruits in particular that you find work best in making a plant-based pie?
Apples for sure. Apples, pears mixed together really well. And those are really the only ones I make in like this kind of space. I mean, sweet potato works well too, but I find that sweet potato pie works best with coconut milk, as far as like to kind of still get like that kind of creamy richness to it. It falls a little flat for someone who's looking for like a convert, like oh, I'm trying to replace this, right, and not feel like I'm missing something. No, don't get me wrong, we just want to have some sweet potatoes and some pie crust. That's one thing. But if you really wanted to feel like a pie, you gotta add some coconut milk in there with some spices and stuff. But I find apples and pears to be really helpful. And then I mean, totally not in season, but when we get to like the summer, we're talking about pies, like berries are already so naturally sweet, you know. So those are easy, but this season, apples and pears are the way to go.
Yeah, sweet. I saw a Thanksgiving recipe with pears and cardamom, which is a great
combination.
Yeah.
So I was at the farmer's market like 2 weeks ago, and there was, I can't remember, so like the cardamom guy, and like everything at and they were pastries, and they were all cardamom. They had one vegan chocolate chip cookie with cardamom, which I thought was weird, because like that's a weird combination to go with chocolate chip.
I've never had that. Yeah, chocolate.
But I was excited because people don't use cardamom nearly enough.
Yeah, I put it in my coffee. It's really good.
Yeah, it's good with cardamom pistachio bread. That's a great combination.
Oh, sweet. Okay, so going back to aquafaba, you said aquafaba from chickpeas.
Yes.
What about aquafaba from other types of beans? Does that work equally as well, or what would you do with one with like black beans?
No black beans.
No black beans.
No black beans. So the rule is that you can grab aquafaba from any bean. That's the alleged word on the street. But I would only recommend like extracting it from a white bean.
Okay.
So we're talking chickpea, we're talking a navy bean, we're talking a cannellini bean. Those are probably like the three that I would kind of go with. Depending on the usage of aquafaba, the best way to use it is to add a little bit of cream of tartar to it, so that it becomes kind of egg whitey. So it depends on how you're gonna make it. Like you can make a literal meringue, like mushroom. What's that? Marshmallow. I'm like, not a mushroom. A meringue with it, with just some when you add that cream of tartar to really help it kind of set as it becomes like an egg white, and it acts just like an egg white.
Oh, awesome. And how long does aquafaba last?
Maybe 3 days.
Maybe 3 days, not long.
Yeah, it's not long. I don't know about, I haven't seen it longer in the fridge than 3 days.
All right. Well, we're nearing the end of our time. But I'm going to leave you a few more minutes to talk about your favorite dish or one other dish that you want to highlight.
Okay. So what's one of my favorite dishes? Well, if you guys know anything, I'm addicted to mushrooms these days. That's one of the things that I'm really, really into. And
right? I mean,
there are so many types. And I love that now we can get more than just like baby bellas and portobellos. Now you see oyster mushrooms a lot more, which is really nice. Yeah. And so it seems so simple, but something like a simple like sauteed like mushroom with just like shallots and chives, just something really clean, really simple, salt and pepper, and then using the essence of that dish to make a really nice gravy. Like that to me, this feels so very like holiday-y. And so definitely something that I'm loving. And that makes a really nice tart as well. Oh, you know what we can do? One of the things I love to do with this time of year, we're like, what do I do? Is taking the ingredients that you made and then creating like something after. So like remixing your things, right? So I'm big on a bite. So I'm that person that will make 7 different dishes just so I can take all of the little like put them together for the one bite, right? But even if you are going to do, I don't know how you're going to make this up dish, but like a layered, one of the things I love to do is take like mashed potato, like sweet potato, greens, maybe like some of those roasted or sauteed mushrooms, and put it into like a pie crust, or like stuff it into a pan and then like bake it after the fact, and then like maybe put like gravy, or I love gravy. That's this time of year, it's like I'm all about the gravy. Like put gravy on. It is so yummy, and it transforms the dishes. So like you have all these foods, that's like, I'm tired of eating the same thing over and over again. Remix it into some type of like stacked casserole, so to say, and you end up with something very, very tasty.
Yeah, here we talk a lot about how we can leverage flavors, but textures are also so important.
Yeah.
Okay, last question. Can we freeze aquafaba?
That's a good question. I don't know. I've never done it, but my guess is yes. And I'm going to actually test it out. And then next time.
Well, thank you, Amy, for inspiring us to figure out if we can freeze aquafaba.
I'm sure you can freeze it, but the question is, does it still do the same thing once it's and I don't know. I have no idea.
Okay. Well, thank you so much, Brandy. I always love doing Crave This, Try That with you. And yeah, hope you have a great day.
You as
Bye,
well.
Brandy.
Bye.
Thank you so much.
That was absolutely amazing. Thanks so much, Brandy. Really appreciate everything you're doing here. So 2:00 hour, we're a quarter of the way done. Can you believe that yet?
That's right. And here we go. We're raring for more. So we're going to start off.
We got a sponsor video right now. Wellbeing Plantathon is sponsored in part by Wellbeing, which makes bean-centric bars and nuggets made from beans, fruit, nuts, and seeds. Learn more about them at https, because you always got to put that in, right? Wellbeing.life, and follow them on Facebook or Instagram at wellbeing.life. And here's a message from their founders.
Hi, I'm Patty. I'm Carole, and we're the owners of Wellbeing, the original bean bar company.
What is Wellbeing's mission?
We want to fill the world with more bean eaters.
That's right. We think life would be better if people would eat more beans. The world will be a better place.
And that was really why, for me, to improve my health, I needed to eat more beans.
That's right. Beans are a superfood, and they are the food that's most correlated with longevity. So people who eat more beans live longer, and they have better poops. Yes, there's lots of fiber in beans, but those fiber, the fiber actually feeds beneficial bacteria in your gut. So everybody knows about the microbiome at this point. So people who eat more beans have a healthier microbiome and therefore a healthier immune system. And we wanted to make it easier for Patty to get her beans.
So how did we do that?
Just recommended, hey, you need to start increasing your bean intake. And I wanted to, but I, on the go, and I was looking for bean snacks, didn't find things that I was that interested in. And I told her we need to make a bean bar. So we did.
They feature a variety of beans and are plant-based, whole food, vegan, gluten-free, with no added sugars, and are healthy and delicious. Thank you for letting us share with you about Wellbeing and why life is better with beans.
You can check us out at www.wellbeing.life. For $5 off a variety pack, just use promo code PLANTATHON. Thanks, everyone.
Awesome. I love it.
Yeah.
I love all the creativity in the food space, from Brandy and her recipe creations to these new food companies that are bringing out really fantastic products. It's just really exciting.
It's an exciting time to be in the space, isn't it?
Totally. And I'm very excited to announce we're nearing $15,000 for our fundraising today. So keep on giving. We're going to put up our links again to make sure you know how to give to Plant Powered Metro New York. And thank you to everybody who's given already. But here we go. Top of the hour, 2 o'clock. Our health empowerment movement is for everyone. And this hour, Plant Powered Metro's Latinx community organizer, Mare Gomez Bolaños, and educator Bryant Maythaler are here to offer Spanish speakers a special look at plant-based nutrition through the lens of Latin culture. Bienvenidos, amigos.
Gracias, LeAnne. Gracias por esa introducción. Bryant y yo estamos muy contentos de estar acá. Bienvenidos, pues, a la sección Latinx. Mi nombre es Mare, soy organizadora de la comunidad latina para Plant Powered Metro New York y soy originaria de El Salvador. Si recién se unen a esta programación, pues bienvenidos, bienvenidas. El Plantathon es una transmisión en vivo y en directo y es parte de nuestro Giving Tuesday, una celebración plant-based que apoya la salud local y global, presentada por Plant Powered Metro New York. Hoy les traemos una colección diversa de entrevistas en vivo y videos que presentan líderes comunitarios de la salud, desde las raíces hasta las copas de esos árboles tan grandes de la nutrición. Por favor, participen en la caja del chat con preguntas y comentarios para que podamos interactuar juntos a lo largo del día y especialmente durante esta hora latina.
Hola, mi nombre es Brian y soy uno de los educadores de nutrición de Plant Powered Metro New York.
Como latinos, Brian y yo pues todavía logramos disfrutar de deliciosos platillos de nuestra tierra, pero en este caso, yo soy de El Salvador, pero quiero compartirles un platillo súper delicioso de nuestras hermanas latinas de la República Dominicana, y esto es una versión 100% plant-based de un platillo típico llamado los 3 golpes. Vamos a verlo.
Hola. Mis amigos dominicanos, imagino que ya saben lo que vamos a preparar, un desayuno típico de la República Dominicana, donde los plátanos son los protagonistas. Vamos a preparar un 3 golpe con el toque a base de plantas. Vamos a usar plátanos, tofu, cebollita, claro que no se puede quedar, ajo, aguacate y para sazonar vamos a usar pimienta negra, ajo en polvo, sal negra, chili si te gusta que un poco picante y apple cider vinegar. Esto es vinagre de sidra de manzana, muy saludable. Aquí tengo un plátano que ya lo piqué, lo pelé y lo piqué y tengo 2 dientes grandes de ajo que están pelados y majados con el cuchillo para que puedan dar sabor en el agua. Y voy a proceder a echar ambas cosas en la olla para que hiervan ahí tranquilamente en lo que yo voy a preparar mis otras cosas. Aquí vemos como ya piqué la cebolla que iba a utilizar. Alguna gente se puede encontrar esto un poco demasiado. Para mí nunca la cebolla es suficiente, me gusta mucho. Y por otro lado, aquí piqué un poco del tofu. El tofu que estoy utilizando es extra firme. Uso este porque me parece que asemeja la textura del queso de hoja o queso de freír. Entonces, pero por ejemplo, el tofu que es un poco más suave se puede utilizar para hacer una imitación de huevos revueltos y tal. Entonces, ahora voy a proceder a buscar mi cucharita de medir. Esto es una cucharadita de té. Pero yo realmente trabajo al ojo por ciento, como buena dominicana. Yo voy a tomar un poco de ajo en polvo y le voy a poner a la cebolla. También le voy a poner un poquito de ajo en polvo al tofu. El tofu realmente se toma mucho o sea, cuesta un poco que agarre sabor. Entonces no tengan miedo de ponerle sazones porque realmente nunca se va a pasar de sabor. Las personas que ya han probado el tofu saben que realmente no agarra el sazón así tan fácil. Como me gusta el picante, voy a poner un poquito de chile en la cebolla. porque ya que no estamos utilizando mucha sal ni ingredientes químicos, hay que tratar de ayudarse con las especias. Aquí tengo el vinagre de sidra de manzana, que es muy importante que busquen el que diga with the mother o con la madre, porque eso se refiere a que ahí debajo van a ver que tiene como una, a este casi no se le nota, tiene como unas partículas debajo que indican que es el verdadero que debemos utilizar, es como un cultivo. Entonces, ahora vamos a echar un poquito del vinagre de sidra de manzana en la cebolla. Igual con esto no hay peligro de pasarse, nunca es suficiente y sabemos que eso se va a cocinar. Ahora voy a poner un poquito de pimienta negra. Los ingredientes que no le gusten no tienen que utilizarlos. Igual digo, como no estamos utilizando sal ni adobos artificiales, pues no está de más usar un poquito más de la cuenta de las especies para ayudarnos. Y ahí uno se da cuenta que realmente no se necesita tanto la sal. La sal es solo una de tantos perfiles de sabores que hay. Y tendemos a sobreutilizarlas porque no exploramos con otras especies. Mis manos están limpias, muy importante. Ok, entonces ahora dejamos esto reposar y esperamos por los plátanos. Vemos que ya los plátanos están hirviendo y para este próximo paso que vamos a hacer, les voy a confesar que tuve que llamar a mi mamá a Santo Domingo porque el paso que vamos a hacer yo sé que se hace y sé que es importante, pero no sabía por qué. Entonces tuve que preguntarle para poder explicarles a ustedes. Ahora vamos. Una vez que los plátanos tienen unos cuantos minutos hirviendo, no sé si otras culturas hacen esto, pero los dominicanos juramos por este truco. Y es que usamos un poco de agua a temperatura ambiente y se lo echamos a los plátanos. A esto le decimos hay que asustar el plátano. Esto hace que el plátano, la función que tiene es que el plátano va a dejar de hervir por un momento y va a empezar el proceso de cocción una vez más desde cero. Eso tiene dos ventajas. Número uno, le da un color más bonito y número dos, hace que el víver esté más suave a la hora de hacer el puré cuando lo vayamos a comer. Ok, entonces ya los plátanos terminaron de hervir, yo saqué el ajo, aquí quedó un poquito, vamos a retirarlo. Si quieren lo pueden majar con un poquito del ajo adentro, si les gusta mucho. Y aquí al lado les quiero mostrar que tengo dos aguas diferentes. Yo reservé un poquito del agua en la que el plátano hirvió, por si lo necesito para suavizar el mangú. Y por otro lado, esta agua yo la había puesto en el freezer, porque una vez que terminamos de majar, con el agua caliente, le echamos un chorrito de agua fría y por alguna razón misteriosa, química, eso hace que el mangú se mantenga suavecito sin necesidad de usar aceite, ni mantequilla, ni nada. Entonces nada, empiezo a majar y hablamos en un rato. También les quería mostrar que por aquí ya puse a calentar las dos sartenes antiadherentes. Aquí voy a cocinar el tofu y aquí la cebolla. Luego les voy a explicar por qué los puse a calentar tan temprano. Aquí les voy mostrando cómo va el mangú. Miren, está calientico, está echando humo para que se vayan emocionando. Pero ahora lo que vamos a trabajar es con el tofu y con la cebolla. Yo calenté muy bien las sartenes antiadherentes para que, como vamos a estar cocinando sin aceite, lo que vamos a estar friendo no se pegue a la sartén. Ese es el primer y más importante truco. Entonces, aparte de eso, muy importante es que estoy utilizando este instrumento no en su manera que regularmente lo encontramos, que es de metal, sino con una cobertura como de silicona. Y eso ayuda a mantener el material que hace que tu sartén sea antiadherente para que te dure más tiempo sin dañarse. Mientras que esto se va tostando bien de un lado, yo voy a entonces a proceder a echar la cebolla con todo y los ingredientes. Primero la voy a echar separado y luego que se cueza un poco, le voy a echar por encima el caldito que tiene. Miren, quería mostrarles acerca del tofu. Primero que nada, yo lo dejo su tiempo, que se tome su tiempo porque no estamos trabajando con aceite. Cuando yo veo que los bordes ya se ven tostaditos, ahí es cuando yo intento ver si él quiere voltearse. Si todavía está muy crudo, se vuelve como un desastre y se desbarata. Entonces yo dejo que se tueste, así como está este, y le doy la vuelta. La cebolla ahí se va haciendo su proceso. Seguimos volteando el tofu. Y les quería mostrar que encontré otro vinagre del que les había dicho, aquí sí se puede ver que abajo tiene unos residuos y este es el que debemos procurar en las tiendas. Aquí les muestro que ya el mangú, el tofu y el aguacate están servidos. Voy a tomar mi cebollita y voy a hacer una decoración ahí para que se vea bonito. Como les dije, a mí me gusta mucho la cebolla y de lo que la alimentación a base de plantas me dice que puedo comer sin remordimiento, pues yo me lo como. Le voy a echar el caldito de la cebolla al mangú por encima. Esto es opcional, no hay que hacerlo, eso depende como le guste a cada persona. Y también quería recordarles acerca de la sal negra. Yo voy a utilizar un poquitito, esto es 1/4 de cucharada y miren, es solo en el fondo un poquito. A mí me gusta usar este truco porque la sal negra tiene la particularidad de que recuerda un poco al sabor del huevo. Entonces sabemos que los huevos son una parte esencial de los 3 golpes. Y obviamente no puede faltar un cafecito con leche de avena y la nuez moscada por encima. Este cafecito lo endulcé con mi sirope de dátiles, por si les gusta un toquecito dulce. Y aquí está el producto final. A disfrutar de desayuno, de almuerzo, de cena, como más lo prefieran.
Ay, qué hambre. Más a esta hora, esa demostración culinaria de Laura, nuestra organizadora latina, estuvo deliciosa. Como pueden ver, este es un platillo totalmente típico de la República Dominicana, los 3 golpes, y está hecho 100% a base de plantas. Entonces, es completamente saludable y súper rico. Vamos a luego hablar un poquito más de cocinar sin aceite, pero antes quiero compartirles el testimonio pues de la voz de esta persona que escucharon. Ella es Laura Moya, es de la República Dominicana, pero es organizadora para la comunidad latina de PlantPure en Metro New York. Y a continuación ella nos comparte cómo fue su experiencia como latina transicionando a una nutrición a base de plantas. Vamos a escucharla.
Hola, yo soy Laura y practico el estilo de vida y alimentación plant-based, alimentación a base de plantas. Empecé a ver información acerca de cómo los animales que nosotros comemos son tratados y también por el impacto que tiene en el medio ambiente, pero realmente no prestaba mucha atención a lo que eso significaba para mi salud. Cuando yo dejé de consumir productos animales, mi dieta consistía básicamente en cosas para tapar ese hoyo que dejó la falta de carne en mi vida. Entonces lo que yo hacía era que consumía mucha pasta, mucho pan, cosas que realmente no me nutrían, porque si se trata de ser vegetariano, pues como siempre nosotras decimos, las Oreo, galletitas Oreo son vegetarianas, pero realmente no nos aportan ningún valor nutricional. Luego tuve un problema de salud. Me encontraron que en los senos tenía unos quistes. Y la doctora en ese momento me dijo, solo vamos a observar, no vamos a hacer ningún tratamiento, vamos a observar. Pero ya yo había visto el documental que se llama Forks Over Knives, donde te enseñan de que a través del consumo de lácteos tú puedes provocar mayor probabilidad de cáncer. Entonces ahí fue donde realmente me enfoqué en la nutrición positiva a base de plantas y abandoné totalmente el queso, que ya era lo último que me faltaba, el queso y los lácteos. Cuando regresé donde la doctora al tiempo, los quistes estaban completamente desaparecidos. Yo realmente no me cansaba, dormía muy bien, podía ejercitarme en el gimnasio, mi fatiga crónica estaba muy controlada. Y yo tomé esa decisión de vivir así completamente por el resto de mi vida. Luego, en el 2014, yo me mudé a la ciudad de Nueva York. Yo antes vivía en la República Dominicana. Cuando pasé por mi proceso de migración, fue muy traumático para mí todos los cambios. Aparte de que en la ciudad de Nueva York aparece tanta comida de tantos lugares del mundo, que para mí fue muy difícil. Aumenté de peso tremendamente, mi colesterol estaba por las nubes, mi fatiga era tremenda. Y cuando iba al doctor, el doctor me ofrecía medicamentos para el colesterol. Y yo no quería porque yo sabía cómo controlarlo, pero no encontraba el camino de cómo regresar a lo que yo necesitaba. Y fue ahí cuando encontré a PlantPure Metro New York. Volví a empezar mi alimentación a base de plantas en el año 2020, que fue cuando más lo necesité. Puedo decirles que mi salud está mejor que nunca, me siento óptimamente bien y no les voy a negar que todavía siento mucho deseo de comer comida dominicana porque eso está en mi sangre, pero poco a poco yo he ido adaptando.
Bueno, volvemos por acá. Siempre muy poderoso escuchar el testimonio de alguien latino que nos entiende la manera en la que hemos venido comiendo y cómo podemos transicionar. Pues como ven, no es un proceso completamente limpio, pero sin embargo podemos encontrar nuestro camino y PlantPure Metro New York para la comunidad latina ha sido este gran apoyo para ayudarnos a transicionar a una vida más saludable. Hablando de un poco de salud, pues tanto mi persona como Bryant seguimos una alimentación donde no utilizamos aceite para cocinar y como podían ver el video de Laura. Entonces, específicamente ahora queremos compartirles un video donde Aifra Ruiz, que también es organizadora de la comunidad latina y también dominicana, nos comparte unos tips muy valiosos para cocinar sin aceite. Vamos a verlo.
Hola, voy a enseñarte a cocinar sin aceites. Para hacer la demostración voy a usar esta cebolla que piqué, pero puedes usar cualquier vegetal, cualquier cosa que quieras cocinar y que normalmente le echarías aceite, ya sea para hornear, para sofreír, para rostizar, o sea que vamos a darle los truquitos. Entonces voy a poner mi sartén, míralo aquí. Estoy usando este tipo de sartén, pero puedes usar acero inoxidable, cerámica. Entonces lo voy a prender, mi hornilla, y voy a dejar esto calentándose. Eso creo que es una de las partes clave, dejar el caldero a que se caliente bien. Entonces, a lo que eso está calentando, yo piqué mis cebollas y para sustituir el aceite vamos a usar caldo de vegetal. Puede ser vinagre de sidra de manzana, puede ser vinagre de vino rojo o agua. También si sabes hacer caldo vegetal casero, puedes usarlo. Entonces yo voy a esperar que esto esté bien caliente y cuando esté bien caliente le voy a añadir la cebolla. Lo primero que puedes hacer es, miren cómo está sonando. Si veo que se empieza a pegar, si veo que se empieza a pegar, entonces busco agua. Voy a buscar agua y le echo un chorrito. Ustedes vieron, fue un chorrito de agua. Entonces ahí ya mi cebolla se va cocinando. Mientras tenga esa agua se va cocinando. Si veo que se seca y necesita más tiempo de cocción, entonces le vuelvo a echar otro poquitín de agua. La otra forma es con el caldo de vegetales. Vamos a suponer, tengo mi cebolla, se está cocinando, veo que se está pegando. No necesariamente tiene que ser cebolla, ahí puede haber cualquier otro tipo de vegetal. Brócoli, coliflor, pimientos, repollo, o sea, cualquier vegetal que vayas a cocinar o cualquier comida que estés cocinando, inclusive hasta el arroz, cuando voy a hacer arroz. Entonces vamos a hacer ahora con el caldo de vegetales. Esta es mi marca favorita. Entonces le voy a echar aquí, ¿ven? Un chorrito. Entonces eso va a ir cocinando el vegetal que tenga aquí. Y miren qué bonitas se van viendo. Ok. Entonces, si quiero otra forma de sustituir el aceite es usando vinagre de sidra de manzana y con cebolla pega fenomenal. Si vas a hacer algún tipo de sofrito, cebolla, ajíes con ajíes verdes con ajo. Me encanta echarle un poquito de vinagre de sidra de manzana y como ven es un chorrito, no es mucho, simplemente para que se vaya cocinando. Ay, huele rico. Y la última opción es usar el vino, vinagre de vino rojo. Lo uso mucho si voy a hacer cebolla encurtido, entonces también lo mismo, un chorrito, y eso ayuda a que no se me peguen mis cebollas o mis vegetales del caldero. Ahí ya lo dejo cocinar hasta que yo tenga la textura o la consistencia o hasta que yo vea que ya esté listo para comer. Entonces esas son las ideas. Los líquidos, como pueden ver, vinagre de vino rojo, vinagre de sidra de manzana, caldo de vegetales y agua. Y otra cosa, si vamos a hornear, entonces yo utilizo este tipo de material. Son de silicón. Este es el que utilizo para hacer cupcake, pero también hay unos que no tienen los hoyitos, sino que es plano, que ahí pueden usarlo para poner los vegetales y lo van a meter al horno. Yo espero que esto le haya sido útil. Ahí están mis cebollas que ya están listas y nos las vamos a comer con pan con aguacate. Así que nada, yo espero que esto le haya sido útil y bye.
Bueno, me encantan los tips de Aifra para no cocinar con aceite. Como pueden ver, si bien dejamos de lado el aceite, que estamos acostumbrados a ese sabor, pero incorporamos otros sabores deliciosos y podemos siempre seguir comiendo nuestros platillos favoritos. Ahora también nos acompaña Bryant y Stephanie, que también son latinos y parte de la comunidad latina para PlantPure Metro New York. Voy a cederles la palabra para que nos compartan cómo ellos decidieron adoptar una alimentación plant-based y cuáles son sus mejores tips como latinos para mantenerla.
Sí, hola, yo soy Stephanie, soy organizadora de PlantPure Metro New York y bueno, antes de comer más a base de plantas, fui vegetariana y eso empezó más por eso de los animales, pero ahora también vi todos los beneficios que tiene para el ambiente y para nuestra salud. Bueno, la comida latinx es en esencia a base de plantas. Yo soy de origen mexicano y los nopales, el guacamole y hasta cosas que no siempre son a base de plantas, las tostadas, los chilaquiles, todo eso se puede hacer vegano a base de plantas y igual muy rico. Entonces yo sugiero que empiecen por allá, que mucha de la comida que consumimos ya se puede hacer a base de plantas o ya lo es. No forcen a nadie, pero bueno, al ver cómo ustedes comen y cómo cocinan, estoy segura que los demás también se van a inspirar. We can.
Perdón, estaba en mudo. Bueno, yo quería decirles que como futuro médico siempre me gusta mantener el aspecto de la salud para mantenerme motivado con este estilo de vida. Y este es un consejo que puede cambiar como uno piensa de la comida. De simple calorías realmente medicinales. Cuando uno lleva este estilo de vida a base de plantas, están nutriendo su cuerpo con una increíble variedad de alimentos ricos en fitonutrientes, antioxidantes, vitaminas, minerales, fibra, agua, etc. Entonces, estos componentes nos permiten prevenir y revertir enfermedades y estar saludables y vivir una larga vida. Entonces es muy importante siempre tener todo esto en cuenta y experimentar con diferentes variedades de alimentos y formas de prepararlas. Y la planificación y preparación de las comidas son muy importantes. Pero no las vea como una tarea, diviértese haciéndolo todas estas comidas.
Gracias, chicos. Gracias por esos consejos fabulosos. Vamos a seguir esta conversación de cómo nuestros orígenes son basados en plantas como latinos. Y para el siguiente segmento me complace presentar a nuestra invitada especial, la doctora Ana Negrón. Ella es nacida y criada en Puerto Rico. Es una médico de familia bilingüe, conferencista de temas de nutrición y salud. La doctora Negrón es asesora médica para el Comité de Médicos para una Medicina Responsable y profesora para Crave Family Practice. Es oradora para la American Vegan Society y miembro de la Junta Directiva Casa Vegana de la Comunidad y del Centro de Estudios de Nutrición T. Colin Campbell. En sus consultas médicas, la doctora Negrón ayuda a los pacientes a hacer la transición a una alimentación a base de plantas integrales para reducir la inflamación y la necesidad de tomar muchos medicamentos. Ella es vegana desde hace más de 30 años y busca empoderarnos como latinos, no solo para recuperar nuestra salud, sino recuperarla volviendo a nuestras raíces. Un placer tenerla acá con nosotros, doctora Ana Negrón. Le cedo la palabra a esta maravillosa conversación.
Muchísimas gracias. No saben el placer que tengo estar rodeada de tanta juventud y de tanta juventud pues inspirada, inspiradora y que han visto la luz tan temprano. Porque sí, llevo 33 años en este viaje de plantas. Eso quiere decir que tengo 74 años. Y esto es lo que sucede cuando uno está en esto por mucho tiempo, que empieza a participar de muchas iniciativas bellas. Y pues eso que acabas de leer me llena de satisfacción y de placer el corazón.
Gracias, doctora, bienvenida. Bueno, yo de mi parte estoy muy feliz de tenerla acá porque creo que en mucho de la comunidad latina, mis padres, por ejemplo, mis tíos, son personas que han crecido con una idea bastante diferente de la nutrición y cuando escuchan esta nueva conversación de una dieta a base de plantas, pues se asustan. Y yo creo que verla a usted, verla tan joven, tan saludable, tan enérgica, pues es una prueba real de que no pasa nada, de que de hecho estamos más saludables que lo que podemos esperar estar a una edad de 70 años. Usted se ve realmente fabulosa, doctora.
Bueno, muchas gracias.
Sí, bueno, quería que nos hable un poquito de cómo es esta conversación de volver a nuestras raíces como latinos y cómo esto nos conecta con la alimentación a base de plantas.
Pues fíjate, Mare, me acabas de dar realmente el preámbulo a esta misma conversación, porque la generación que se asusta cuando escucha acerca de plantas y de que no carne, no pollo, leche, huevo, queso, ¿qué pasó? Lo que están es olvidándose de una generación atrás, que lo que comía era de las raíces de la tierra, que lo que comía era hierbas, granos, frijoles, arroz, calabaza, malanga, plátanos, ¿no? Sí. Y lo que tenemos es que simplemente escarbar un poquito atrás y ver que este periodo quizás de 50, 70, 80 años ha sido un periodo en el que la industria se ha apoderado de nuestra comida, porque no se ha apoderado de nuestra alimentación. Estamos muy mal alimentados. El problema más grande que tengo yo como doctora es que la salud latina está en muy malas condiciones y no lo tiene que estar. Escuchándolos a ustedes, tenemos la respuesta ahí, en la palma de la mano.
Claro, correcto. Bueno, yo como salvadoreña, esto que dice doctora, pues me recuerda pues la mayoría de los platos salvadoreños están basados en el maíz, totalmente en el maíz y en las habichuelas o frijoles, como los conozcan por acá. Sí es cierto que van a tener algún componente de carne, pero totalmente lo que nos dice es, bueno, mis abuelos lo que comían más era maíz con habichuelas, la mayoría del tiempo. Entonces, creo que como dices, nos olvidamos que la industria se ha apoderado de nuestra, lo que sí se puede llamar alimento. Y bueno, quiero pasarle la palabra a Brian, a ver si como pues él es un futuro médico latino, a ver cómo conecta esta situación con ya una doctora tan experimentada como usted. No sé si tienes una pregunta, Brian, como de médico a médico, que nos quieras compartir.
Sí, bueno, gracias por venir, doctora. Quiero que si usted ve en la comunidad de médicos, ¿verdad? Este movimiento a base de plantas en sus colegas, y cómo usted habla de esto con ellos.
Pues tengo que separar, hay un grupo que está realmente envuelto en esto, y con lo que me siento que soy familia. Y hay otros que, como hablaba Mare, dicen que eso es extremo, eso es extraño, yo no sé de eso. Así que tengo colegas que están muy al presente y hay otros que no han escuchado ni de lo que estamos hablando y que me frustran sobremanera. ¿Cómo hablo con ellos? Bueno, pues con mucho cuidado, porque los que estamos realmente progresando en esta alimentación basada en plantas, estamos viendo que nuestros pacientes están mejorando, están dando un paso gigante, dejando medicamentos atrás, cobrando energía, como nos han hablado ya Laura y Stephanie, que lo que estamos haciendo es regresando a la salud. Pero los médicos que están pues encajados, ¿no?, en la medicina tradicional de síntoma y píldora, estos tienen una maquinaria ya muy bien aceitada y es muy difícil sacarlos de ahí.
Sí, creo que una de las herramientas muy importantes para este movimiento es que las escuelas de medicina tengan el currículo de nutrición a base de plantas. Y estamos viendo que de poco a poco se está mejorando, pero todavía va a coger mucho tiempo.
Muy buena observación, fíjate, porque si los solicitantes, ¿no?, los estudiantes que quieren entrar a escuelas de medicina, en lugar de ser solamente entrevistados, entrevistan a la escuela y les preguntan, ¿cómo es que ustedes bregan con el currículo de nutrición? Y ellos dicen, currículo de nutrición, nosotros no tenemos nada de eso. Los pone a pensar que van a perder candidatos excelentes que realmente podrían beneficiarlos como futuros médicos, colegas y profesores. Así que va a ser de abajo para arriba, de arriba para abajo, de los lados, de todas partes. Los pacientes están educando a los médicos, los estudiantes están educando a sus escuelas de medicina. Tenemos que, esto es una revolución, tenemos todos que tomar nuestro rol.
Exacto.
Sí, y así es en unos lugares. La escuela de medicina, tengo amigos que están en University of Maryland, que eso sí les da demos de cocina. Y hay hospitales que, por ejemplo, el centro de Memorial Sloan Kettering Cancer Center, que tiene sus demos a base de plantas, que a veces no pueden curar desafortunadamente lo que hay, pero pueden ayudar a vivir unos años más.
Y me alegro que digas esto, pero fíjate, hay cosas que creíamos que no se podía y lo que hay que hacer es probar, porque lo que estás hablando es de cáncer, pero estamos hablando también de diálisis renal, de fallo renal. estamos hablando de muchas condiciones que creíamos que eran lo que se llama irreversibles, o sea, que no tenían palanca de reversa, pero que una alimentación basada en plantas han sorprendido al más escéptico.
Oh, sí, eso sí. Por ejemplo, sí, como dije, el cáncer es maybe algo diferente que... pero la diabetes, que el diálisis, todo eso, el colesterol, eso se ha beneficiado mucho, mucho, mucho por eso. Y es impresionante.
Sí, y yo quería agregar que como, bueno, viniendo de un país latino, sé que sí consumimos pues productos animales cuando vivimos ahí, pero algo que pasaba mucho, y no sé si pues Brian y la doctora pueden ver cuando hacen consulta, es cuando los latinos también empezamos a crecer acá en Estados Unidos o a empezar a adoptar la alimentación estadounidense. Bueno, yo tengo muchos conocidos que se han puesto muy pasados de peso y están empezando a padecer muchas enfermedades crónicas, gente de mi edad, que pues es increíble ver eso, y cuando yo converso con ellos de cómo una alimentación a base de plantas puede ayudarles, siempre, bueno, los más jóvenes escuchan un poco, pero es increíble el cambio de alimentación que los latinos tenemos al venir acá y cómo afecta mucho más nuestra salud con los alimentos procesados y los alimentos animales.
Debemos recordar una cosa, que aquí no había vacas en las Américas. Las vacas vinieron con los conquistadores. Las gallinas vinieron cientos de años antes del Asia. O sea que nosotros estamos comiendo comida que no es natural para nuestra especie y menos para nuestra cultura, para nuestro modo de vida. Que una forma pues negativa en que hemos visto el arroz con habichuelas, que es yo soy de Puerto Rico, ¿no? Pero todo, las viandas, los frijoles, las verduras, es que eso es comida de pobre. Y que cuando venimos a este país de la abundancia, lo que hay que comer es la comida de rico. Y comida de rico es pues lo que se puede costear, ¿no? Y como se ofrece barato y 2 por 1, la carne, pollo, leche, huevo, queso, hay un cambio antes de un cambio en comportamiento, hay casi un cambio de actitud. Y esto lo tenemos que realmente afrontar de lleno, porque la comida a base de plantas no es que sea de pobre, es la comida que nos sirve mejor, es la comida que confiere más años sin incapacidad. Si conocemos sitios como Nicoya, Costa Rica, como Okinawa, el Japón, como Loma Linda, California, estos son sitios donde la gente lo que mayormente come son plantas, caminan todo el tiempo, duermen muy bien, no se estresan tóxicamente y pertenecen a comunidad. Esos son pilares de la salud que debemos de recordar y de nutrir.
Claro, que son todos pilares que cuando los menciona, doctora, pues yo me acuerdo de mis antepasados mayas, es todo lo que ellos hacían, y qué fuerte mencionar cómo pues la conquista nos cambió esa mentalidad a algo que no es real, porque cuando uno empieza a aprender de vuelta de su cultura maya y la ve de manera diferente, esa conexión que ellos tenían con la naturaleza, ese respeto que tenían con la madre tierra y cómo había una relación de subsistencia con la madre tierra, y ahora, qué triste ahora verlo como comida de pobre, como usted dice, ¿no? Yo tengo muchas conversaciones con mi papá como, ¿qué como? Y yo, bueno, tortillas de maíz con habichuelas y ya, ¿no? Sencillo, pero muy poderoso y natural.
Así es, y me alegro muchísimo haber venido después de estas demostraciones culinarias, porque donde nos quedamos atascados es, ok, mi mente entiende, pero ahora ¿cómo lo hago? Y yo creo que esto es lo que tenemos que elevar la práctica en la cocina como un laboratorio, porque yo no creo que debemos, ni podemos, ni quisiéramos cambiar nuestro sabor, nuestro paladar, nuestros platos típicos Lo que queremos es quitar los productos nocivos y reemplazarlo por algo de plantas delicioso. Lo que le da sabor a la comida son las especias, los vegetales, las frutas.
Sí, y creo que
Perdón.
Sí, perdón, creo que la educación sobre todo esto, ¿verdad? Es una gran parte, pero también, como usted dijo, la práctica, la estrategia, ¿verdad? Por eso es súper importante tener un equipo de doctores y equipos de coaches, de entrenadores de nutrición que ayudan a los pacientes a hacer estos cambios.
Fíjense, yo empecé a hacer esto solita hace ¿cuántos años? En el 2003. Yo empecé a cocinar con mis pacientes.
Wow.
Una vez al mes, cada cual tenía su tabla de picar, su cuchillo, y cocinábamos juntos. No era una demostración de cocina. Todo el mundo tenía que picar la calabaza, oler el cilantro, que le chorreara el zumo del limón o de la naranja en los ojos, porque si tú no tienes una relación íntima con la comida, siempre va a ser alguien, otro lo tiene que hacer por mí. Así que el cocinar juntos, y eso lo he seguido haciendo estos últimos 2 años de la pandemia, lo he seguido haciendo, o sea que esto es sin interrupción desde el 2003. Antes de que todos ustedes empezaran a ayudarme y ayudarnos con demostraciones y todo esto, ¿no? Así que ahora lo que hacemos es que lo hacemos pues por Zoom, ¿no? Por video.
Wow, me encanta, doctora. Qué belleza, porque también, bueno, tenemos a Stephanie cocina con su mamá, son unas cocineras maravillosas de comida mexicana plant-based deliciosa, y eso es algo que yo les admiraba, porque les decía, qué lindo cómo se reúnen como mamá e hija a compartir ese momento de cómo partir las especies, cómo huelerlas, cómo aplicarlas, y es muy poderoso esa conexión, porque si no te encuentras con el obstáculo de ¿y cómo hago? Y si no, o sea, y ya con la facilidad de entonces mejor voy y compro algo que es comida rápida. Entonces nos hemos también olvidado de esa conexión linda a la hora de cocinar. Cómo cocinar puede ser algo, como decían usted y Brian, un laboratorio, un espacio de creatividad, una conexión de vuelta a nuestra salud, y es algo que pues creo que debemos recuperar, no solo como latinos, sino pues como ser humanos en este mundo que ahora es tan rápido, pero realmente hay espacio para hacer esto y es realmente importante. Nos vamos como acercando un poco al cierre de este segmento, pero quería nada más, doctora, que nos dejara con un pensamiento fuerte o un tip válido para cómo como latinos podemos volver a nuestras raíces y recuperar nuestra salud con una alimentación a base de plantas. ¿Cuál es su mejor consejo?
Bueno, voy a decir una cosa, que no es solamente conexión madre-hija cocina, sino padre-hijo cocina. O sea, los hombres nos tenemos que incluir todos, porque todos saboreamos. Y el que consume tiene que ser también un agente de cambio, porque si el que consume no ha probado nada diferente, no ha tenido una mano en la cocina, estamos perdiendo el 50% de la capacidad de este cambio importante. Número 2, bueno, pues que como latinos, recordarnos que al venir a este país, Estados Unidos, hemos dejado mucho atrás y no tenemos que dejarlo atrás. No podemos, lo llevábamos en una mochila, sino una de verdad, una mochila espiritual, una mochila en el corazón, y volver otra vez a abrir esa mochila, a ver qué es lo que nos hace falta, qué es lo que podemos compartir en este país que necesita tanto de nuestra participación para recobrar pues la raíz. Nos han cortado de raíz, pero se quedaron las raícitas, así que las podemos otra vez reinjertar.
Totalmente. Qué
Y es
lindo.
así. Y bueno, nosotros también, no es solamente como dice usted, madre, hija. Mi papá, mi hermana, aquí vivo con una amiga, hacemos esto, es un momento para disfrutar el cocinar para todos nosotros.
Qué lindo, muchas gracias Stephanie, muchas gracias doctora Negrón. Hay una pregunta en el chat antes que nos vayamos, para pues quien quiera participar, nos dicen, en la cultura peruana por lo menos, aunque yo creo que es en toda cultura latina, es un gran insulto no comer la comida que se nos ofrece o que se nos cocina con amor, pues, aunque ya hayamos explicado que no comemos carne o que ya comimos y queremos pues navegar esta situación, ¿cuál es el mejor tip que nos pueden dar para mejorar esta situación que es muy común en nuestra cultura latina?
Yo empiezo con un abrazo y decir, qué lindo que me quieres celebrar con comida típica de tu país, con comida típica, porque yo sé que nosotros celebramos todo con comida. O sea, y hacer eso como una apertura, ¿no? Porque es leer entre líneas. Es verdad que es un desprecio si se toma superficialmente, pero si lo leemos entre líneas, realmente es una oferta de amor. Sí. Y pues, pero cuando uno aprende algo más, pues quizás lo puede mejorar.
Claro.
Sí, y creo que también esa es una oportunidad para decirles a los demás lo que uno está haciendo para su salud. Y, maybe algunos de ellos después van a preguntar más y se van a involucrar más con este estilo de vida también.
Yo sé que tenemos nada de tiempo, pero no es solamente mi salud, es el planeta, es mi alma, porque una cultura que se basa en la matanza de cientos de miles de animales no puede ser buena para nuestra supervivencia. O sea que no tengamos miedo de abrir el tema, porque todo el mundo entra a este mundo de plantas por una puerta diferente. Y si no te entra por la salud, te entra por el medio ambiente, te entra por los animales, te entra por algún lado.
Claro, yo me uno a ese consejo. Yo habré entrado por salud, pero al final es la salud del planeta, la salud de los animales, es todo un círculo grande, enorme, y creo que es muy lindo entrar desde el punto de vista del amor. Y yo también le diría a Nicole que lo primero que puedes hacer es agradecer grandemente por ese platillo que te prepararon y aprender a decir no con mucho amor y con mucho respeto es importante. Bueno, muchísimas gracias, doctora Negrón. Fue un placer tenerla con nosotros en esta conversación. Gracias, chicos. Vamos a pasar ahora a nuestra siguiente sección, que es básicamente, pues, queremos escuchar de parte de Bryant y de Stephanie cuáles son sus, por qué deberíamos, pues, de donar a PlantPure Metro New York y apoyar a esta organización como latinos, como personas.
Sí, bueno, creo que uno debe donar porque esta organización ofrece recursos y información increíbles que ayudan a la comunidad a hacerse cargo de su salud y de una manera muy, muy práctica y poderosa.
Sí, y bueno, yo creo que es importante donar porque es algo que está empezando, es una organización que está apenas comenzando y está ayudando mucho a comunidades que están a alto riesgo de enfermedades crónicas que se pueden revertir muy fácilmente o por lo menos mejorar con este cambio. Entonces, no vale la pena darles esa oportunidad y esta organización ayuda con eso.
Muchísimas gracias, chicos. Pues antes de irnos, queremos compartirles, pues como estuvimos viendo con la doctora Ann Negrón y con Brian y con Stephanie, esta es una alimentación que nos ayuda a alejarnos de las enfermedades crónicas, a reconectar con nuestra salud, la salud del planeta. Nosotros como PlantPure Metro New York hacemos unos retos de 10 días en los que las personas pueden comer 100% a base de plantas. Los guiamos en este proceso que es una transición y queremos compartirles el testimonio de una de estas personas, cómo se sintió, cómo vivió esta experiencia, pues para que escuchen de primera mano cómo un latino puede beneficiarse de esta alimentación. Escuchemos ahora a Pamela.
Hola, mi nombre es Pamela García, soy dominicana y tengo 32 años. Fui una de las participantes del Jumpstart de 10 días, el cual me encantó. Fue como un empujón, el empujoncito que me hacía falta para iniciar algo diferente en mi vida. Al principio no estaba de acuerdo con hacerlo, no sé si un poquito bloqueada, un poquito de miedo, por empezar a comer solamente plantas. Yo decía, ¿de dónde voy a sacar las proteínas? Pero fue algo bien interesante, me encantó tanto que todavía sigo con mi plant-based y es algo que se lo recomiendo a todo el mundo, es intentar probar algo diferente, hacer cosas nuevas en la cocina. Y nada, ha cambiado mucho en nosotros en sí, tanto bajo nuestro colesterol. Sí me consideraba alguien sumamente saludable, pero me di cuenta que con el poquito tiempo de 10 días, el colesterol mío bajó, el de mi madre bajó bastante, y ella no es una persona de que gordita ni nada por el estilo, y ella ha cambiado incluso en su artritis, que ella tiene problemas con los huesos, ella se le ha visto bastante el cambio. Yo que hago mucho ejercicio, he visto la energía que tengo. No es que estoy falta de comida, estoy falta de proteínas, sino que estoy comiendo mis porciones correctas. Y ha sido un cambio sumamente interesante y nos ha gustado bastante.
Bueno, muchísimas gracias a Pamela por compartir su testimonio. Pues como pueden ver, sí podrá ser un cambio que nos asuste un poco, pero definitivamente podemos seguir manteniendo y reforzando nuestra herencia latina al conectarnos pues con nuestra salud y la salud de las plantas. Me quiero unir a Brian y Stephanie para pedirles de todo corazón pues que consideren donar a PlantPure Metro New York, porque esta es una comunidad donde, como pueden ver, encontramos soporte, educación y apoyo para poder conectarnos con nuestra salud como latinos, y nos ayudan pues a encontrar nuestro camino, como pueden haber visto en los diferentes testimonios. Mientras participas acá en el Plantathon, como les mencionaba, consideren hacer una donación para apoyarnos. Pueden hacerlo a través de mensaje de texto por nuestra página web, por mensaje de texto por nuestra página web, que es Give Lively, o en nuestro sitio web. Los enlaces están siendo compartidos en el chat. Sigan simplemente pues las instrucciones. Les pedimos de todo corazón que sean generosos. Estas donaciones finales serán igualadas dólar a dólar por parte de un donante anónimo, y vamos a llegar hasta los $25,000 con este dólar a dólar de parte del donante. Todos aquellos que donen hoy, en cualquier cantidad que puedan, participarán en rifas para la oportunidad de premios fabulosos. Si quieren aprender más sobre estos premios y las reglas oficiales para participar en la rifa, pueden encontrarlos en el enlace de los comentarios. Si acaso pues no tienen los medios para donar, también pueden igual participar en la rifa de los premios siguiendo las indicaciones del enlace. Estaremos haciendo la rifa mañana y anunciando los ganadores el jueves. De parte de mi persona y de Brian, Stephanie y la doctora Negrón, pues ha sido un placer tenerlos en la sección latina para PlantPure Metro New York, participando en este Plantathon. Y esperamos pues seguir celebrando esta salud de las plantas todos juntos. Hasta la próxima. Chao y muchas gracias.
Hola, buenas tardes. Mi nombre es Magali Herrera. Les quiero comentar un poco de mi participación en el programa de Comiendo Saludable a base de plantas. Para mí fue una experiencia muy bonita. Me gustó bastante porque yo tenía unas expectativas muy diferentes a lo que estamos acostumbrados acerca de las dietas. Me quedé muy convencida, quedé muy satisfecha con el programa porque prácticamente uno no se queda ni con hambre, Es como cuando uno come en nuestros países a base de vegetales, a base de frutas, porque pues para la carne es más difícil, entonces ayuda mucho en este programa para principalmente nuestro cuerpo que esté saludable, también bajas de peso, que es algo muy bueno para mí en lo particular, fue algo muy bueno, bajé de peso, me sentí mejor. Cuando comía mucha carne, al día siguiente sentías un malestar, como que, bueno, a mí me da como náuseas en la mañana, y ahorita en este proceso nuevo de que estoy comiendo más saludable, más con vegetales, plantas, granos, me ha ayudado bastante. Yo me quedo satisfecha, no me quedo con hambre. Prácticamente, pues en sí parece una dieta, pero tú no la sientes como una dieta porque pues la dieta se siente más saturada, te da hambre, no te quedas satisfecha. Y pues la verdad yo quedé muy contenta, me ayudó bastante en mi salud principalmente, que yo me sentía con sobrepeso, bajé 10 libras, para mí fue algo sorprendente porque yo comía normal, no dejé nada de comer, y fue una experiencia muy bonita, muy agradable. Entonces pues yo les recomiendo mucho a ustedes que dejemos un poquito de comer las carnes, de bajarle al azúcar, de no comer tanto aceite, sal, todo eso prácticamente lo que nos dejan saber para dejar de comer un poco. Yo la verdad lo eliminé por esas semanas bastante y me gustó mucho. Ahora mismo no estoy comiendo carne, entonces sigo bajando de peso y me siento mucho mejor. La verdad tenía muchas expectativas de que pues la dieta son pues más obligadas, te sientes cansada, no te llenas, no comes bien. Y yo la verdad estoy muy satisfecha con el programa y muy agradecida porque pues mi coach Mare me ayudó bastante y siempre estuvo al pendiente. Entonces yo creo que todas las personas que están en este programa nos han dejado prácticamente muy satisfechas a todos los que hemos participado, y pues nada, está muy bueno, me gustó. Gracias.
I had been suffering from a pericardial effusion, which is also called pericarditis, for 6 years. And it's the buildup of excess fluid in the pericardium. I decided to join PPMNY, their first jumpstart, and I followed this lifestyle religiously for the 3 weeks. And following the jumpstart, the pain disappeared and has never returned. Adopting a whole food, plant-based lifestyle is really the best thing you can do for your own health, for the health of your loved ones, for the health of the planet, and for future generations. There's a great quote in a book called Eating Animals by Jonathan Safran Foer, and it says, if nothing matters, there's nothing to save. And I think we all think that we matter, our loved ones matter, and the earth matters. And certainly they're worth saving.
Hey, Jim, you've got to unmute.
You know, you would think I've used technology before, right? You know, so.
Oh,
No. I'm just saying what an amazing community that we have. And from Pam's story to the hour that Mari hosted and Dr. Negrón, phenomenal, just phenomenal.
It feels really special to be part of this community and to just have obviously the diversity of voices and experiences and all the different ways that we can live a healthy plant-based lifestyle coming at us today.
Indeed. And if you're just joining us through 3 p.m. hour Eastern time, welcome to the fourth hour of the Plantathon, a Giving Tuesday live stream celebration of whole food, plant-based nutrition, and our local and global health movement, presented by us, Plant-Powered Metro New York. Today, we're bringing you a diverse collection of live interviews and videos that feature community and health leaders from grassroots to treetops discussing, I can't say the word treetops, discussing and demonstrating the power of plant-based nutrition. And please make sure you enter your information in chat, your questions in chat. Tell us who you are. Tell us what you're loving about the day. LeAnne, you got more to say, I'm sure of that, right?
Absolutely. So as you participate in Plantathon, please be sure to make a donation to support plant-powered Metro New York. It's so funny. I never thought I'd be running my own PBS like telethon, but here we are. You can give by text or at our website, and we'll put some links in the comments feed so you can follow those. And please be generous, as all of our year-end donations will be matched dollar for dollar by an anonymous donor up to $25,000 through the end of 2021. Also, if you donate today at any level, you will be entered to win one of our giveaway prizes, and you can learn more about those prizes and check out our official rules for more information, which we'll also link in the comments. And one of those is our brand new awesome bags. These tote bags, change your plate, transform your health. Take this, fill it up with produce, nice and big, and a hefty good cotton weave. You can win one of these in English or Spanish as one of our giveaway items. And we might have more for purchase later in the year. But here are all of our giveaways. And if you don't have the means to make a donation, you can also still enter to win. Just follow the link to the Plantathon rules and you'll find other ways to be a part of the drawing. And we'll draw those winners tomorrow and announce them on Thursday. So as you've heard, we've had a lot of wonderful sponsor features so far. We also have another sponsor this hour. Plantathon is sponsored in part by Fresh Medicine, a physician-led integrative health and wellness center located in New York City. FRESH is an acronym for the 5 ingredients in your recipe to health: food, relaxation, exercise, sleep, and happiness. I love that. Dr. Robert Graham and his wife, Julie, also have an online self-care university called FreshMedU. FreshMedU allows people to learn remotely on their own time using their intrinsic motivation to achieve their fresh goals and live healthier and happier lives. You can learn more at FreshMedNYC or follow them on social media at FreshMedNYC. And we've got a video to show you right now.
FreshMed is an integrative medicine practice that focuses on healing the whole person by combining conventional medicine, including medications, clinical nutrition, functional medicine, health coaching, and advanced and comprehensive testing. The FRESH model is an acronym for the 5 pillars of total well-being: food, relaxation, exercise, sleep, and happiness. Food. Food matters. It's the fuel for our bodies to live and thrive. Based on your own individual metabolic and lifestyle needs, the FRESH team will help you discover the foods that truly nourish you, one plate at a time. Relaxation. We live in a fast-paced world trying to keep up with the societal demands and expectations. The stress is killing us. The FRESH team will help you learn how to make meditations part of your daily routine to better manage your response to stress, one breath at a time. Exercise? Sitting is the new smoking. So get up and move. The FRESH team will help you set realistic fitness goals by finding things you enjoy, the key to long-lasting results, one step at a time. Sleep. Sleep is a medical necessity. Nobody can function without it. The FRESH team will help you take a closer look at the reasons why you may have trouble falling and staying asleep, and will help you get the Z's you need, one nap at a time. Happiness. Living with gratitude, meaning, and purpose enriches and improves our quality of life. Using the tools of positive psychology, the FRESH team will support and encourage you to focus on your strengths and pursue activities that truly make you happier, one smile at a time. The FRESH Med team is made up of an internal and integrative medicine specialist, Dr. Robert Graham, and certified holistic health coach, Julie Graham. Together, they've been able to transform people's lives by preserving health and reversing many chronic conditions and diseases through their scientifically backed, safe, effective, and personalized programs. If you are one of many people who have seen doctor after doctor compressed into a 7-minute visit and been told to take this pill, or if you're tired of having to only rely on medications or been told that there's nothing wrong with you, we can help you. Try a fresh approach and let us show you how you can regain control of your health and well-being.
Awesome. Thanks so much to Dr. Graham for sponsoring us. And we've got a lot of newcomers joining us now. Welcome, welcome. Please feel free to introduce yourselves and why you're here and what you hope to gain in the comments, wherever you are, whether you're on Facebook or YouTube.
And indeed, it's important for us to note that this entire hour is being sponsored by California Balsamic, and Thomas Allen will be with us shortly to talk about his product and also to referee, perhaps, or educate, whatever we're going to see at the bottom half of the hour with Chef AJ and Chef Carole.
Can't wait for that. All right, so next we're going to show you a little community video. As you've seen, a number of us have put together little streams from our own kitchens to yours. And next we have up Lori Pitkowski, who is our community support facilitator. Some of you who've participated in our nutrition support circles have met Lori and Denise every month for lots of insights and how to just get past those emotional hurdles of changing how we eat and maintaining them. She's a really skilled health coach and mentor, and here she is giving you her own Instant Pot demo.
Good morning, I'm Lori Pitkowski, and I am a community support facilitator for PPMNY. And I want to show you this morning how I use one of my favorite kitchen tools, which is the Instant Pot. I have a 6-quart, I've had it for a long time, and it gets lots and lots of use. And I am just going to make a very simple recipe. I'm making steel-cut oats with wild blueberries and cinnamon. So I start by putting in 4 cups of water to my Instant Pot. And I use very hot water because it speeds up the process a bit. So I will put that in first. And then I'm going to add in 2 cups of soy milk. You could use any plant-based milk. I like to get some soy for the isoflavones into my daily food intake. So this is a good place to do it. So this happens to be the Trader Joe organic soy milk, which I like because it only has, it has no additives in it. It just has soybeans, organic soybeans. So then I add in the 2 cups of soy milk. So now I'm going to put in my 2 cups of steel-cut oats. Second one. That in. And I like to add some Ceylon cinnamon, I think you pronounce it, because that has lots of good anti-inflammatory properties. So I add about a tablespoon of that to it. And then a little bit of vanilla. I happen to like this vanilla bean powder that I got on Amazon. And I put, this is a half tablespoon, and I'm putting about a half of a half tablespoon in there. I'm going to mix that all up quickly. Just like that, you put on your lid. It's important to make sure this piece inside the lid is firmly in. So I'm just checking mine quickly. It wasn't firmly in, but now it will be. This plastic ring. And this is really a very simple thing to use. It looks intimidating, but I promise it's not. So you put the top on, you hear the sound. You move it over like that. It looked like I fiddled a little bit, but it was just because there was a little steam left in there. Anyway, you'll see it now says off. I'm going to simply hit the manual button. It happened to go to 5 because that was the last setting. If it didn't, I would hit the plus or the minus to bring it there. And that's it. And you'll see it goes to on. When it's done, it goes to an L mode where it's L and a number. And I like the oats to sit a little bit, so I let them get to probably about L10 before I open it up. Oh, I should mention too The steam button here should be in the middle when you put it on, and then you'll release the steam by bringing it either to the left or to the right, and you'll see the steam will come out before you open this. It's really much simpler than it seems, and it is a wonderful tool to use. And afterwards, I will add in this bag of organic wild blueberries, and then let it sit for another few. I'll put the lid back on and let it sit for a few minutes. So I hope this was clear and helpful to you. If you have an Instant Pot that you find you just can't take out of the box, take it out of the box, and you could always reach out to me, and I would be happy to talk you through it. Stay well and have a happy and healthy day. Bye.
You're going to make me get one of those things after all, aren't you?
You know, they're really fun. And Lori and I have two different models, but they work very similarly. So it's great that you got to see both.
Cool. So as I said, the 3 o'clock hour is sponsored by California Balsamic. And why don't we just start this up? This hour being sponsored by Thomas Allen of California Balsamic, which custom infuses a wide variety of high quality dark and white balsamic vinegars. Their signature flavors use fresh ingredients and are designed to be used on any vegetable, salad, fruit, beans, rice, and potatoes, all gluten-free, sodium-free, processed sugar-free, and vegan-friendly. They produce 35 oil-free flavors and 10 flavors that are vinaigrettes. Without further ado, but with a lot of noise in the background, I'm going to welcome Thomas Allen. How are you, Thomas? Welcome.
Thank you for having me. This is a wonderful opportunity. And yeah, we're in an actual manufacturing facility at this moment. So we've got 3 people packing orders, and we're making our products in the kitchen in the back here. So we are slammed busy. It's holiday season.
I was going to say, this must be the busy time of year for you as well. We're busier than most, right?
We're always busy because the plant-based community is eating their vegetables and salads, breakfast, lunch, and dinner, and they're needing some high quality flavor to enjoy with it. And so we are busy all the time. But Chef AJ did her Small Business Sunday broadcast on Sunday morning, and so that generated lots of action. And then, of course, we'll be here today and tomorrow. We're introducing a brand new flavor tomorrow, so that's always exciting to do
Cool.
that.
Hopefully, we hear more about it, a sneak preview. But let's go back a bit, because I understand, and tell me if I'm wrong, that banana bread may be responsible for your amazing business. So can you tell us a story about California Balsamic and your involvement?
So 30 years ago, I was living in Japan, teaching American cuisine at the Osaka Culinary Academy. And the way I got that job was one of the Mrs. Yamasaki. She was helping me find part-time jobs teaching English at small companies around the Osaka area. And as a thank you gift, I made her a loaf of banana bread. Just because my grandmother taught me how to do that, when I was a little kid, been doing it my entire life, and thoroughly enjoyed it. So as a thank you gift, I gave her a loaf of banana bread that I had made, and she was so impressed with that she said, "Do you know how to cook, really?" And I said, "Well, I have a Betty Crocker cookbook, and I like to cook." And with that, she said, the manager at the Osaka Culinary Academy was looking for someone to teach American cuisine. Would I be interested in going to interview? And with that, I said, sure, why not? So I went with Mrs. Yamasaki to the school, went and sat down in a room with the manager, and those two chatted for 15 minutes, all in Japanese. I didn't understand a word of it. And she leaned over and said, "You've got the job." And with that, I was hired as an instructor at the Osaka Culinary Academy. And the banana bread was the reason that she thought of me. And I thought, well, you just never know what's going to happen in this world.
You don't. So you're in a production plant right now. So let's get to the heart of making vinegar. How is it made? And what's the difference between a balsamic and different types of vinegars?
Easy. Now, balsamic vinegar is only made in one place in the world, Modena, Italy. And we import drums of dark and white balsamic vinegar from Modena, and then we simply flavor it. Super simple and easy. Now, anyone can make anyone can make vinegar, just take some grape juice and let them sit, and they'll turn to vinegar. And there's specific ways to do that. We don't ever try to make vinegar. We simply import the balsamic and then flavor it with as many fresh ingredients as we can. We, just like champagne is only made in the Champagne region of France, balsamic vinegar is only made in the Modena region of Italy.
But there are probably different qualities, different levels of the vinegar that's being made in Modena?
Oh, very much so. Now, our balsamic is significantly thicker, richer, and sweeter simply because it has a very high quality of grape must. And grape must is simply grape juice that's fresh, boiled way down, and turned into more of a concentrate. That grape must concentrate is added to the fairly young balsamic vinegar, speeding up what would be the process of aging, making it thicker, richer, and sweeter, but dramatically less expensive. If any of you have gone to a very high-end store and found a small bottle of actual 20, 25-year-old balsamic vinegar, can be $75 to $100, where that's out of most everyone's price range. And this balsamic is significantly less expensive, but still the same quality.
Yeah, but if you're having that $75 bottle of balsamic, you can put that on a dab of anything, and it's so rich and sweet. It's candy. It's pretty amazing. So you're in the production plant right now. You have 35 oil-free flavors. You also have some vinaigrettes. Which ones are the most popular? And actually, I'm going to ask that question also to the people out in the chat. Share us which of their products you love best. But why don't you start that conversation up for us?
Well, it's real easy. The most popular flavors that we do are part of the Chef AJ sampler pack. She's chosen her favorite 5 flavors, and all of those easily are the most popular. I've got a couple of them right here. The 7-herb Italian is the single most popular flavor we've ever done because Chef AJ, she asked me to make this about 1.5 years ago, and I developed it with my friend Nick at localspicery.com. And I use his herbs and our balsamic to make this really custom blend. She liked it so much, she said, Thomas, this is going to be your bestseller. And 8 months later, it is. We also do a flavor with the Sweet Heat balsamic. Is got fresh garlic, fresh serranos, and fresh habaneros. I truly adore this product because use it on any vegetable. I don't much care for garlic in my salads, and so I never use that as a salad dressing, but many of our customers thoroughly enjoy it. To each their own. So, but it's the most important point about the Sweet Heat is it's not hot. We use peppers in it, but we make it nice and mild spicy-wise because I am a certified spice wimp. I don't like hot things at all. And I thoroughly enjoy the Sweet Heat because it's mild.
So, I mean, the sweetness of the vinegar probably does offset the heat anyway. So that's also another way that it's not as hot coming onto the palate. So, yeah. I mean, obviously for people, when they think about vinegar, they think of salad dressing, but there got to be some surprising way that you found from the customers that they're using this with a plant-based lifestyle. So what are some ways that you've heard and really just sort of scratch your head going, really? They're using it that way?
Well, we have people who will, of course, put it on their salads and vegetables, potatoes, beans, rice, fresh fruit. Now, the savory flavors, I'm never going to put on any fresh fruit, but we have a lot of flavors, like the strawberry, peach, pear, apple. Those are wonderful on fresh fruit. And also, besides, we've had people talking about putting a tablespoon of balsamic in a glass of soda water, just to have a refreshing beverage that's flavored, and of course, without any processed sugar. And these are 30 calories for a tablespoon of white balsamic and 36 calories for a tablespoon of the dark balsamic.
Pretty amazing stuff. Now, somebody mentioned that I never heard of it before. You do a blazing habanero as well. I imagine you haven't tasted that one then.
Well, I actually have tasted the blazing habanero several times, mostly when our friendly employees here sneak a little bit of the blazing habanero onto a dish of something that I'm eating. And I said, oh, you buggers, you fooled me again. But it's hotter than I care for. But the blazing habanero has 5 times more serranos and habaneros than the Sweet Heat does. It's just simply hotter, but for people who like really hot things, they never consider it more than medium. On the heat scale, they'll say it's medium. It just tastes good because of all the fresh ingredients, but we don't do anything ghost pepper hot, never will. It's just too hot.
So let's talk a bit about the SOS products. What was the genesis? Can we assume it was from your relationship with Chef AJ?
Well, we've always had, we started off with probably 12 or 15 SOS-free flavors, not knowing that they were SOS-free at the time. And when I was at a small festival in Morro Bay, California, a young lady walked up and asked me if I had anything that was processed sugar-free, oil-free, and sodium-free. And I looked down at my table and I said, oh, I've got about 15 of them right here. And her jaw just dropped open when I told her I had 15 products that were exactly what she was looking for. And one of them was our teriyaki. And because we have been a sodium-free business for 36 years, I decided that I wanted to make a teriyaki sodium-free. So we use fresh garlic and organic ginger powder and mix the two together, flavorful as can be. And when she tried that, she was blown away. And she got a small bottle of that and the Gilroy garlic, our just straight garlic balsamic. And then she went and told Chef AJ that she had found a small company that had products that she thought she should know about. And Chef AJ looked on my website, gave me a call, and asked me if I would send her a couple samples of our products. And I almost said no, because we don't work with restaurants. And when she told me she was Chef AJ, I just assumed that she was a chef at a restaurant. And then when she explained how her career as a pastry chef years ago got her the name Chef AJ, then I said, oh, well, then if that's the case, I'll be happy to send you a few samples. Because she said, Thomas, if I don't like your products, I won't tell anyone. But if I do like your products, I'll tell everybody. And I said, sure, Chef, what would you like? So I sent her samples of the teriyaki, sweet heat, and Gilroy garlic, and the rest is history.
Pretty tasty history of that when you think about it. Did you mention which one your favorite is?
Oh, sweet heat by far. I use sweet heat for my vegetables. One of my wife Ethel and our favorite meals is we'll take a fresh portobello mushroom and take the stem out, turn upside down, put a tablespoon of the sweet heat into the mushroom, add some caramelized onions and peppers, zucchini and squash, and pop it into the oven for a half an hour. Put it on a bed of brown rice, and then sweet heat over the top. And that is one of our favorite meals that we make all the time. And whenever we do, we make several, so we have lots of leftovers.
So I'm not sure if you can answer this question, but somebody asked, why are all the balsamics in the grocery store so nasty? What don't they do?
They're just primarily, they're just a very young, inexpensive balsamic. Because if you only let a balsamic age for 2 or 3 years, it's still exceptionally tart and nasty. I'm very sensitive to acidity. The balsamic vinegars in the stores are generally always 6% acidity. And what we sell is 4%. Now, 2% may not sound like very much difference, but it's a world of difference. And when I would try the really tart ones, my jaw would hurt. I have many customers who have said, Thomas, yours are the only balsamics I can use without my jaw hurting. And I said, I feel your pain because I've been there, and I only used our products.
So where can people go to buy your products? Only by mail order, in stores as well?
Well, we don't do store sales. And we've learned over the years that when we got into 2 Whole Foods markets in the Bay Area. One of the managers at the Santa Cruz store saw us at a festival, absolutely loved the product. And he said, I want your products in our store. So we went through a 6-month process to get into Whole Foods. And we got into 2 of them. We put our 6 best-selling flavors into both the Whole Foods markets. And after 4 months of being in the 2 stores, the total sales, 0 bottles sold, because it wasn't sampled. And that's why we travel around the entire West Coast doing festivals, is because people get to sample it. And then when they do, they often absolutely thoroughly enjoy it, and then they simply order straight from us. So maybe a half a dozen small stores and wineries carry our products, but they're the ones who we give little squeeze bottles to, and they sample it at the store, and they sell a lot of it.
And the whole issue with placements in supermarkets makes it almost impossible for a small producer like you to get any sort of leverage in there. So
sure, you have to pay for the space slotting fees, and then you have to advertise, and that's why people ask me, why aren't you on Shark Tank? And I said, oh, we have no intention of going national in stores or anything like that. The plant-based community is exactly a fantastic little niche that we are fulfilling their needs. And I've never considered making another oil and vinegar again, just because it won't sell on our website. And the more flavors that we come up with that are plant-based friendly, SOS free, the more people enjoy coming back saying, what's new? And tomorrow we have a new one. So that's very exciting.
Drum roll, we can't wait to find out. But we're going to, before we bring on the chefs to do their thing and have you be here to talk about what you're seeing in their kitchens, we're asking everybody the same question as a closer, which is, what's one thing that gives you hope for a healthier world?
Well, to expand, now, even though I don't like the idea that, Burger King is doing the Impossible Burgers and all that, because they're just loaded with oil and salt and all that. But the idea of spreading the word that plant-based is now mainstream, and it is so exciting that even the general public now knows the phrase plant-based, and it is going to get nothing but bigger and bigger. And that gives people the idea that it's just not weird to be vegan or plant-based. It's now more mainstream. And as that continues to grow, even though I'm not real thrilled with the Impossible Burgers and all that, it gives people the introduction of looking at plant-based. And when they go to one source of information for learning how to eat plant-based, then they'll go to another, and eventually they'll hear about Chef AJ and all the other people who are in the plant-based community, influencers, and they'll be able to have a chance to experiment with. There are so many recipes out there. We have 85 SOS-free recipes on our website right this minute.
So it's the 3 o'clock hour. It's being sponsored by Thomas and California Balsamic, but I think it's time to get some cooking happening. How about you? Ready for it?
I am ready to rock.
Let's do a couple of introductions. First of all, we will introduce Chef Carole Levy, who is an artist, a chef, and I am lucky to call her a friend as well. She's founder of the Veggie Vanguard, a company offering whole food, plant-based services, resources, and recipes free of salt, oil, and sugar. She's culinary educator for plant-powered Metro New York, the Marlene Meyerson JCC Manhattan, and the University of New Mexico at Taos, and a Food for Life instructor, where I know she's just been teaching today for the Physicians Committee for Responsible Medicine. And she currently divides her time between New York City and Taos. And then we'll just go back to back and go, Chef AJ has been devoted to a plant-exclusive diet for over 43 years. She's host of the TV series Healthy Living with Chef AJ, which airs on Foodie TV. Culinary instructor, chef, professional speaker, author of the popular book Unprocessed: How to Achieve Vibrant Health and Your Ideal Weight, which chronicles her journey from an
says you're in the show.
Faced with diagnosis of precancerous polyps to learning how to create foods that nourish and heal the body. She's the creator of the Ultimate Weight Loss Program, which has helped hundreds of people achieve health and the body that they so richly deserve. And if this is all going to work out perfectly, we are all here. And welcome, Chef AJ and Chef Carole. Thanks so much for being here.
Hello. I don't know why we're not getting sound.
And AJ has a friend. Can't hear anything?
Make sure.
The volume up. We can hear you loud and clear. Maybe check the sound out. No, can't hear anything coming out. Try the speakers. Let's see what we're going to do right now. We're going to actually take a look at how we can get this done. Carole, how are you today while AJ's getting the sound?
Good. Can you hear me, Jim? Can you hear me?
Loud and clear. You are coming over perfectly well.
And I'm so excited that Chef AJ and I are here together. I realize we have a similar past, pastry chef. We've both been pastry chefs.
I think Britt, if you can just send a note to Chef AJ, maybe she can log off and log back in. We can be able to see if that will fix it for her. So what we're going to do is wait a second right now to get Chef AJ's sound working. And at the same time, we're going to talk a little bit to Chef Carole, who's on here. And I know you're familiar with the California balsamic as well, right?
I am familiar with California balsamic, and it's inside my package.
Oh, a package. Well, I guess we're going to be talking about that in a second.
I've been sitting on a present. I've been sitting on a package since Saturday, not opened. There is a little pencil. I thought I could cheat. I just want you to know I was trying to get ahead, but it just says in someone's scrawling handwriting, maybe it's Thomas's, mystery flavor for Iron Chef. Doesn't say what it is, just mystery flavor. So I have been very good, Jim, and Thomas, I've been very good at not opening what I think is a present.
Could be. We're really not sure of that right now. Thomas, do you know anything about what's in there?
Now I know exactly what's in there, and I hope you're gonna be able to use that flavor. It's one of our savory SOS free flavors.
Okay.
And I think it'll be a little bit of a challenge to use it with the other ingredients that I have no idea what they are. So,
are there ingredients? There are more ingredients inside than vinegar?
Whatever you're using as the other ingredients.
Understood.
We do actually have a couple of surprise ingredients. I see Chef A's logging back on right now, so hopefully we can get her in the room in a second and start this up. But for everyone out there, what we're going to be doing is giving both Chef Carole and Chef AJ 3 mystery ingredients that they will have 20 minutes to prepare something, I think technically speaking, yummy would be the word, or perhaps scrumptious, and then they'll showcase it to everyone so we all can see what is on the plates, and maybe they'll spark some ideas for them to use those ingredients as well. So as Chef AJ does come into the room, we do want to make sure that we still keep this on time. So in a minute or two, Carole, we might have you starting. We got some connection happening here, and let's see what we can do. Chef AJ, we're going to bring you into the stream right now. Can you hear us now?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Loud and clear. Can you hear us?
Hey, wait. Can you hear me here?
Better the other one.
You're going to have to use my phone. Okay, so we're going to have to use my little tiny phone because we couldn't get on from the computer for some reason. Please hold the phone.
Got it.
Okay, hope this works, guys.
It'll work beautifully.
I cannot see a thing, but as long as you can see me, that's all that matters.
We can see you, we can hear you, and that's what matters. So is there a box there from Thomas by chance?
Yes. Charles, can you open it?
Okay, so
he gets to open it. Are we opening?
You both get to open right now. So let's talk about the 3 mystery ingredients. One of them, surprise, surprise, is what's in the box.
Okay, of course.
So let me let you both open them up and see what's in there, because I don't even know.
All right.
Oh my gosh, it's got a lot of little It's got a lot of popcorn. It's gonna make a mess on my counter. It's like having. Oh no. This all has to go away.
I have this. I use this, and I have some in my pantry already opened.
Perfect. Perfect.
It's beautifully wrapped. I just want to say, wrapped beautifully. I'm waiting. Yeah. Chef AJ knows. Okay, she's a little bit ahead of me already because she has it.
I got 1 o'clock. We got to get going, man. So
yeah, we're going right now.
Oh my God, ginger, yummy, yummy, yummy.
Beautiful. So the other 2 mystery ingredients are your choice, but one has to begin with the letter P and one has to begin with the letter T for Thomas. So,
P for Paul and
P for plants, T for Thomas. It's really simple.
Okay. Oh, so plants and T.
Yep. And we're going to say to 3:55. So we got about 18 minutes now because I know Chef AJ, you have to be gone.
Wait, I have to open this. Just a second. Mine is super sealed.
So could be a spice. It could be a potato. Did I say potato? Oops. You know, it could be.
I don't have any tarragon. Nothing starts with T.
Or
T.
T is turmeric. T is for turmeric.
Oh, that's a great idea.
Okay, don't take my idea, Chef AJ. We're in a battle here.
On your mark, get set, go. Start cooking.
Uh-oh. Okay, plants and potatoes. Plants and potatoes.
Anything that started with T, so thank you. Turmeric, and then for P, I'm going to use pineapple.
Okay, plants, I'm using a squash. I'm using a kombucha squash, and then I'm going to use some, and then I'm definitely using some turmeric, okay? And I'm going to, and ginger. And I'm going to get out the Cuisinart.
All right, I got my blender here. What I'm going to do is I took everything out of my refrigerator that was a fruit or a vegetable, so I wouldn't have to keep opening it. And because I have this wonderful vinegar, what I think I'm going to do, now I'm kind of married into pineapple, is last night we had for dinner cauliflower rice. There's a bunch left. It's already cooked. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to blend this in the blender with the California balsamic vinegar and the turmeric to make a dressing, and what it goes on, I'll let you know after.
Thomas, what do you think about that?
That's a fabulous idea. I just love the idea of blending rice with some balsamic to make a dressing. That's why you're a chef, and I like to make things so that you can teach me how to make some things out there. Chef Carole, please be sure to shake your ginger balsamic back and forth really well, because there's a lot of that's the best. So you got it. You're a professional shaker.
Yes, I'm a professional shaker, and I want to tell you what I'm doing. I have to keep up. So I roasted in a 400-degree oven a kabocha squash, and I'm excited about having ginger because it's one of my very favorite things. And I think this is going to be a ginger something or another. I don't know something or another yet, but it's going to have dry ginger, fresh ginger, and the ginger dressing.
Perfect. I've noticed that people are talking about a lot of different ingredients, but everyone's saying they love the ginger vinegar. That must be one of the most popular ones. So Chef AJ, anything interesting going on in the kitchen right now? What you got?
Ask for the recipe. I'm not writing this down, so I'm going to just tell you what I'm doing. So I took my leftover cauliflower rice that I cooked yesterday. There's 6 cups. I'm going to start with a half a cup of the ginger balsamic, and I'm going to put in. Turmeric's kind of strong. I'm going to start with a half a teaspoon because you can always add, but you can't take back. So that's what I'm going to do to start, and I'm going to make my dressing, and then I'm going to taste it, and if it's good, then we're going to figure out what we're going to do with it. So I'm just going to blend.
We're going to mute her microphone while she's blending so we don't hear all that, but we will get that back on in a second.
Chef Carole?
I'm listening to you, Thomas.
Yeah, Chef, how long did you bake your kabocha?
Oh, I baked it in a 400-degree oven. I put orange juice, no oil. I put some orange juice. I put a little sprinkle of cinnamon on it, and then put it upside down. So I had 2 halves, and it probably baked for a half an hour.
Beautiful.
And as soon as it was soft, I turned it over, and it was really nice and brown because it all caramelized without any brown sugar, without the juice from the orange kind of made it caramelize. I'm adding a little bit of white beans, and I added 1 garlic. So I'm kind of making a kabocha squash hummus.
Kabocha squash hummus. That sounds pretty amazing there.
I'm going to put a little bit of fresh ginger, and I'm going to also put a little bit of dry ginger. And I put a little bit of turmeric.
Turmeric.
It's going to be 3 gingers. 3 gingers are what it's going to be.
What was that, Chef AJ?
Oh, what I was saying is I have a can of pineapple here because my letter P, I'm draining the pineapple, and I'm going to use this. And what I'm thinking of doing, because the dressing that I made out of the California balsamic, 1/2 cup of the ginger vinegar, half a teaspoon turmeric, and 6 cups of cooked rice cauliflower, it's very creamy and it's delicious. So I think I'm going to make a coleslaw out of it, and I think it's going to be really, really yummy. So I'm just draining my pineapple now, and that's going to go in the coleslaw.
I'm putting in the garlic now, I'm grating fresh ginger.
So you're doing fresh ginger as well as the ginger balsamic.
My thing is going to be 3 gingers. 3 gingers. Dry ginger So cinnamon on the kabocha squash, a little bit of turmeric for our tea, 3 gingers, dried ginger, fresh ginger, and eventually this amazing dressing, which I haven't even opened and tasted, which is a little bit of a problem because I really need to taste something in order to know what I'm doing with it. So I'm just gonna eat like a spoonful, like medicine, right?
Thomas, that's healthy for you, right?
Oh my God, oh my God, oh my God. It would be so good on buckwheat noodles if we were doing that. That's what I'm gonna do with it one day is broccoli, buckwheat noodles. Oh my God, it's so Asian tasting. It's hard to believe there's no sugar, Thomas.
It's just a good quality balsamic, that's all.
It's so delicious. I could eat that like a spoonful. Practically eat it by the spoonful.
As luck would have it, I was going to be we do something in our house every week called a chopped salad. We make this wonderful salad bowl. And the things that we put in the salad always are purple cabbage, carrots, and green cabbage. And so this was going to be used today to make the chopped salad. But since that dressing reminds me of a creamy coleslaw dressing, I'm just going to use this to make the coleslaw. So I'm adding this to my pineapple. I'm going to have carrots, purple cabbage, and green cabbage. I think I'm going to need a bigger bowl for mixing. And then I'm going to put the creamy dressing in. And I like everything with a little bit of onion, so I'm going to chop in some scallions. First, I'm going to put this in a bigger bowl, and then I'll put it in a pretty bowl. And I'm going to pour my dressing over this. And I'm going to mix it in. And I think it's going to be amazing. It looks beautiful with that turmeric. It really bumped up the color. I love these little food scissors. I'm just going to put some scallions in.
That's great color in there. That's just phenomenal.
Yeah, it's
Chef,
so
Chef AJ, do you always use just the green ends of the scallions, or will you use the whole thing?
I'll use the whole thing, but I prefer the green. I mean, only in something like this, but no, I wouldn't waste it anything. So I'm going to estimate that I'm putting a cup in. In case somebody wants the recipe, I can write it down after. And need something to stir with.
Let's sneak in on Chef Carole. What you up to, Chef?
I decided that I got a plate out. First of all, I got a plate out that was going to be the color of my dish. So we're having yellow butternut, kabocha squash, and I decided to add a beet as a base that's going to cover the plate. So I have a cooked beet already, and because I like having these kinds of things just ready in my fridge. And I'm just going to cut this beet, and it's a big beet, actually. So I probably need some kind of cutting, and I don't want to make every single thing purple while I'm handling this, but I'm going to get my cutting board purple as we speak, and then I'm just going to start to cut this into thin slices, much like you would if you were making a tart, or but I'm gonna lay all the beets down as a base for the bottom, right? Because it's going to be a dip, but it has to be having beautiful things at the bottom. And I'm putting all the purple on a purple plate. Because we all eat with our eyes, I always say, and presentation is everything, right? So we have to just get the purple out. My squash hummus is not done yet, but I was suddenly thought I have to get the purple out of here.
Actually, let's go back to Chef AJ for a second, because I see she's getting that plate just about completed, the bowl. Okay.
I mean, it's so good with the ginger and the pineapple. I think I might want to add, just for a little bit more sweetness, a little bit of raisins, and I'm going to add golden raisins. But this is really good, and I'm not just saying it. It's lunchtime. I'm hungry. It looks beautiful. It's delicious. I fulfilled your requirement of the pea and the tea, but I would like a little bit of raisins in here, so I'm going to go grab them from the pantry.
Delicious. I'm going to add a little drop of tahini, just a little teeny bit, the littlest amount. Just a little bit. I don't want the tahini to overpower. I don't want it to be tasting like normal hummus. Just gonna add a little bit of tahini.
So Thomas, which vinegar is it again? Somebody wasn't sure which one we're using.
And I think it needs a few more beans.
This is the ginger balsamic. It's made with organic ginger powder and our white balsamic vinegar. That's all. 2 ingredients total.
Wow.
Organic ginger powder and white balsamic. That's it.
Just letting you both know about 6 minutes or so left. So we got 6 minutes. I wish we had one of those fancy countdown clocks. We can do that here, but that's when we get network wide. Looks like both Chef Carole is at the food processor. Chef AJ is running back for some more spices. What you think, Chef
I want to
AJ?
show you that my dish is bright yellow. It's like super bright yellow. It's not quite as yellow as our balsamic, but it's a form of yellow. Now I haven't used any of the balsamic yet, so what I'm going to do now is going to turn the burner on. I have a burner right here, and we're going to reduce this so that it's already thick. I can see that it has a thickness, but I'm getting the burner on, and we're going to reduce it. And I'm going to taste this to see. I wish you all were here. It's really delicious. I think it will be very good if it has some lime, but it needs some lime.
We're going to switch over to Chef AJ for a second. I see gloves are coming on, so does that mean we're going to be doing some mixing?
Absolutely. Well, you know what it is? It's got, I'm thinking lime actually would be good in here. I only have bottled lime juice. But
Yes, AJ, you can't steal my
I don't
idea.
want to waste any of it, so I'm taking it all, last bit out of the blender, and I'm going to massage it because I want it really, I really want this dressing mixed in. And
Okay, so I'm going to start to reduce. This pan is getting hot, and I'm pouring a bunch of the balsamic, not too much because I want some for my future. But I'm going to cook it, and I'm going to reduce it so it's already super thick. This I want everyone to know that this is already a beautiful balsamic because it already has a lot of viscosity to it.
Thomas, do you cook the balsamic often?
So we generally the balsamics that we have are primarily more for finishing sauces, whereas the dish is completely finished and you finish the dish with the balsamic. Now,
That's
what
what
Chef
I'm doing.
AJ has done, easy. She can just add that into it. Of course, that's no problem. And Chef Carole, whenever you're reducing balsamic vinegar, when you have the time, it's best to do it over lower heat because balsamic vinegar with a high amount of natural sugars in it will burn. And I have burned balsamic in the past, so you got to be careful.
I agree 100%. And because I have this electric burner and not using my gas stove, I put it up high and then I lower it. So you are exactly right. That is the way to do it.
You are wise, young grasshopper.
Yeah.
Because sugar burns like in a minute. And
Hold on, Carole. We're going to go to Chef AJ because it looks like it's lunchtime over there. And I know you got to go pretty soon. So is it done? And if so, tell us about it.
this is really delicious. I probably personally, if I remade that, I would not use the turmeric. I don't think it adds anything to it. And if anything, I think it makes it maybe a little more bitter. But just having that dressing with the ginger balsamic paired with the pineapple and the raisins, the scallions, and the carrot and the cabbage, this is really delicious.
Looks phenomenal. And it took about, what, 10 minutes to create that?
Well, if I hadn't had the cauliflower cooked, it takes about 6 minutes to cook cauliflower in the microwave. But yeah.
I'm done with this, I think.
Thank you, Thomas.
Oh my gosh. Lunch for them. So let's go back to Chef Carole for a second. You're plating. We might need that camera to be a little bit, the plate a little bit further back so we can see it.
I will.
Beautiful.
That in a minute. I'm bringing this closer back here. I have this is reducing. Okay, so this is now reduced. And I'm going to get some, just a moment, this has to get put down. It's very hot. I also have some, I've been making challah lately, and I have blanc seeds. I have seeds. Seeds, I love seeds, and black sesame seeds, white sesame seeds, and a little teeny bit of fennel. So that's going to decorate. So I have here, right now I have the beets, I have I finished off the kabocha hummus with a little bit of orange juice. So orange juice, garlic, white beans, tahini, garlic, turmeric, dried ginger, fresh ginger. And now what we're going to do is we're going to going to decorate this with the top. The top is going to have scallions like that.
Hey, Carol, hold 1 second, 'cause I know Chef AJ has to go. She has a 4 o'clock class, so I want to make sure that you can share anything else you want about the ingredients or about California balsamic.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of California balsamic because I don't use sugar, oil, or salt, and I think it's absolutely delicious. There's no recipe that can't be improved by a little California balsamic. I'm going to say what I did in case you want this recipe. 6 cups of cooked cauliflower, steamed and chilled, half a cup of the ginger California balsamic. I used a half teaspoon of turmeric because it was required. I wouldn't put that in next time. I used the bags that you buy already shredded at the store of purple cabbage, green cabbage, carrots in the bowl with a cup of scallions, a cup of yellow raisins, and 1 can of pineapple in its own juice strained. And then I pureed the cauliflower with the turmeric and what was the other thing? Oh, the California balsamic. And then I massaged it in, and it made this delicious coleslaw. And I hope you'll try it because it's really, really good. And I hope you'll try California balsamic because it's really, really good. And
So
good luck to you today.
Quick question for you. Can you use frozen rice cauliflower? Somebody wants to know.
I don't see why not, as long as it's, soft. Sure. Perfect.
Chef AJ, thank you so much for your time today. We really appreciate you being here. Thomas, what's your verdict on Chef AJ's dish?
I've been to Chef AJ's house before, and she made me something very similar to that about 2 years ago before the pandemic, and I was salivating going, I need to eat that for lunch right now. And Chef, your apron is absolutely fantastic. Where did you get that?
Vicky Garnier designed it for me. Isn't it wonderful?
It is absolutely fantastic.
Thank you.
And with Bailey on it as well. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, let's see Bailey one more time before you leave. But while you're looking for Bailey, I'm gonna I think Bailey's getting a handoff right now. Oh.
Look what we made earlier. Too bad that they're all gone. I mean, they're not all gone. They'll be all gone soon. These are jam bars. You get the recipe if you just sign up for my mailing list.
Awesome. So Chef AJ, thank you so much. Let's go to Carole. Carole, talk to us about your dish.
So this is what I have so far. I have the beets, and then I have the kabocha squash hummus. I used a whole kabocha squash. I roasted it. I put cinnamon and orange juice and roasted it in a 400-degree oven. Then I added turmeric, half a teaspoon of turmeric, a half a teaspoon of dried ginger, and probably a good almost 2 teaspoons of fresh ginger, and a little bit of tahini and garlic and some orange juice. So that made our hummus. Then I put on top are some scallions to decorate. I have taken a beautiful ginger balsamic that was already thick, and I've tried to reduce it. I didn't reduce it up very much, and I'm just going to drizzle this now. As Thomas had said, most of their dressings often are used as finishing, and so this is going to get drizzled all on top like this, and then I'm going to top it off with beautiful seeds, right? It's a little bit of black, and it's got a little bit of different kinds of seeds, and that is going to be my special ginger balsamic dressing right here.
Beautiful. Amazing work by you both. Any last words? We know, Chef AJ, we can catch you every day on your YouTube channel.
Every single day, 11 o'clock Pacific time. Sorry I'm eating, but this is like my half-hour lunch, guys.
Wonderful, that's great. And
AJ, I too have just come out of a class, a 2-hour class, and had less than 15 minutes to clean everything and to get ready. So we are like passing ships, like this.
And that's why you both are professionals.
You both are so amazing. Thomas, I'll give it over to you for a last word. What do you want to say about these two amazing chefs?
Well, what I've seen is just what I'm not terribly surprised that two chefs have done such unique, easy things that anybody can do. Because the way you did your recipes was so simple that even though I like to cook, I am not a professional chef. I like to consider myself, a balsamic artist, and that's what we do here. And I am just so impressed with everyone here. So the more I watch, the more I learn.
It's so
Here's my dish as well. I wish we were next door to each other, Chef AJ, and we could really
taste each other's recipe.
I know. See, because it's so. Look at mine. Do you see mine, Chef AJ? How pretty!
Oh my God, beautiful.
You both did an amazing job, and I want to thank both Chef AJ and Chef Carole. Chef AJ, we know your show's coming up. Chef Carole, once a month on Plant Powered Metro New York, doing your great Chef Carole show and the bite-sized tips sometimes right before that. We appreciate both of your time so much. So thanks so much for being here. And by all the comments, people are salivating. They're really hungry right now.
And thank you for the gift, Thomas. It's out of this world delicious. Out of this world.
My pleasure, Chef Carole. My pleasure.
I can't wait. I can't wait to put it on buckwheat noodles, honestly, and broccoli.
Okay, so we're going to say goodbye.
Recipe.
We're going to say goodbye to Chef AJ. We're going to say goodbye to Chef Carole right now. Thomas, I'm going to keep you on. Just last words about the product and where people can get it. Remind people. That's you. Yeah.
CaliforniaBalsamic.com is our email, our website address. Emails at orders@CaliforniaBalsamic.com. The new flavor coming out tomorrow is crisp cucumber balsamic made with actual cucumber puree. And we've been sending out samples to people for the last 3 months. And we know it's going to be a big hit because the response we've had from people is fantastic. And the last thing is we put in 2 complimentary samples with every order. You tell us what you want for 2 free samples by going into the order notes box at the bottom of the checkout page, put in Chef AJ, and we'll add 2 complimentary samples with every order every time.
Thomas, amazing stuff. All of you were phenomenal. We want to thank you so much for doing this. We're at the end of the hour, which means we're going to go into a couple of videos, and we'll be back in a few to set up the next hour.
Hello, I'm a new member of the Plant Powered Metro New York community, and I can't tell you how exciting it is to suddenly meet a group of people who are all speaking your language of whole food, plant-based nutrition. I've been on this journey personally for about a year now, and it was a little bit lonely. I didn't have a lot of support around that. And now all of a sudden I found people who are all speaking my language. So I can't wait to get involved. I can't wait to volunteer and share with anyone out there who wants to learn about this incredible way of living. Thanks.
Hi, my name is Selena Bertoncini. I actually found out about Plant Powered Metro New York because I had watched a film called PlantPure Nation, and I had been looking for the pods for people who are interested in plant-based eating because I had gone plant-based myself and I didn't really know anybody who did that. So I started looking up on Google if there were any organizations or people in New York who had this lifestyle, and that's how I came across Plant Powered Metro New York. I was just feeling really sick and tired, and I had gone out of college. I was almost 200 pounds. I was actually a little bit over 200 pounds, and I gained so much weight in college. I was not feeling great. I was going through a little bit of depression and anxiety. And then after getting a series of allergy shots and all these different problems I was having health-wise, I actually developed asthma one day when I was jogging down the street. I got 2 blocks and I actually couldn't breathe. And it was one of the most terrifying moments of my life. I had never had an asthma attack before, and it was really scary. And that scared me into oh my gosh, I have to really get healthy. I don't know what I'm doing. And I just went online. I was like, how do I get rid of this? How do I stop getting this asthma and these asthma attacks? I never want to have another one. And thank goodness I never did, because I ran across a plant-based diet, whole food plant-based diet. I read The Starch Solution by Dr. McDougall. I started reading all these books, watching all these documentaries, and a week or 2 later, I started just feeling so much better. I went plant-based overnight. It took me like 2 days to transition completely. And I lost 40 pounds. Actually, I lost 50 pounds total now. I'm at a healthy weight. I just feel happy all the time. I have so much energy. I have not had any issues with asthma or any kind of breathing trouble at all since then. And I just feel wonderful all the time. I also found that my blood pressure went down drastically. I was, I believe, about 168/80. And then I went down to, now it's anywhere from 95 to 110/65. I love eating fruits and vegetables. And it's funny, if you had told me this, before I was plant-based, I would have been like, I'm not going to eat like that. But once you do it, your body adjusts and then your taste buds adjust, and it just feels natural to eat this way. Hearing other people share their stories and being a part of a community has been really helpful for me. I found that I've just so much more happy and productive and just living a more full life because of the lifestyle that I've chosen.
Amazing stuff. And I'm out of breath from the last half hour, so I might need a little bit of time to catch my breath. That was pretty incredible, wasn't it? You muted. Here we go. Let's get you unmuted.
Yeah, there I go. I love how creative they got.
We've all done it once.
Yeah, it's true. But, just like having the guts to come on screen and not knowing what you're going to make. I know they make that all dramatic on the Food Network, but for us, it really is a treat to have two chefs who are so talented, giving their time and getting a little of that butterfly feeling before they come on, not knowing what they're going to make and making tremendous dishes. So
yeah, it was very, very transparent that they both wanted to make something great and did make something great. And if you're all joining us at the top of the hour, halfway through, welcome to Plantathon, a Giving Tuesday live stream celebration of whole food, plant-based nutrition, and our local and global health movement, presented by us, Plant-Powered Metro New York. And as you know, we're bringing you a diverse collection of interviews that feature community and health leaders. This hour is sponsored by Main Street Vegan Academy, and we will be bringing on Victoria Moran in a little while. Please, as always, share your comments, share your information, share what you like and don't like about the show down there. And if you like it, we'll post it. And if not, we'll do better next time. Right, LeAnne?
Oh, yeah. We're always learning. So as you participate in Plantathon, please be sure to make a donation to support us. You can give by text or at our website, and we'll be sharing the links in the comments. Please be generous. We have all year-end donations will be matched dollar for dollar by an anonymous donor up to $25,000. This is such a treat for us. We are so grateful. Everyone who donates today at any level will be entered to win one of our giveaway prizes. And in Selena's video, she mentioned the book, The Starch Solution by Dr. McDougall, as one of her transitional resources. And that's one of the prizes we're giving away. And she also mentioned PlantPure Nation. We'll be talking to the creator of the film, PlantPure Nation, who's on the show this hour, Nelson Campbell. You can learn more about all the prizes and check out our official rules for more information. Also, will be linked in the comments. And if you don't have the means to make a donation, you can still enter to win separately. Just follow the same link to find out how. And we'll be drawing the winners tomorrow and announcing them on Thursday. Before we move on with our program, we want to recognize another sponsor. Plantathon is sponsored in part by Dr. Herbivore, a lifestyle medicine practice addressing pediatric obesity with whole food, plant-based nutrition. Dr. Lee Ettinger treats patients ages 2 to 21 with obesity through a 100% telemedicine practice, and evening hours are available. You can learn more at drherbivore.com and follow him on Facebook at Dr.-Herbivore. We've got a little video to show you.
Hi, I'm Dr. Lee Ettinger, also known as Dr. Herbivore. I'm really thrilled to be sponsoring the Plantathon and all the good work that Plant-Powered Metro New York does. I'm board certified in pediatrics and in obesity medicine. The Dr. Herbivore practice aims to address the pediatric obesity epidemic with a plant-based diet. I'm accepting patients ages 2 to 21 with obesity. It's a 100% telemedicine practice, so we can meet online. I have evening hours for your convenience. Here's a look at what's going to happen at our first visit. At the first telemedicine visit, we'll go over the patient's past medical history. We'll review the growth chart and any recent lab test results, and then we'll dive into the health belief model. The health belief model is a tool to help me understand your goals and how I can best support you. First, we explore what the concerns are. For example, there might be a fear of developing diabetes, like another family member. Next, we talked about the benefits of achieving those goals. For example, one young person told me that he wanted to have more energy. A teenage patient told me that she wanted to look fantastic at her upcoming prom. Then we get into the barriers to achieving those goals. These are the myths we hold on to, like that eating healthy must be expensive. These are the excuses we all make to avoid making an uncomfortable change. I bring my training and my experience to brainstorming ways with you to overcome these obstacles. You can learn more about the health belief model and other tools that I use at the drherbivore.com blog. There, you can also contact me, ask any questions, and make a telemedicine appointment. All right, I'm going to go grab some popcorn with some nutritional yeast sprinkled on top, and we can get back to the Plantathon.
I love it. Thanks so much, Dr. Herbivore.
Wonderful. I think it's time to bring on the sponsor of this hour.
That's right.
Oh my gosh. So let me do a quick introduction. This hour of the Plantathon is sponsored by Main Street Vegan. Main Street Vegan Academy is founded by Victoria Moran, and it's in its 10th year of training and certifying vegan lifestyle coaches and educators. Their graduates are counseling, writing books, running businesses that make the world kinder, saner, and healthier. The curriculum covers every aspect of vegan living, including coaching techniques, plant-based history and philosophy, animal rights, animal law, and digital marketing and social outreach. Their health and nutrition classes are whole food, plant-based, and instructors include local cardiologist Dr. Robert Ostfeld, dietitian Marty Davy, and Dr. Joel Kahn. And by the way, Planned Metro New York Director LeAnne Levine-Reisner is an alumna of Main Street Vegan Academy. So I'm just going to give one more second. I want to get her bio in there now. She was listed by Veg News among the top 10 living vegetarian authors. She's written books including Main Street Vegan and Creating a Charmed Life, featured twice on Oprah, and the host of the Main Street Vegan podcast. Victoria is director of Main Street Vegan Academy, training vegan lifestyle coaches and educators since 2012, a yoga practitioner of over 50 years, and a registered yoga instructor. She's working on her 14th book, Age Like a Yogi. So welcome, Victoria Moran. Hi there.
Thank you. So good to see both of you.
Oh my gosh, so great to have you here. You know, Victoria, you've been an amazing voice in the vegan movement for decades. A writer, a speaker, an educator of educators, actually. But you came to this place of leadership after some personal struggle. So would you share your story of healing and awakening with our viewers?
Oh, absolutely. I was a fat child in a fat-phobic family. My dad was an ear, nose, and throat doctor who kind of switched into being a diet doctor over time. And he and my mom were both very concerned about weight. And I was very concerned about feeling love, which I spelled Cookie. So I was interested in nutrition from a very young age, but a lot of the nutrition advice that I was getting was either impossible to implement or just didn't really look at me as a whole person. So the short story is, in adulthood, after great struggles, I did connect with a 12-step program to deal with the emotional, spiritual parts of my eating disorder. And then I was finally able to go vegan. Now we're talking, this is the early 1980s. We didn't have the term plant-based. Nobody had said that yet. But what was interesting is back then when you went vegan, you basically went whole food plant-based, because other than Coca-Cola and French fries and potato chips, which were junk food and we didn't want to eat those anyway, there wasn't any vegan processed food to speak of. So we ate healthy, we got healthy, I got healthy. I had been pre-diabetic in my 20s, and after going vegan, 60 pounds and then some, because I stopped weighing before it got as bad as it got, was left behind. And I've never looked back. I'm 71 now, taking no medications and just real happy with life.
Beautiful, absolutely beautiful. So your message of vegan activism includes really a strong message of health. And so why does whole food veganism matter?
Well, it matters a lot because number one, we have to have the energy and we have to have the mental clarity to do good things in the world. I mean, it is no surprise to anybody that if you look out there, or even if you look as far as a newscast, we're in some very troubled times on a whole lot of levels. So we're all needed to really be our very best selves. And the foundation for that is being healthy. I remember my grandmother used to say, if you don't have your health, you don't have anything. And I remember thinking, well, I beg to differ, which of course at 17 one would. But now I see that she was right after all, and that to be able to maintain high level health without suffering, without having to spend a lot of money, without having to do something that is colossally weird, even though I know it looks weird sometimes from the beginning. But the fact is, we're just eating real food that you can get at any grocery store. And it makes such a difference to go out into this world feeling fabulous.
Makes a huge difference for so many people. Out of that, I know. So I love the moniker Main Street Vegan. So how did it come up, and how are the different ways that you really played the idea out and made it yours, made it who
Oh,
you...
you're so kind. Well, it was really, I think it was an inspired title. I had gone to actually a PETA fundraiser, and I was just feeling like I want to do something for this lifestyle, which we know is so great for people. It also protects animals. It protects the planet. What can I do? And it just literally popped into my head. Your next book needs to be called Main Street Vegan, 40 little chapters, a recipe at the end of each one. And once that process had happened and we had the publisher, and I knew that I could keep my title, there was a little bit of a disagreement with the publisher about Main Street early on. And once I knew that Main Street was mine, then all these other ideas started popping for the Main Street Vegan podcast, Main Street Vegan production company, and Main Street Vegan Academy, training and certifying vegan lifestyle coaches.
Okay, so the Academy, when did that start? Hold on a second. I shouldn't have put...
Oh, I can give you...
Let's do it this way. When did that start? Never have the person doing the interview also trying to switch the cameras. Just doesn't work that well.
Well, multitasking, the order of the day. It started in June of 2012 with a little group of 13, and then it just kept going. And we were, for the first many years, live in New York City. So people who wanted to take the course had to get themselves here and find a place to stay. And a lot of people who wanted to come were not able to in that format. But since the pandemic, we have been on Zoom, and we have something like 550 graduates in 32 countries on 6 continents.
So you can tell me, maybe not, you want to share this, but was LeAnne a good student?
Oh, LeAnne was fabulous. Here's my favorite LeAnne memory. Now, as I said, it used to be that we were in person, and LeAnne came to the Academy when one of her children was still breastfeeding. And so I remember we were out for lunch at the Ayurveda Cafe on the Upper West Side. Great place to go if you're whole food plant-based. You just say no pakora and no dairy, and you're cool. But her husband brought the children, brought the nursing baby. So yeah, LeAnne was a stalwart. And then, of course, she went on to found this amazing thing. And this is what, to me, is just so heartwarming about Main Street Vegan Academy, because people come with their passions and with their background and what they already know, and they get inspired. So they go out and do something fabulous. So, for example, Riverdale Cheese, beautiful little vegan fromagerie on the Lower East Side. That's one of our graduates. We have Kat Mendenhall, cowboy boots in Dallas, Texas, all eco-friendly and vegan. And she was inspired to do that when she was at Main Street Vegan Academy. There's a little convenience store in Philadelphia called V-Marks The Shop. So people come and bring what they've got, and then they go on to do amazing things. And LeAnne, of course, started this unbelievably incredible organization that I'm just proud to be a part of, and proud to be a part of LeAnne's history.
Yeah, me too. I feel the same way. A couple of questions are coming in just about the podcast. Talk a little bit more about it, because people said they didn't even know that it was there, and some people saying they listen to it all the time. So tell us.
Okay. Yeah, we're actually live internet radio every Wednesday at 3 o'clock at unityonlineradio.org. But most of our listeners catch the podcast at their convenience. So that goes up on Thursday mornings. We have been weekly for 10 years. The podcast also started in June of 2012. So our archives have just everybody you would ever want to hear. The wonderful Campbell family that we've had here, the Esselstyns, Dr. McDougall, Dr. Kahn, Dr. Furman, Dr. Mills. I mean, all of them, plus people from other aspects of the vegan lifestyle. We do try to cover everything. In fact, this week we're going to be having John Lewis and Keegan Kuhn, who've just done the incredible film They're Trying to Kill Us, about the proliferation of bad food in areas where people who are low income or people of color tend to live. Very, very powerful film. So you can get the podcast on any of the podcast apps, Apple, Stitcher, Spotify.
Apple, Stitcher, all the usual suspects.
All the usual suspects. And we have a podcast listeners group on Facebook. You want to check that out.
Haven't seen the film yet. Is it as amazing as it sounds?
Oh, it's extremely powerful. And something that they talk about, which I wasn't expecting, but which I found really, really interesting, is that the Native American population has been so targeted by the processed food industry. And I may not be quite right on the exact statistics, but they said that in the Navajo Nation out west, a huge reservation the size of West Virginia, I think they said there are 30 grocery stores, hundreds of bodegas, hundreds of fast, cheap food places. So, you know, everywhere we look, that there's something that we see as a violation of somebody's rights, human rights, animal rights, whatever it is, the food is part of that. And as we change the food, we can change a lot that's wrong with our society.
Yeah. Ocean Robbins essentially today said, you change the food, you change the world.
Amen.
No question about that. So you mentioned this slightly earlier, but clearly times have changed in the past 2 years. So regarding the Academy, how did COVID change it? And did it change it for the better?
You know, in some ways it did. I mean, you cannot say that getting together in person has anything wrong with it when there's not a pandemic. There's just something great about being 3 dimensions. And yet what has happened is that we've been able to invite people from wherever they happen to be around the world who aren't able to make the trip to New York. We've also been able to extend the hours of the course itself so that we've built in more interactive time for practicing coaching techniques. So we have a couple of classes, 2 different wonderful instructors on the philosophy and practice of vegan lifestyle coaching. So in the Zoom format, we're able to actually do that practice and get some help. And the thing that kind of surprised me, and which is really delightful, is that the camaraderie exists. Certainly when we were in person, I mean, people just became fast friends. But after our first Zoom class, one of the students sent me a picture of herself and one of her classmates out in the backyard with her rescued potbelly pig and her rescued chicken. And she lives in Louisville, Kentucky. The person visiting her lives in Chicago, and just thought, you know what, I'm going to take a road trip to Kentucky and meet my friend. So there's all this camaraderie. Also, there is a private Facebook group, so you have a lot of connection. Our faculty is available afterwards. So the follow-up is wonderful. If you get a question on nutrition or health or anything else that you're just not able to answer, you have those resources. We really got your back.
It's pretty amazing that you made it a seamless transition. And in a way, because it can reach so many more people, there's a really good silver lining perhaps behind the dark cloud of COVID.
Yes.
So if viewers want to enroll in the Academy, what do they need to do, and what should they expect in the program?
Okay. Well, to enroll, you go to mainstreetvegan.net and click on Academy, or you can go to mainstreetvegan.net/academy, and it will take you right there. And I do want to offer a discount code for the upcoming class, which starts in late January, 7 weekend days in January and February. And that code is kindness20 with a capital K, and that will get you a 20% discount on your tuition, just for Plant Powered Metro New York supporters today. So what you can expect is a very intense but very nurturing experience. So you're in class long hours, but we provide a lot of breaks. There's a lot of decompression time because some of the information is very concentrated and a little bit heavy, but we've learned through all of this how to make it really, really fun as well. You'll also be meeting some incredible plant-based and vegan luminaries who teach for the course. Some of them were mentioned, but we also have Chef Fran Costigan, who is known for her fabulous book, Vegan Chocolate. She's also known that she did the wedding cake for Rip Esselstyn's wedding. And she teaches how to do a food demo, because a lot of people want to get out there, but maybe they don't have the platform to be asked to do a keynote. But if you can do a food demo, everybody wants you. Then we have Martin Rowe, who is the head of Lantern Publishing and Media. He's also part of the think tank Brighter Green, and he talks to us about the environment from a really global perspective. And then we have David Benzequin, who's very big in the vegan business space. So if you want to start some kind of business, little solopreneur, great big whatever, he's there to help us see where these businesses are heading, where there might be some holes, where there's still a need, how to get started, get funding, and that kind of thing. So whatever you're looking for, we have it. And the wonderful thing about being small is that you have direct access to me, to your classmates, and to whatever help you need. We're not going to stop until your dream has come true.
That's beautiful. So as you start to wrap up, what's something you're working on, or maybe something down the horizon that you want to share and that really floats your boat these days?
Oh, so many things. Well, for one thing, we're going to be starting an Ask the Vegan Coach Instagram Live. This will start on December 9th, 3 p.m. Eastern Time. And so every Thursday afternoon, I will be talking on Instagram, which is at Main Street Vegan and or at Victoria Moran Author. And we will be chatting about whatever questions people have, and also what our wonderful coaches and educators are doing out in the world. And then for myself personally, I'm really looking ahead to my next book. And because I go through publishers, that's a very long process, but the proposal is done. It's set as you announced, Age Like a Yogi. And between now and when that book actually exists in the world, I'm going to be doing a lot of teaching and speaking about what it means to age like a yogi. I love doing it and hope you will too.
Fantastic. One last thing before I let you go. What do you want our listeners most to know or do that'll make a real difference in the world?
This is so easy once you decide that you're going to do it. There's that wonderful quotation that once a person commits themselves, then providence moves too. And the things that seemed impossible, all of a sudden, it's as if you're struggling at the airport with lots of bags, and then there appears the moving walkway. And that's really what this way of life is. Your health problems ease, your fears ease. And another burden lifts in that you are living kindly. Even if you come to this completely for your health, you're not interested in all that vegan stuff, that's okay. But when you do this, you are expressing a level of kindness and love to innocent beings that you didn't even know you weren't expressing before. It's only when that's lifted that you feel the grace of it. So there's just no downside. And as long as you've got the support from wonderful people like Plant Powered Metro New York, the sky's the limit.
Victoria Moran, you're so special, and thank you so much for spending the time, and thank you for sponsoring this hour, because now people get to hear it from the Campbells. So I'm just going to hang back. I'm going to bring LeAnne back on here right now. She's probably coming in the back door from the studio as we speak, and I'm going to say goodbye. I'm going to say again, thank you to Victoria, and LeAnne, I hand it over to you.
Yeah, thanks, Jim. And thank you, Victoria. I just have to say, first of all, that Main Street Vegan Academy was a huge stepping stone in my process of really understanding the vegan community better, because like many people, I came in through the health door and felt that I really needed to understand all of the vegan issues from a much deeper level. And that's really what you offered me. And I remember that very first day I came into the class and you asked everybody who is their favorite vegan inspirational influencer. And I honestly didn't know anybody else but you at the time. And so I said, it was you. And it sounded like I was a ham, but excuse that terrible pun. But now that I've been, through your program and a part of this incredible movement, it just means so much to me to have that as a backdrop to be able to go deep and really learn. So thank you, Victoria.
Oh, thank you, LeAnne. And you are doing so many amazing things in the world. I just watch you and am bedazzled.
Thank you, Victoria. And now we'll bring up our the Campbell siblings, which, first of all, if Victoria was a great influencer for me, these three are equally so, because each of them has done tremendous work in the field. I'll share each of their bios one by one, and then we'll bring them on for a group chat. Nelson Campbell, on the heels of writing and directing the 2015 documentary film PlantPure Nation, Nelson founded the nonprofit PlantPure Communities in early 2016, which supports an international network of local support and advocacy groups called PODs, now involving more than 250,000 people. He also founded the PlantPure Foods business. Nelson graduated from Cornell University with a bachelor's degree in political science and master's in economics. LeAnne Campbell has a PhD in education and over 30 years of experience designing and directing education initiatives, specifically leadership programs, professional development workshops, conferences, and curriculum development workshops. And she is the president of the T. Colin Campbell Center for Nutrition Studies. She lives in the mountains in La Cumbre, the Dominican Republic, and is the president and founder of Global Roots. And we have Dr. Tom Campbell, based in Rochester, New York, best-selling co-author of the China Study, a researcher and educator, and also the co-author of the Plant-Based Nutrition Certificate course that's offered by eCornell and the T. Colin Campbell Center for Nutrition Studies. And he runs a private practice focusing on lifestyle medicine. So welcome to all of you. It's so great to have the three of you here all together. And thank you for agreeing to be on as a family. I'm sorry for forcing you to do that.
No problem.
To be here. Yeah, it's nice. Yeah. Thanks.
Thanks, LeAnne. Yeah.
Fantastic. And for any of our listeners, feel free to offer questions as we go along for the Campbells, and we will try to bring those to their attention as we go. I'd love to dive in and ask if we could go back in time a bit. Tell us more about your individual coming of age. At what point did your family make the transition to whole food plant-based nutrition? Where were you age-wise and life stage-wise? LeAnne, you want to start?
Sure. So Nelson's the oldest, and then I'm the second, and then Tommy's the youngest. So Tommy's 12 years younger than I am. But I was in high school when the transition began. And then when we went to college, it was a slow transition. But for me, when it was after college, actually, when I joined the Peace Corps, that I really became committed to this kind of lifestyle. And it was more for also humanitarian and environmental reasons. I was here in the Peace Corps, and so my father at the time was doing his research and his studies, but it was really for sort of some of these environmental humanitarian reasons that I realized that I really wanted to dedicate to sort of this type of lifestyle, a plant-based lifestyle. And I then had two sons, and both of them have been raised completely on an I'm on a plant-based diet. And they're now, 28 and 27 years of age. So we've been on this journey for quite a while. Yeah.
You want to jump in, Tom, or?
Well, yeah, I'm just going to echo LeAnne. It was very slow, so people
a lot of the people I see are people interested in like intervening in some acute situation right now with a disease or diagnosis or something. And so they go from a typical American diet to this very strict whole food plant-based diet overnight. And our transition was at the other end of the spectrum. I mean, I think it was in the 1980s when my dad started thinking about some of his research findings. And, you know, we were pretty healthy American eaters, but we had meatloaf and sausage and everything else. And then so we slowly cut down on meat. We started getting the chicken fried rice with little bits of chicken instead of, you know, the chicken dish and that type of thing. And then became vegetarian, you know, so in each of these steps was probably years. So I don't think it, for me personally, it really wasn't until I started working on the China study with my dad, and I really got deep into the research and learning about the heart disease research and so forth, when I finally actually gave up the dairy and became vegan. And then ever since then, you know, continuing to work to get as little processed food as possible. So, you know, everybody has a different journey. For us, for me in particular, it happened to be very slow.
That's great. Thanks so much. Nelson, how about you?
Yeah, so my story is kind of similar in that it wasn't, you know, a sudden overnight transition. Like LeAnne said, as a family, we started to transition when we were in high school. I might have been a junior or senior, I don't remember. But what was interesting is none of us really fought the idea. And I think the reason for that is because we always spent time together as a family. We always ate together in the evenings. We had a pretty big family, and we sat around a big round table. And my dad would often talk about his research. And so we had a front row seat to that research story. And we were excited for him when he shared what he was learning. And so when he came home and suggested, you know, that maybe we ought to change our diet, it wasn't something that we resisted. We sort of embraced it. But, you know, as Tom said, it didn't happen overnight. And for me, it started in high school and continued into my early 20s and mid 20s when I became, you know, completely plant-based. And of course, I met my wife, Kim, when we were pretty young, actually in high school. And so she's been on this journey with me as well.
That's fantastic. It's amazing, I think, to us as leaders in this field to look at you all who, you know, you're like our heroes here. And to know that like your path was a slow one is actually very motivating in a way. It's like, oh yeah, people come to this in their own time. And my hope and dream is that we can make it easier for everybody to transition at the speed that they would like. Tom, can you tell us a little more about what it was like writing the China study with your dad, and how did co-authorship actually come about?
Yeah, well, I was pretty young at the time and doing something totally different. I had gone to Cornell University and actually majored in theater arts. So I was totally removed from nutrition science and health. And my dad and mom asked if I wanted to help him write a book about nutrition and his life's work, his story. And that's just such a cool opportunity. I mean, I think I moved back to Ithaca to do that. And at the time, you know, I don't think I had any appreciation of where that journey would end or what would come of it. You know, it was a young guy and just, you know, sounded kind of cool to do for a little while. And obviously it was life-changing. I you know, was going to be kind of an editor for my dad's writing. My dad had mostly been doing scientific writing and so forth. So I was going to help him write in a voice appropriate for the average consumer. And I ended up getting just way deeper into it. You know, we thought it was going to take 1 year. It took 3.5 years. And gosh, I was in the library reading hundreds, you know, over 1,000 research articles and abstracts. This was before everything was, you know, indexed online. And then coming back and discussing with my dad these research articles and research papers. And it was really, you know, kind of an awesome opportunity. I think back on it, and it was almost like I thought of it as like an apprenticeship in research literature interpretation. You know, coming back and having time to discuss with my dad and sometimes argue and, have some back and forth. And when we were doing all of this, we were basically just writing a giant Microsoft Word essay. I mean, that's what it felt like, this giant Microsoft Word document. You have to understand, this was the peak of Atkins, of South Beach was just coming out and taking over the popular nutrition. There weren't many doctors interested or talking about diet and nutrition. So certainly not plant-based nutrition. So, we went through several agents, literary agents. We met with, they sent it out a ton. Publishers were uninterested. We had got a few meetings with publishers and they were uninterested. They wanted a book that was just going to be another, sort of diet plan with recipes and mostly recipes. And so I don't think when I started, I realized how much uncertainty there was about the project. And I certainly didn't know where it was going to end up, but it became a life-changing thing. I mean, afterwards I went into medicine and healthcare and all that stuff. So, it was a really special opportunity, I think, looking back on it.
Yeah, thank you for sharing. And we'll have to see you on the stage at some point too, right?
It's been a long time. I'd love to do it, but now with kids and work and stuff, it's a bit hard.
But I'm sure you can do it.
Yeah. That's right. No, each of you has really taken up the banner for the plant-based movement in your own way. And I'd love to just go around and ask you to each share about a project that you're working on. It might be a personal one or a professional one, or something coming up that you're really, truly passionate about. And I know so much of what you've done to date has been a passion project, but just give us one little nugget from your experience. Nelson, do you want to go first?
Sure. So we're doing a lot of different things, but just in terms of giving you a little nugget of something, we are working on another film.
I think Nelson is.
Of course, I
Nelson, you froze a little bit.
With you. Can you see me now?
Just a minute.
Can you hear me now?
We'll see if you come back.
Yeah, can you hear me now?
Yeah, you're good. Go ahead. Try again.
Yeah, you know what I'll do, LeAnne? Why don't you let us, LeAnne or Tom, start with this, and I'm going to change the location closer to the server in my house. We have pretty lousy internet connection here.
That's okay. LeAnne, you want to start?
Yeah, I actually thought I was going to have the problems with the internet here where I'm at. So I'm currently in the Dominican Republic, and I'm in an area that I lived here almost 30 years ago. And I came back to this area maybe 5 years ago. And so I guess one of the biggest projects that I've been involved in recently is what I have seen is the changes that have occurred over the last 30 years. So I lived in the same province, and before, I can turn my computer around and show you sort of the mountains beside me. It's been massive deforestation in this area, thousands of acres of deforestation. It's all for livestock to create pasture land for cattle. And one of the things that has resulted from this is that the rivers have dried up. Rivers that I used to swim in 30 years ago, waterfalls, they're totally gone. And in addition, there's been so when I came to this area, we started growing a garden, and I wanted to get some of the native fruit trees, and a lot of the native fruit trees that I knew and I had before 30 years ago are gone. And even the droughts have really increased. So one of the projects that we've been working on is trying to sort of take back some of the land that has been deforested and to create sort of these food forests. And we have a couple model projects here where I'm living right now. We have 2 different sort of plots of land, and we're growing, on this land intense amounts of food and regenerating and bringing back the land. And it's being used as a model to share with others what can be done and how to do this. And then, of course, you know, we just yesterday or last week, we had our first sort of sweet potato crop in this one part of the land up above, and we had 17,000 pounds of sweet potatoes that basically ended up just going out to everybody in this area where I live. A small portion of it was sold to recoup a little bit of the cost. 100% organic, and you know, just sort of showing and demonstrating. I think everyone here that's working on the project, they're all local farmers, but it's just taking this barren, dry land that has been created because of the deforestation to create something, you know, that's fertile and alive. And where we can like share the food and give it out. So I think, you know, I'm super passionate about the idea of promoting sustainable and equitable food systems. And that's sort of one of the things we're working on. So.
Oh, muted.
There we go. Yep. I love how when you talk about the setting that you're in, you know, you are sort of showing us barrenness versus fertility. And we don't talk about that enough, about the ground and the ecosystem. And it's just amazing to have such a crop, you know, with your own hands, with the hands of the laborers there. So fantastic.
Yeah.
Nelson, now that you're back, will you share a nugget from?
Yes. Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Yeah, I was going to go into my office where I have high-speed internet, and then I got lazy and just stayed at home here. So
that's okay.
But I was saying that we're doing a lot of different things. I'll just share one little nugget for you. And it's something that I have talked to you about, of course, so you already know quite a bit about this. But we are producing another film, and we've been working on this for a while. It's a reality style production. We should be done with it sometime this winter. And it's a film that's telling a story that eventually lands in New York City, where we're going to be working with a partner, Somos Community Care. It's a physician network of over 2,500 physicians.
Gracias, mi amor.
And we're going to be working with them and actually also with Plant Powered Metro. So as I've discussed with you, LeAnne, in fact, today I was working on writing a part of the story that references Plant Powered Metro, and so hopefully that'll be in the film. But we're going to be working to demonstrate a model that will enable physicians to utilize food as medicine and to be paid for doing that, so that they actually can have a sustainable business model utilizing food as medicine. You know, the physicians have to be at the forefront of this. People like my brother Tom, they have to be at the forefront of this revolution. But unfortunately, physicians have been, all across the country, they have been, subsumed into large healthcare systems. It used to be that, most physicians practiced in their own clinics. They were independent. But many of those physicians have sold their practices to large health systems and become employees of those systems. And when that happens, they lose autonomy, they lose freedom, and their practice of medicine is dictated by a large system whose interests actually are mostly in driving as much volume as they can, serving sick people with drugs and technologies. And so we have to change that. And we're going to be making a case for this in our film and demonstrating an actual model in New York City that I think could spark a lot of conversation and hopefully inspire people to utilize that model elsewhere.
Fantastic. I love it. And I'm obviously very excited about what's around the corner for you, Nelson, and very happy to participate whenever we can in the New York area. And Tom, how about you? What's going on in your work that lights your fire?
Yeah, there's a couple things. We have I founded and co-director with my wife, Dr. Erin Campbell, a research center here at the University of Rochester. It's the Nutrition in Medicine Research Center, and we have a couple clinical trials going right now. One is looking at a pilot study looking at some basic questions about using a whole food plant-based diet with women with metastatic breast cancer, so advanced breast cancer. It's a randomized control trial. And the other is a trial looking at individuals with type 2 diabetes, advanced type 2 diabetes on insulin, and giving them a couple diets and looking at the acute changes in some labs, insulin sensitivity and insulin dosage requirements, so insulin requirements. So those are a couple things. We're actually nearing the end of the recruitment interventions for those. So we're looking forward to additional projects hopefully soon. And I think that's very exciting and certainly a big part of what I'm doing now. And then also I have a small private practice that I've recently started at myplantbasedprogram.com. And I see people for individual medical visits via telemedicine. And I have a group program there. So that's another thing I'm spending time on. But yeah, there's a lot going on.
Yeah, that's fantastic. We had a question come in for you, Dr. Campbell. How do you see the future of whole food plant-based nutrition education in medical schools? How are your colleagues responding to the research? Tell us more. Are you intersecting at all with the medical school in the Rochester area?
So, there's some nuggets of optimism. And if you look at, for example, the American College of Lifestyle Medicine, that's been an organization that's growing rapidly. And there's, they've certified, a couple of thousand professionals in lifestyle medicine. And many of those are MDs and DOs and medical doctors. So there's definitely, again, when I think back to where I started my journey back in 2001, it's grown enormously, but it's still just a tiny drop in a very big lake. And, I think what my brother said is spot on in terms of the reimbursement. The education, each one of these things flows from the other. And the source of all of this activity is the reimbursement model. You're not going to have medical schools train physicians to be lifestyle medicine physicians if they can't get paid to do it. And it's medical school is a trade school essentially. You're training people to fill particular roles. So until you change the reimbursement system, I think it's going to be drips and here and there. But it's not going to really change the system until you change the reimbursement system. And that's a tough thing to do. But there's people working on it. I'm part of the American College of Lifestyle Medicine Economic Research Consortium. So, there's people thinking about it, working about it, writing about it. We just wrote a paper, came out with a paper on it. So it's being worked on, but it's really the reimbursements at the base of this whole issue.
Yeah, it seems like a huge issue, but it's really heartening to hear. Every time I hear something about the American College of Lifestyle Medicine, I'm like, oh, wow, folks are actually working on this now. Working on the white papers, working on these economic questions. It just seems like there's a lot of incredible work going on. And it's tough because I know you doctors are juggling your own clinical work, your own research projects, and then trying to change the systems. And oh my gosh, could we put any more burden on you? That's where I would hope that our grassroots movement would be helpful in whatever ways we can to support, the demand for changing these structures. We are going to close soon with a video from Kim Campbell, Nelson's wife. But before we do, I wanted to ask you all, what's the most rewarding thing about being a Campbell, if you identify yourself as through your family like that? LeAnne, you want to start?
Yeah.
Goodness. I think we're all of us are sort of inspired by this lifestyle, and we've been very, very fortunate to have been so close, I think, to the research that my father did. And as you can see, I think from all of us in certain ways, it's impacted us tremendously. And it's something that we're all, I think, quite passionate about. So I think, one of the we've been very fortunate to be close to that science and to know it intimately, and so yeah.
Yeah, so I agree. I think one of the blessings of coming into the world the way that we did is we've been very close to this idea for a long time.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that's why we all feel like we should pay it forward. We have benefited from this, and we want to help get the message out. And the other thing I would say is we just had, like so many other people in the world, we had 2 wonderful parents who loved us and taught us really good values, gave us an education to enable us to be successful. So
that's beautiful.
That's the main thing.
And there was somebody who wrote a question about suggestions for a mom attempting to help convert their own family to a plant-based diet. I think you just sort of answered the question in a way. You're modeling and you're bringing in the knowledge, especially for older kids who have a wider consciousness. It's really inspiring to hear how you grew up in a way that allowed you to receive this information and do something really positive with it. And Tom, how about you?
Yeah, I would just echo that. I mean, the gifts that we've received through no effort or goodness or really deserving of our own, just being born into a certain situation is really remarkable. Of course, we're learning so much about inequality and so forth, and it's just dumb luck, to have many of the opportunities we have. It's not been without a lot of work along the way to make good use of that, but it's just been dumb luck, really, a lot of this stuff, and so that's something to be grateful for. It's a great opportunity to be. And I think what's interesting is that the people who come across this idea of food is that as you think about it, it really is true that if you change the food, you change the world.
Mm-hmm.
And when you start to think about that, whether it's from the environmental aspect, certain equity issues, justice issues, or health, or animal welfare, 50 billion animals are killed for food every year. That's just, you can't even imagine that number, right? Every year. And all the resources that uses up. It's a testament, I think, in our family that when we get a hold of this idea, that it's become a bit of a family affair. So it's there's many gifts to be grateful for, and there's a lot of work to do.
Absolutely. Yeah. Thank you all. And I want to acknowledge also LeAnne at the Center for Nutrition Studies. You became president somewhat recently, and I know you've started many wonderful, fantastic initiatives. The grants program, which Plant-Powered Metro New York has been a very grateful recipient of. And I think I and so many of our volunteers and staff have taken the eCornell Plant-Based Nutrition Certificate Program, which, Tom, I know you co-authored, and LeAnne, you're sort of at the helm there. And it just means so much to have this credential and to have this base of knowledge that gives us all a starting place where we can say, yes, let's take this knowledge and be activists about how to make it manifest in the world. And at the same time, Nelson, with the pods, Plant-Powered Metro was founded by a few leaders of local groups, local pods, each of which were created as a result of your film PlantPure Nation. And I'm going to just share in the chat, in the comments feed, the link to the documentary online, because it really was a game changer for so many of us. And I think it's a testament to your original vision, Nelson, to raise the banner and make the movement happen. So I'm super grateful, and we'll have to do this again sometime because we can't take all these stories from the three of you and just stop there, but we do have to move on. So thank you all, and we're going to turn it over now to Kim Campbell with a beautiful look at plant-based substitutions. Kim is the PlantPure chef behind the PlantPure business, and here she goes.
Hi, welcome to our PlantPure kitchen. I'm Kim Campbell. Today I want to talk about substitutions, mainly dairy substitutions and meat-based substitutions, and then we'll do a little bit on egg replacers as well. So I want to start with the dairy because for me, that was the hardest thing to give up many, many years ago. But when we were going plant-based, they didn't have very many plant-based milks, but now they have many to choose from. So I'll talk about them briefly here. We have oat milk, that seems to be all the rage right now, and we have soy milk. That's actually my personal favorite. We have hemp milk, there's flax milk, there's almond milk, there's cashew milk. I mean, on and on it goes. I tend to buy the ones that I can find at a mainstream grocery store, and I like to buy shelf stable because you can store them in your pantry and then refrigerate them after they're open, which is really nice. I like the soy milk because it has a little more fat in it, and cashew milk, it's perfect for baking. So a lot of people, as they go plant-based, they don't want to give up their coffee, and coffee's plant-based, and they want to do a creamer. Well, most of the creamers have a lot of oil in them. So what we do is we warm up our milk, our soy milk, and then we add our coffee. But they do have creamers, soy creamers on the market, and coconut creamers. So just be mindful, though, that they do add a lot of, usually they add oils to them. So you can make your own creamer. There's lots of recipes online, but they do have them. If this is a hard thing for you to transition, you can do a soy creamer. So then the next one is yogurts. I tend to make a lot of my own yogurt. I use soy milk and probiotic capsules, and I just shake it up and it turns into yogurt in a few days. And I have a video, you can check out that video on yogurt, but super easy to make. You can also buy yogurt. Kite Hill makes a really nice yogurt, no added oils. Make sure you look at the ingredients. You don't want to have a lot of sugar and vanilla, just straight up yogurt. The Greek yogurt strain, so to me it makes a great substitute for sour cream, and you can strain it even more and it turns into cream cheese. You can also buy Kite Hill cream cheese. You can make your own by straining yogurt. Kite Hill also, and actually I keep talking about Kite Hill mainly because they are the only brand right now that doesn't use added oils. So they have a ricotta cheese that looks like that. It's pretty close to ricotta, you can see, and you can flavor it if you want, but it's expensive because it's expensive to produce and package all of it. You can also make your own ricotta cheese, which I do out of tofu. I just do tofu and season it up with some garlic and lemon juice, and it turns out really nice. Kite Hill makes a variety of dips and things like that. You can also make your own cheese sauces, which is in another video. You can make white sauce. This is a nacho sauce, so you can put it on top of pizza, tacos, everything else. Nutritional yeast flakes are nice. They give everything a cheesy flavor. We like to put it on top of popcorn. We put it on top of pizza, lasagna. It's just nice to have. I categorize it as a spice, more or less. So then the last thing is ice cream. So for me, I struggled with ice cream because I love it. So what we do is I peel a banana, put it in a baggie and freeze it, and then you can blend it and it makes a really nice ice cream. You can put cocoa powder in it and make chocolate ice cream. So that pretty much covers the dairy substitutes. So I'm just going to move some of this out of the way here. And then we're going to talk about meat substitutes. There are a lot of options for meat substitutes. So my favorite meat substitute is Butler soy curls. Butler soy curls come dry. They look like this, almost like a chip, but they're completely dry. And what you do is you put them in water and then you hydrate them. And they take on the flavor of whatever you hydrate them in. So those are a great meat alternative option. Another option is jackfruit. Green jackfruit, when you cook it, it doesn't really have a flavor, but it takes on the flavor of whatever sauce, if it's barbecue sauce or taco sauce. And you can find these at most mainstream grocery stores. Just make sure it's green jackfruit, because ripe jackfruit tastes like juicy fruit gum. It's very sweet and tropical tasting. So a lot of people like to use lentils as a meat replacement. So if a recipe calls for hamburger, they might just put lentils in there instead. Tempeh is nice. It's a soybean product, kind of like tofu, And it's a soybean product that is made with a whole bean. And I didn't bring my tofu, but most of you know what tofu looks like. It's just a white cake, but this is tempeh. And then I found smoked tempeh. So what we like to do with the smoked tempeh is we bake it and then we make BLTs with it. You can also make your own smoked tempeh. If you're worried about sodium, you can season it up yourself. Then mushrooms. There are so many different kinds of mushrooms, but I brought out two that we really like. There's your standard button mushroom, and those are great. They're inexpensive. They're very abundant in the grocery stores. And then there's shiitake mushrooms, which are really meaty. They have kind of a meaty flavor. If you chop them up, they're a great meat substitute. They're really good for you. They have vitamin D in them. And if you put them out in the sun on your porch, they'll absorb more vitamin D. So that's a great way to get your vitamin D. And then portobellos, we like to grill these. These are really nice to grill. Put them on a bun. We marinate them. So these are some of my favorite substitutes. I also like to use an eggplant. We grill eggplant as well, and we make sandwiches with that. So that's kind of a nice meaty texture too. Each one of them has a little different texture, so you kind of have to find what works for you and go with it. So what I did with the soy curls, just to show you, over here I sauteed some onions and mushrooms, or onions and peppers. And then I added some of these soy curls. I hydrated them, then I cut them up a little bit, and they look just like pork or chicken, and they have the textures very, very similar. So what we like to do with that, just to show you how easy it is to fool people, we take a whole grain bun. These are Dave's Killer Bread buns, so they're whole grain. And then just put it on a bun. And by the way, this freezes really well. So you can make a big batch and then freeze it. And then put some coleslaw on top. We have this all the time for our carnivore friends, and they love it. So that's it. And we're good to go. So if you want more recipes like how to make mayonnaise or how to make a cheese sauce, you can go to our PlantPure Nation cookbook. Both cookbooks have lots of variety of recipes. You can go to our website. I did forget the eggs, so let's go over eggs real quickly. If you're a baker and all the recipes call for eggs, eggs are actually a binder and they actually hold things together nicely. So what I use as a replacement for eggs is I use flax meal. You can mix that up with some water, and I call it a flax egg. You can also make a chia egg. So you can do chia seeds or flax meal. It's 3 tablespoons of water to 1 tablespoon of flax meal or chia seed. That works beautifully. It's probably what I use in most of my recipes. You can also use aquafaba. So the juice inside your chickpea can is a great egg replacer. You can whip it and make whipped cream, or you can just use it as is in a brownie recipe or a cookie recipe or a cake recipe. So it works really well. So do not throw out your juice from the beans. I like to use applesauce, a banana. Sometimes I use pumpkin. You can use baby food, any kind of fruit puree. If you're looking for scrambled eggs, I have a recipe in the cookbook called scrambled tofu, and that's a nice substitute as well. I hope that you will be able to take some of those beautiful traditional recipes that you grew up on, make some simple substitutions, and enjoy all the abundant plant-based foods. Have a great day.
So a few years back, I seemed to suddenly develop a inflammation in my knee, and I was very troubled by how much pain this inflammation was causing me. And I got a diagnosis from a physician. I was prescribed some physical therapy, and he offered anti-inflammatory drugs. And so I was disinclined to take the drugs, and I started to research what I can do with diet to help myself. And that's when I decided to do whole foods plant-based nutrition. I deleted the foods that I felt were contributing to the inflammation, and I did not take any medications to reduce the pain and swelling that I was experiencing. And after about 4 to 5 months, the inflammation went all the way down, and I was without any pain in my knee at that point. What I love about eating a whole foods plant-based diet is that I know that I'm eating all fresh foods every day, and that helps me feel good. My digestion is good. The elimination process is good. Plant Powered Metro New York developed wonderful community that supports people in learning and implementing nutritional concepts and helps to support you in making these changes in your daily life. If you have been thinking about or are interested in learning more about transitioning to a plant-based diet, please visit the website plantpoweredmetrony.org. Send us an email and we will contact you to answer any questions you might have.
Hey, Jim, let's unmute.
It would be a good thing for me to do that. It's been incredible. So we're 2-2 now on the muting ourselves. So let's see who wins this one. We're at the top of the hour. It's hour 6. And guess what? If you're just getting here, where have you been? You've missed so much amazing stuff. I'm Jim Spellos. This or this, depending on which way LeAnne is on your screen, is LeAnne Levine Reisner. We are part of the Plantathon, which is a Giving Tuesday live stream celebration. You've heard the spiel all day long from these people. It is amazing what we have heard. We do want to hear your comments, your feedback. So please keep putting them in the chat. And LeAnne, I know you have a few things to say before we move on to the sponsor for this hour and a couple of videos.
That's right. So just a reminder that as you're participating in Plantathon, please be sure to leave a generous gift for us by supporting Plant Powered Metro New York, either through text or at our website. You'll see the instructions in the comment feeds on Facebook or YouTube, wherever you're tuning in from. And please be generous, because all of our year-end donations will be matched dollar for dollar up to $25,000, thanks to a generous anonymous donor. And as well, everyone who donates today at any level is going to be entered to win one of our awesome giveaway prizes. So you can learn more about the prizes and learn about how you can enter even without making a donation at the link Plantathon Rules, which just got posted into the comments feed. So we have some exciting stuff coming up for this hour. Jim, you want to share?
Yeah. I definitely want to share. This hour of Plantathon is sponsored by Plant-Based Telehealth. Anthony Mazziello is the co-founder and CEO of Plant-Based Telehealth, a national lifestyle telemedicine service focused on the prevention and reversal of disease with lifestyle medicine and whole food plant-based nutrition. Anthony has been working in healthcare for more than 25 years. His professional career started in the 90s at the National Institute of Health doing bioinformatics for the Human Genome Project. Later, he shifted into R&D at Novartis, where he was interested in contributing more directly to the development of new disease therapies. Anthony, welcome. It's such a pleasure to have you on the show today.
Thanks, Jim. It's really awesome to be here. You know, I've been watching throughout the day in between meetings, and you guys have put together some really fantastic content, and I'm really impressed with how seamless everything's been going. So that's fantastic.
Well, all the gremlins haven't been around that much, but who knows what's going to happen in the next couple of hours. Hopefully the next 15 minutes will be perfect, though, right?
I don't want to jinx it.
Absolutely. So tell me, why are you so passionate about whole food plant-based nutrition?
Well, you know, I have a personal health recovery story. And while I was working there at Novartis, as you mentioned in my bio, I actually was becoming quite sick myself. I was morbidly obese at 360 pounds. I was on multiple medications. I had other health concerns like cholesterol that were not being controlled. And I found whole food plant-based nutrition, and I reversed all of that. And ever since then, I've been working really hard, volunteering and otherwise professionally, trying to figure out how I can help more people to realize the potential that whole food plant-based nutrition has to offer so they can live happier, healthier, and more fun lives.
Why does it always take for all of us to get to that before we have that aha moment?
It's those rock bottom moments that really can instigate change. You know, it's unfortunate that some of us stubborn people have to let it go that far, but there are plenty of people who I'm impressed with who do it, you know, from a healthy, healthy people who make this change. And I think those are real heroes, people who do that. They're just really smarter than I am.
Me too. So what is plant-based telehealth?
So plant-based telehealth, as you mentioned, is national telemedicine services. And what that means is anyone in the United States, in any one of the 50 states who wants a doctor who practices plant-based nutrition, lifestyle medicine rooted in plant-based nutrition, can have one. And that's our mission. We want to make lifestyle medicine based in whole food plant-based nutrition accessible to everyone. So we tried to recreate as much as possible an in-person doctor-patient experience. So it's done over a video conference, just like what we're doing here. It's live with the doctor and the patient. They can see and speak with each other. They can go over lab work. They can, if prescription medications are required, they can be prescribed. You know, it's full licensed medical care from the comfort of your own home.
Pretty amazing. So who can schedule an appointment? How do they do that?
They can just go to the website, Plant-Based Telehealth. There's a form right on the front. You can register as a patient. It doesn't cost anything to register as a patient. What that does is that lets you into the patient portal, and that sets you up so that if you ever did want to schedule an appointment, you can literally just click the button. You can find which doctor. We have 9 doctors now seeing patients in all, you know, they're seeing patients in combinations of states around the country. In total, they cover all 50 states. So everyone can have an appointment, but they go on there, they choose their doctor, whichever doctor you prefer, and you just schedule an appointment, and you'll receive the instructions on how to connect to your visit, what information to provide before your appointment to make sure that it's really, that all the background information has been communicated to make sure it's really productive for you.
Any chance we can meet some of those doctors now?
We can actually meet them all through the power of our next gremlin-free transition. We couldn't bring them all on live, so we had everyone record just a 1-minute clip. So we're here ready to share that now. Thank you, Jim.
Hi, my name is Dr. Kim Scheuer. I am double boarded in family medicine and lifestyle medicine. And I've worked for over 20 years in traditional medicine, including in ICUs, in hybrid hospitalist models, and in my own practice. And until I learned what lifestyle medicine was, I never truly treated patients to prevent their diseases, to reverse their diseases, to find the root cause of their diseases. We only used medications to bandage the symptoms, and that wasn't good. Once I discovered lifestyle medicine, eating a whole food plant-based diet, moving more, stressing less, and other modalities, I was able to change my health and lose weight, decrease my cholesterol, get more energy, feel younger than I have ever felt, and help my family and my patients, and it's been remarkable. I love, love, love plant-based telehealth and telemedicine because I can use that to reach patients in the over 20 states that I'm licensed in and around the world. I speak Spanish, I use American Sign Language, and I love to teach patients and people how to live a lifestyle that I now live, that I prescribe for my patients to help them lose weight, to feel better and become healthier.
Hi, I'm Dr. Chris Miller. I'm an emergency and lifestyle medicine physician. I was born and raised in Chicago, Illinois, and I currently live in beautiful Carbondale, Colorado. I am so proud to be a lifestyle medicine physician because it allows me the opportunity to work with my patients and to help them get better. It's the first time in medicine that I've actually seen people get off medications, and I love helping them deprescribe their medications. Lifestyle medicine has proven to be the most successful medicine that I've ever used, from lowering blood pressure, lowering cholesterol, lowering blood sugar, losing weight, lowering inflammation with autoimmune diseases, and getting off medications. I think it's important for everyone to have a lifestyle medicine practice because it's not enough to just go about our lives and worry about our illnesses and our long-term health. We have to take charge, and we can take charge. The data shows us, that our patients show us, that we can get better, we can get off our medications, and we can live long, healthy lives and age well. As a telemedicine physician, one of the best things is that we get to see people in their homes, in their own environments, and we get to help them whenever it works out for them, without the stress of driving to a doctor's visit, of white coat hypertension, of being nervous around a doctor. No, people are at home, they're comfortable. We get a good relationship, and we get an opportunity to help, not only help them in the medical world, but help them in whatever realm is going on in their lives.
Hello,
I'm Dr. Michael Clapper, and I am so pleased to be part of the plant-based telehealth team. As an experienced clinician and a natural-born teacher, one of my strong points is going through people's laboratory results and interpreting what all those numbers mean, to go through the radiologist reports on your CT scan or from your MRI and explain what is happening in your body. And then, very importantly, after you gain this understanding, to help you make the best decisions possible. Should I have that biopsy? Do I need this operation? Is there any way I can reverse osteoporosis naturally? Do I really need that coronary artery bypass graft? This is what we do, and I would be honored to help you in any of these kinds of situations. I have medical licenses in the states of California, Hawaii, Florida, and New York. So if you will be in one of those states, I would be more than happy to do a consultation with you. If you're outside of one of those states, I'm sure one of our other plant-based telehealth doctors would be more than happy to serve you. So hopefully our paths will cross on these magical telemedicine screens we now share, and I'll be able to offer plant-based telehealth wonderful services to you.
Hello, my name is Jeff Pierce. I'm a family and lifestyle medicine physician, originally from South Texas, living in Northern California. I really like using lifestyle medicine to not only maybe sort of treat some symptoms, put a Band-Aid on some problems, but get to the root cause of the chronic illnesses that are plaguing so many of us in the United States and around the world. Right now, with the help of the 6 focus areas or pillars of lifestyle medicine, we can get to the root cause and prevent, treat, and sometimes even make these lifestyle conditions go away. So by using a whole food plant-based diet, by focusing on healthy movement throughout our day, by avoiding toxic substances like smoking cigarettes, by focusing on de-stressing, sleeping better, and spending time with loved ones and a supportive community, we can avoid that first and second heart attack. We can help the hypertension medications go away as our health gets better. And we can maybe even get the diagnosis of type 2 diabetes off of our problem list. It's a real joy and pleasure to be able to reach out to people, not only in my neck of the woods, but in far-flung areas in the other side of the state or in other states altogether. And this is an opportunity that's been afforded by the wonder of telemedicine. So thank you very much for your attention.
Hi guys, what's going on? My name is Dr. Colin Zhu, and thank you so much for having us on this year's Plantathon or Plantathon. And I'm one of the team members of plant-based telehealth. I'm originally from New Jersey, board certified in family and lifestyle medicine. And I also a certified health coach and also trained a chef. And I'm very passionate in lifestyle medicine. I started when I was a medical student, going on 8 years now, and transitioned to whole food plant-based about 7-8 years as well. And so I really believe in the pillars of just good health, health that makes sense, health that's practical. I believe in becoming a role model for my patients. And so, I do my best to implement the pillars of lifestyle medicine as well. Not only nutrition, physical activity, but really honing in on mental health, good stress management, and social connections. So here at Plant-Based Telehealth, I'm going to sit down one-on-one with you and do a comprehensive visit to be able to see what your needs are and see how we can help you. And, we're going to have a great session, good long-term care. And yeah, let's cook up something and try to get you back to better health. So please join us.
Hi, my name is Dr. Amy Zacharias, and I'm board certified in both family medicine and lifestyle medicine. I was born and raised in Central Illinois, and I returned to Central Illinois to practice traditional family medicine after completing my medical school education. After practicing traditional family medicine, though, for several years, I felt like something was missing. What I realized was traditional medical practice really focuses on treating symptoms. It doesn't really get at the root cause of disease. That's when I discovered lifestyle medicine. Lifestyle medicine is a practice devoted to treating, reversing, and preventing chronic disease by using lifestyle change as a first-line treatment. Studies have shown that more than 80% of our chronic diseases are attributed to an unhealthy lifestyle, so it really makes sense to focus on changing those unhealthy behaviors. My favorite part of lifestyle medicine, though, is that it truly is patient-centered. Patients take ownership of their own health. It is my job to guide them along the path to better health by educating them and giving them the tools and resources they need to reach their health goals. I am privileged to be a part of this journey. I love teaching patients how to optimize their health by eating a whole food plant-based diet, minimizing stress, getting good sleep, being physically active, moderating alcohol intake, and avoiding or quitting tobacco. It is truly a joy to see patients heal after they discover the power of a healthy lifestyle. I joined plant-based telehealth so that I could reach as many patients as possible and to help spread the word about the power of lifestyle medicine. I currently have active medical licensures in multiple states. I look forward to working with as many of you as possible to help you reach your health goals.
Hi, I'm Dr. Nikki Davis. I am a medical doctor, and I am board certified in both family medicine and lifestyle medicine. And I started my plant-based journey when I was about 13 years old. So at that time, I decided that eating meat was not healthy. Although I didn't really know anyone at the time who was vegetarian or vegan, it just felt right to me. And over several years, I very slowly transitioned to a vegan diet. And then as I learned more about the benefits of a whole food plant-based diet, eventually I found my way there. And in 2016, when I was in medical school, I had an amazing opportunity to work with Dr. John McDougall during one of his 10-day live-in programs in Santa Rosa, California. And I had the chance to not only for myself discover eating a whole food plant-based diet free of oils, which really changed my life too, but also getting to see the patients firsthand who were transitioning from the standard American diet to a whole food plant-based diet free of oils, and seeing people improving their diabetes, their blood pressure, their weight in just 10 days. And that just further solidified my passion for helping cure chronic disease using lifestyle medicine.
Hi, I'm Dr. Elizabeth Fontaine. I'm an obstetrician gynecologist, and I'm also board certified in lifestyle medicine. I also have an old passion of a master's degree in obesity and exercise physiology. I'm happy to say that I have the chance now to work with an amazing group at PlantBasedTelehealth.com. It is so important to be able to improve your lifestyle in order to prevent, reverse, or treat chronic disease. But you know, one of the aspects that we tend to forget is that women also have multiple conditions that could be helped so much with lifestyle changes, including plant-based telehealth. Conditions like premenstrual syndrome, heavy bleeding, menopause, osteoporosis, multiple conditions, and I have helped so many women. The problem is that women has a tendency to think that this is not something that I deserve to be helped. We send, the husband, the family, and we tend to forget about ourselves. I want you to take the time, to come and take time for yourself so that we can help you to improve your health. We can decrease your chance of having chronic disease condition. We can also improve your health.
I'm Dr. Lori Marbus, co-founder of Plant-Based Telehealth. I'm a licensed family and lifestyle medicine physician. It has been such a joy to practice lifestyle medicine via telemedicine. I have patients from the interior of Alaska to each corners of the United States. The joy of lifestyle medicine is so profound. One, we get to help patients not only improve their health, but many times reverse chronic diseases that they have been suffering from for decades. I'm so thankful for those who allow us to work and be a part of their journey. I hope that someday that everyone in the United States will understand this valuable message that lifestyle medicine, especially using a whole food plant-based diet, is absolutely critical to improving the overall health of not only the individual, but us as a nation and a world. Thank you.
That's a pretty amazing team you have there, Anthony.
Oh my gosh, I can't believe it, and I'm truly humbled and extremely grateful to be able to help patients get connected with these fantastic doctors.
Let's close with one question. We're asking everybody the same thing at the end of the time that you have with us. So it's one thing you most want our viewers to do or to know that would make a real difference.
I would like everyone watching and everyone everywhere to eat more vegetables. I think it really can, starting change can really be that simple. Eat more vegetables, eat more fruit, and let everything else just fall right into place.
Anthony, you've been a wonderful guest. We really appreciate your sponsoring this hour and hope you'll be able to stay and watch some more of the Plantathon.
I will for sure. Yeah, I don't want to miss it. Thank you.
Be well. You're so welcome. We're going to bring LeAnne back here. And LeAnne, I have one question for you. Why do I have this smoothie here? Is there
I've got one too, Jim. I don't know. It seems like we're going to talk about smoothies this hour or something. Well, hi, folks. I'm LeAnne. I'm back, and I'm just excited. We just heard from an amazing company that is bringing plant-based medicine to many more people. And what I love about it is the diversity of doctors, just how many doctors are coming to this way of practicing medicine, and how it's really going to serve our community so much better. At the same time, we are also blessed in the New York area to have a number of practicing plant-based physicians who offer in-person visits. So if that's something that interests you, Dr. David Dunaief is one of those. And he's an internist specializing in whole food plant-based approaches to medicine. His focus is on the reversal and prevention and treatment of chronic diseases through a nutrient-dense approach, fitness and stress management. He practices in Brooklyn Heights, New York, just one subway stop from Manhattan. And he also has a claim to fame of being the incoming mayor's doctor. Is that right, Dr. D?
That would be correct. That would be correct. It's a wonderful privilege to be.
Thank you. And also you served as one of our doctors helping with our Jumpstart last month, which was such an honor. We always are trying to be mindful of how when folks start on the path of changing their diet, especially when they're on medications, to just be aware of the things that may cause risk in the process of change. And I think you've brought so much of that awareness to everybody. And I'm so grateful you took on that role. But today we're going to talk about how smoothies don't suck, because we love smoothies and many of us eat them, drink them, whatever we do with them, many times during the week, if not daily. And I invite anybody who's here joining us this hour to put your comments and questions in the chat box, in the comments feed, so we can bring them up as we go. But I want to start with a personal question for Dr. Dunaief. How did you become a doctor who prescribes food as medicine?
Well, it's a great question. I came to it because I was diagnosed with cerebral palsy at birth, congenitally. And so way back then, they didn't have lifestyle as in change in diet. But my parents, my father, who was a physician, didn't want me to have surgery. They wanted, most of the doctors wanted to cut my cauda equina, or horsetail of my spine, and they wanted to cut my Achilles tendon on my right side because I had spastic cerebral palsy, which is about 80% of cerebral palsy type. And so that would have been great, except I would have ended up in a wheelchair. And instead, we found somebody in the hospital for special surgery named, ironically, Dr. Root, who took me through exercise and strength training and stuff like that to learn how to walk without having problems and without tripping and stuff like that. So basically, I'm a natural for this field. I'm not the natural. The natural would be Robert Redford, and he got paid millions of dollars. I've yet to get paid millions of dollars, but I am unnatural for this field. Sorry for the bad sense of humor.
No, I love it. I love it. You're our comedy hour, always, Dr. D. And I know you are passionate about the topic of inflammation. So can you tell our viewers, what is inflammation and what does it have to do with health?
Okay. Inflammation is activation of the immune system. And it's activation of the immune system when the body senses harm. So there's two types of inflammation. There's acute, that happens when it's short term, that happens when you get a cut or you break a bone and it repairs when you have an illness like a virus that repairs and you get over it very quickly. That's very important to have. We want that. But then there's chronic, or what I call smoldering inflammation. And smoldering inflammation is not so good. So let's use an example. When you have a red hot, swollen, painful joint, and then imagine it throughout your body and all your joints, and you have this chronic pain that just keeps going and going and is debilitating. That's sort of what chronic inflammation is. And it can be in all different diseases. It can be in greater than 80% of chronic diseases. And if you think about it, in autoimmune diseases like rheumatoid arthritis or lupus or inflammatory bowel disease like Crohn's or ulcerative colitis, it's where your body is actually attacking the healthy tissue and thinks it's foreign or harmful for some reason. But it's also inflammation in heart disease and in cancer and in many other diseases. So it really plays an important role, and we want to reverse that inflammation.
That's fantastic. So you developed an approach to whole food plant-based nutrition that's really focused on consuming mostly anti-inflammatory foods. Can you explain first what makes foods pro or anti-inflammatory?
So that's a great question. What makes foods pro and anti-inflammatory? It sounds like you're voting on something pro. I'm pro for this or I'm anti for this. But what makes foods pro or anti-inflammatory are two very simple things that it comes down to: antioxidants and fiber. And when you think about this, plants have tons of antioxidants. They have thousands and thousands of antioxidants in each plant. Whereas when you look at animal protein or animals, they tend to have 2 to 5 antioxidants. Again, thousands and thousands, tens of thousands of antioxidants are found in plants, the single digits in animal protein. So that makes animal protein more apt to be inflammatory, whereas plants tend to be anti-inflammatory because of all these antioxidants. But there's also fiber. Fiber tamps down inflammation, and fiber feeds our microbiome. So those trillions of bacteria and viruses that are in our gut that are not from us, but basically are able to digest foods that we can't digest, they digest the fiber, it's called soluble fiber, are then their waste products are short chain fatty acids that we used for energy. So it gives you energy. So it's really important. And it also reduces the inflammation. So animal protein has things like arachidonic acid that it raises and causes blood iron or heme iron to rise. And what happens when iron levels get too high? Well, when the iron gets wet, what happens? It rusts. So it basically causes rusty pipes potentially. And animal protein also creates an acidic environment, and you want more of an alkaline environment. And when I say alkaline and acidic, I'm talking about bicarbonate that's natural to your body as a buffer. And I'm also talking about the pH in your urine, because you can't change your body pH.
Great. So tell us about the LIFE diet.
So the LIFE diet stands for, it's an acronym that stands for Low Inflammatory Foods Everyday Diet. So it increases plant nutrients and reduces inflammation. The cornerstone to the diet is dark green leafy vegetables. Dark green leafy vegetables are some from the cruciferous. So all the cruciferous family, like broccoli and cauliflower and kale and bok choy, especially baby kale and baby bok choy, but also spinach and Swiss chard, and those are wonderful things, as well as romaine, especially off the shelf instead of the 3-pack, because it's now a medium. It's not as dark. But also beans play a really important role because they have so much fiber and so much protein, and fruit, especially berries, they have a lot of antioxidants, and seeds, flax seeds, because you need some seeds or nuts to absorb and help absorb the nutrients. And the nutrients are basically fat soluble. So if you don't have fat, you're not going to absorb raw vegetables, raw greens especially.
Fantastic. So when you teach your patients how to incorporate low inflammatory foods every day, I know that you have a signature way of making smoothies. Can you do a little show and tell or tell us about your smoothies?
Sure. But let me start out by saying first that some doctors think that smoothies suck. And they would be right. 99.9% or 99.5% do suck because they have too much sugar. They may have fruit juice. They may have dairy like ice cream or yogurt. And they may also lack dark leafy greens and also lack fresh berries. And so they lose the benefit, the nutrients. You want nutrient dense. And so that's the benefit of having a smoothie. And so does my smoothie suck? It only sucks when you put a straw in it and suck it from the straw. And that wasn't my sense of humor. That was LeAnne. I have to give it to LeAnne. Mine might be really bad, but hers is worse. You see how much worse hers is. Now you appreciate how good mine is. But the ingredients that go into the smoothie include 8 ounces by weight of dark leafy greens like spinach, kale, bok choy, and baby is better than adult, I guess, because it's more concentrated. I don't think there is an adult form. I think you just call it baby. But anyway, it's 8 ounces of dark leafy greens by weight. It's half a cup of plant milk, like almond milk or soy milk, half a cup of water, 1 tablespoon of ground flaxseed. Again, you need the flaxseed to absorb the nutrients, 1 tablespoon of cocoa powder, and 2.5 cups of frozen blueberries. And that has a lot of antioxidants to it. And what's great is you emulsify this and you get 2 times the absorption that you get with salads. So a smoothie is a blended salad. And when you think about it, if you're putting in 8 ounces of greens and a large salad is 5 ounces, well, if you double 8 ounces because it absorbs twice as well, you get 16 ounces or 3 salads because 3 salads equals 15 ounces. And there's an extra ounce. So it's basically for every smoothie, you get 3 salads. And it's delicious. That's what's wonderful about it. My nephew and niece who hate vegetables saw me putting cocoa into it and said, "Oh, is that chocolate?" And they were 9 and 11 at the time. And they said, "Wow, this is delicious. Can we have one?" And I was amazed. And now they're 19 and 21. This was 10 years ago, obviously. But also the benefits of the smoothie are enormous. It reduces inflammation to optimal or undetectable levels. It has tremendous amount of antioxidants. It helps reverse diseases like heart disease, chronic kidney disease, autoimmune diseases, and things like that. It's high in phytonutrients or plant nutrients. It's practical and convenient. It's like drinking tea or coffee. You can carry it when you're on the go. So it's not like you have to sit down and cut something. So it's really easy to use. And this particular smoothie has 26 grams of fiber and 26 grams of protein. And usually the smoothie is 32 ounces. So I was just showing you through a clear glass, but this is what it looks like in a 32 ounce glass. And you have to root for the Yankees if you're going to drink a smoothie or drink my smoothie, because my wife is a Red Sox fan and she uses a Red Sox cup, which kills me. So you need to use a Yankees cup. And then it strengthens the immune system, which is so important, especially with COVID and other diseases around. So it helps potentially prevent progression to severe disease, and it also helps prevent potentially getting the disease, especially when you've been immunized and you've gotten the vaccine, and then it can raise the antibody levels. And there are studies that show that with other vaccines, not specifically the COVID vaccines, but it's really interesting. And they reduce liver enzymes and they help with hydration, because water isn't a great hydrator, but smoothies are, because they have electrolytes and they have nutrients and the body absorbs it. So usually when I drink a 32 ounce smoothie, I don't have to pee for like 4 hours. If I drank 32 ounces of water, I'd pee an hour 6 times every 10 minutes. I tried it, I know. So it's really great for that. And it's great for energy. Obviously, you can see I have a lot of energy, and it doesn't raise your sugars, and it doesn't cause insulin spikes, and it prevents constipation. So you're consistent and you can go when you need to. So these are the benefits of the smoothie, and they continue on and on.
Yeah, so true. And I mean, a key piece of your smoothie is just the amount of greens that are in it. How do you encourage people to get to a place where they're having so much green leafy vegetables in their smoothie?
Well, the amazing thing is I don't really have to encourage them tremendously. I just have them do it. I put it in a high power blender. I explain to them, and then they taste it and they think it's wonderful. And they can't taste the greens. And what they taste is blueberry, banana, chocolate. And you can even put in peanut powder, like a PB2 or a naked peanut powder, and it gives it a different flavor. So, and you can change around the berries, and you can change around the greens. So the taste can always change, but people really love it. So you don't have to worry about half a pound being really difficult to get, because even kids really love it.
Fantastic. And I understand you've just done a study on inflammation and reversing migraines. Can you tell us more about that?
Sure. Actually, I've done 3 studies in the last year and a half. The first study was on inflammation, getting the nutrient levels up, or what we call the blood beta carotene levels. And when I say blood beta carotene, you want to make sure the beta carotene comes from dark leafy greens, not from starchy vegetables like sweet potato or carrots. And you want to make sure it doesn't come from green powders, and you want to make sure it doesn't come from a supplement of beta carotene, because that won't help you. We're just using that as a marker to mark for phytonutrients. But as the phytonutrients go up, the inflammation goes down. And what we saw in the first study with the Life Diet was a 75% reduction in inflammation. And then we took it to the next level, and we had a smoothie, a green smoothie, the Life Green Smoothie, and we gave it to people just for 7 days and had them eat the same diet they were eating, just added it for breakfast, and their inflammation went down by 40% just with one smoothie, one 32-ounce smoothie. And then the most recent study that was published about 2 weeks ago in the British medical journal Case Reports was on reversing migraine in a patient who had 12 and a half years of migraine, and it turned chronic after the last 6 months. And so he was in excruciating pain in the last 6 months. Before that, it was horrible, but it got even worse. It ratcheted up. So he came to see me, and in 2 months, he was able to get off his medications, and in 3 months, he was migraine free. And so in 7.5 years, he's remained migraine free. So it's a rapid response, and it's a durable response. And so this is really tremendous. And he didn't have inflammation. His inflammation was controlled. So what this says is that it's not just about being able to reduce the inflammation, but it's more importantly about getting the nutrient levels up and up and up. The more you get the phytonutrients, the more you get the blood beta carotene levels up, the more you can reverse disease, whether they have inflammation where you can lower it, or they don't have inflammation where you don't need to lower it.
Mm-hmm. Fantastic. Tell us a little bit now. I know men's health topics are one of your specialties. Prostate health is something that's come up quite a bit. It's apparently prostate cancer is, I think, the most common men's cancer around the country. What should men understand to maintain a healthy prostate and hopefully reduce their risk of prostate cancer?
So there was a study done by Dean Ornish a while ago that showed, and he did a really awesome study. It was in the early stage prostate cancer. And these are patients who are going to watch and wait and but take an active role and do lifestyle. And so he had 93 patients, and they were split into an experimental group and they were in a control group. And the ones who got lifestyle changes, which was a whole food plant-based diet, saw 500 gene changes, where the oncogenes, or the cancer promoting, 450 of them were shut down in 12 weeks. And the tumor suppressor genes, are the ones that shut down the cancer, were turned on, 50 of them, in 12 weeks. And they saw reduction in PSA, or prostate-specific antigen, by 4%, as opposed to the group that was in the control group that saw an increase of 6%. And the group that was in the experimental group didn't have to undergo any radical prostatectomy or removal of their prostate, whereas the group that was in the control, there were a number of them that actually had to go through that surgery. So this was amazing. And this was with a whole food plant-based diet, but it wasn't nutrient dense. So if you can imagine the Life Diet with the emphasis on dark leafy greens and the smoothies, which lower your inflammation, and how much more we could get the PSA to go down, and potentially what we could see. But his study was amazing because it showed reversal of a very serious disease for men, prostate cancer.
Yeah, fantastic. And earlier today, we, and most people may have missed this, we spoke with Dr. Shivam Joshi in the 12 o'clock hour and talked a little bit about kidney health then. But let's revisit that topic. Can you tell us a little bit more about oxalate and kidney stones? Is there a legitimate concern here for people who have been told to stay away from certain plants in order to prevent kidney stone formation?
Yeah, that's kind of comical because yes, spinach does have oxalates, but they don't necessarily get absorbed in the same way. And so 1 out of every 2,000 stone formers, not 1 out of 2,000 people, but 1 out of 2,000 stone formers are super absorbers where oxalates may play a role from spinach or from Swiss chard, but mainly they don't. And oxalates play a role because calcium oxalate is the most common stone, and calcium oxalate happens in 8% of the population. And if less than 0.5% are eating spinach consistently every day, how can you have 16 times more calcium oxalate stones if there aren't that many people eating spinach regularly on a regular basis? So you can't. And the other part about it is that what really causes the stone is animal protein, salt, and dehydration. Those are the 3 primary causes of calcium oxalate stones. And spinach has fiber and phytates and changes the pH of your urine so that the calcium and the oxalate tend to separate. So you can't just point out the oxalates in spinach. So you should eat your spinach. If you have stones and you're worried about it, you could reduce the amount of spinach, but most likely you're not going to have a problem. And I've only seen it in one of my patients, and I've had thousands of patients where it was an issue.
That's great to know. We've had a few questions. People just want to go through again the ingredients of the smoothie. Could you list them out one by one, perhaps a little slowly so folks can take notes?
Sure. I would say, oh, you mean a little faster than that. So 1/2 pound, 8 ounces. You want to make it by weight, not by volume, because volume is very, very small. So 8 ounces by weight of dark green leafy vegetables, what I call DGLVs, and that can be baby kale, baby spinach, baby bok choy, or it can be arugula, or it can be romaine, or Swiss chard, or cabbage. Any of those are fine. And then you want to put in 2.5 cups of frozen blueberries. Now, why frozen? Because if you don't use frozen, then the smoothie's warm and it's room temperature. So that makes it harder to drink. But it's also less expensive. And then 1/2 cup of plant milk, like soy milk or almond milk. The great thing about soy milk is it has more protein, and no phytoestrogens don't increase the risk of breast cancer, and they don't cause gynecomastia or growth of breast for men. And then 1/2 cup of water, 1 tablespoon of cocoa powder, 1 tablespoon of ground flaxseed, and 1 banana. You could do 1/2 banana or a banana, and bananas don't raise your sugars. So don't worry about that aspect of it.
Great. Was that 1 banana or 1/2 banana?
You could do 1 banana, or you could do 1/2 banana. Okay. If you like 1/2 banana, do 1/2 banana. If 1 banana is what you like, do 1 banana. But it makes it a little sweeter. So 1 banana, 1/2 banana. You have more of a banana taste, so you can play around with it.
Love it. Yes, and I guess all of these things are approximate, but getting the core of the dark green leafy vegetables is really the key here.
Right, and making sure you blend it really well so you don't have pieces. So you want to use a high power blender like a Ninja or a Vitamix, and that makes it much, much smoother. And it's an awesome thing to do.
That's great. So if our viewers would like to make an appointment to see you, what should they do?
So you can go to my website, and the website is medicalcompassmd.com. So that's medical compass, COMPASSMD.com, and you can fill out a patient appointment request. And what'll happen is it'll get to me, and then I'll have a conversation, with a 10 or 15 minute preliminary conversation with you to make sure you're comfortable, make sure everything's very clear about the first and second appointments, and make sure it's a good fit between us. So I want to make everybody happy, and so I want everybody excited when they come to see me. So that's what I do. And the other thing you can do is you can always look up my last name, and you can look up my name, and that website will come up right away as well. So either way, that's how you can do it. And that's the easiest way.
Thanks. And we want to leave our listeners with one more take-home message. And I guess the question is, what's one thing you most want our viewers to know or do that would really make a big difference?
Well, what I want viewers to know is that I want you to be nutrient dense. not just whole food, plant-based, but nutrient dense. And I was actually going to get a water bottle that said when they reached a certain level of blood beta carotene that said that I'm dense and in parentheses nutrient. So I want people to be nutrient dense because it has a powerful effect that potentially helps you get off medications and reverse your diseases.
Fantastic. Thanks for the density. Thanks for the smoothies. They don't suck. And all right. All right. Thanks so much, Dr. D. And next, we have a fantastic doctor joining us from the West Coast, Dr. Alona Pulde, who is a board-certified practitioner of acupuncture and oriental medicine and a family medicine physician who specializes in reversing disease using nutrition and lifestyle medicine. Her latest venture is bridging health and wellness with connection to enhance the joy we experience in our lives. So as before, please feel free to leave your comments and questions in the comments feed as we go along. And Dr. Pulde, welcome. It's great to have you.
Thank you. It's great to be here.
So some of us know you best as one of the doctors featured in the Forks Over Knives documentary, but even before the film, how did you come to practice medicine the way you do today?
Yeah. So, actually tragically, unfortunately. So in my second year of medical school, my father passed away suddenly from heart disease. And it was something that I didn't understand, couldn't wrap my head around for the longest time. I had a background in acupuncture. I was studying medicine. My father was on a Mediterranean diet. He wasn't overweight. He was active. He did have high cholesterol, but was on a statin. And so all his ducks were in a row. And I just couldn't understand how something like that could happen. And so I was actually going to leave medicine for a while, feeling quite disillusioned to have both East and West and no answers. And I was really fortunate on many levels to meet my now husband at the time, who was delving into nutrition and lifestyle medicine, had read the works of Dr. Ornish and Esselstyn and Campbell and Dr. McDougall. And I started looking into that, and I spent some time with Dr. McDougall up north here in Santa Rosa in his 10-day immersions, and was floored to see what he can do with plant-based nutrition in 10 days that medicine couldn't do over years and years and years, if ever. Reversing diabetes and heart disease, high blood pressure, high cholesterol, weight, and in eating, plenty of delicious and nutritious foods. So seeing was believing for me, and it was something that I couldn't go back to conventional medicine, seeing and knowing what I learned.
Amazing. So tell us about what's been so meaningful for you practicing as a holistic physician and using food and lifestyle to support your patients. What's sort of the week in the life of Dr. Pulde?
Yeah. To me, I always joke and say it's like you see the pharmaceutical advertisements and there's always the caveat, this is not a typical result. There's no greater pleasure in being a doctor than to have a typical result. And I know that anybody who is on a whole food plant-based diet and really following that nutrition plan does get better. And there's absolutely nothing more satisfying as a physician.
Great. So how did you and your husband, Dr. Letterman, come to be part of the Forks Over Knives storyline?
Well, we were really lucky. We just happened to come across an opportunity and we loved the idea, and we were so supportive of getting the word out, and very happy to join in that project. And, we've been connected to the Forks Over Knives family since then. We've written a couple books with them, contribute to their website and their magazine currently. So it was a very serendipitous and fortunate opportunity.
That's wonderful. So since then, tell us about what you've been working on. What's been a passion project of yours?
Yeah. So nutrition and lifestyle will forever remain my passion. And part of that is just seeing the day-to-day benefits, not only in my own life, but in that of my patients. But I noticed that even those people who did have nutrition, did have activity, did have their lifestyle relatively optimized, still had opportunity. And that was including myself and my husband, Matt. And we're ever lifelong learners, seeking to, what are we missing? What more could we know? What more could we offer? And so we got into connection, the sphere of connection and communication, and a new passion of ours, which is known as compassionate communication or nonviolent communication. It's a way to connect to ourselves and to others in a more meaningful and deep, vulnerable, and authentic way. And what we noticed is that in those opportunities of connection, there became a greater expansiveness around our ability to experience joy. And so looking into that more scientifically, what we came to conclude was that as we look around, and I think a lot of people, especially in the climate that we are right now, feel very stimulated, constantly stimulated. We're plugged in and we're really overstimulated, not only with devices, but with multitasking, with burning the candle at both ends, with living in what we call survival mode, or that fight or flight reaction. And what happens is we are regularly depleting our energy sources. We're living in that grind that creates this constant sense of stress and exhaustion. And out of that arises something called a scarcity mentality, where we feel like there's not enough to go around. We need to preserve ourselves. There's a self-preservation mentality. We need to take care of ourselves and our own because there's not enough. The world is limited versus expansive. And the more we chase more, the more we're left to feel unsatisfied. And like we're in constant threat and constant danger. Now, danger is an important thing to be able to identify, right? It served a very meaningful purpose for our ancestors. They needed to know when they were seeing that saber-toothed tiger, and they needed to know that this was not a time to sit down and rest and digest. This was a time to run, right? But for our ancestors, fight or flight came as a burst. So it came, they ran, they got to safety. Once the threat was gone, they had the opportunity to recover, and that restoration, recuperation is gold. It's key to bring us down to our baseline and our sense of overall safety and where we live to thrive, not just to survive. What's happening now is that we live in a survival mode such that we see or sense a saber-toothed tiger all the time, whether that's working to no end, whether that's having a device with us at all times, feeling, having the fear of missing out and constantly checking our devices. We have physical, emotional, and psychological threats, and those live with us all the time. They're not like the saber-toothed tiger that we run away from and have an opportunity to recoup. We don't have that opportunity to recoup. And in that, we start experiencing physical, mental, and emotional breakdowns that result in chronic disease, result in exhaustion and fatigue and depression. They affect our sleep and our experience of joy in this world. And there are many different stimuli in the course of the day that can lead to this sense of threat, right? We can notice that we don't feel well, we feel ill, or we're suffering from a chronic disease. Something is literally attacking our bodies, we feel danger. We don't get enough or an adequate quality of sleep. We feel tired during the day. That feels dangerous. We need to be alert. We need to be able to scan for danger. We can't afford to be tired. We eat foods that we're not designed to eat. So a lot of that looks like processed food. And the more we are stressed, the more we are living in that survival mode, the less resourced we are to make the better and healthier nutrition decisions. So the result is that we eat foods that we're not designed to eat, or that our body then responds with disease or with illness or with fatigue or whatever that is, again, signaling danger, not optimal health. Our lifestyles are such that we don't have a lot of movement, or not as much movement as we could have or should have. And so that sedentary lifestyle without moving or stretching our bodies signals danger. We're not meant to be sedentary. And for anybody who doubts that, try feeling good, but lying in bed all day without moving at all. Our bodies are just not designed to do that. It raises anxiety and stress. Another thing that we've kind of lost sight of is our need to play, our need to just have time that is not accounted for, that is not device related, that doesn't have an outcome attached to it, that's just play for pure enjoyment, that's not watching Netflix to be distracted, but that really is just a time to just unplug and enjoy. And so that's part of our internal world, we call that, our nutrition, our activity, our play, our sleep. There's another component of threat and stimuli in our external world, which is how we connect to our outside world, whether that's our work, our friends, or our family. Some of that is not feeling safe to show up authentically or vulnerably. So we suppress or repress. And as we do that, we hold things in. The more we bury them, the more we seek strategies that are not as healthy to make up for that. So whether that's numbing out by eating food, or numbing out with distractions on devices or televisions, or whatever that looks like, not getting enough sleep because we're so worried, or we disconnect from family and friends, or we use social media as our only means of connecting to our family and friends. And again, not showing up in an authentic space or in an authentic way. And so in losing sight of all those things kind of that matter, in disconnecting from ourselves, from others, from our desire to eat well or sleep appropriately or adequately or play or get active during the day, we really deplete our energy. We really deplete our core. We really just come into this sense of truly burning that candle, exhausting that candle, burning it out. And I imagine that many of you have heard from others, or feel like you yourself are just burnt out, need a break, need time for yourself, need downtime, need to get away. It's a very familiar need and desire, and a very tender one for a lot of people. And so what we came up with was, we had already kind of been honing previously that internal space, right? Working with patients on getting adequate and appropriate sleep and how to build sleep hygiene habits, working on nutrition and optimizing nutrition by increasing more plant-based foods, whole plant-based foods. And how to do that, increasing activity and where that could be. And that doesn't have to be in any kind of formal gym exercise program, but really incorporating more movement in the day, in play, and really making time, even if it's 5-10 minutes a day, to unplug, to do something that is just for pure enjoyment. Take a wonderful bath, dance to a song, sing, take a walk, go out and listen to nature, watch a sunset or a sunrise, hang out with a friend, whatever that can look like, that just brings pure joy. And the last one is self, connecting to self, caring for self, and caring for yourself, not just in optimizing the sleep, nutrition, activity, but also in really making a spiritual connection. What am I needing in this moment? How do I connect to my core needs? Not just go in that survival mode, but what is it that would help me thrive in this moment or in this day? And bridging that internal world, what we can do for ourselves, with an external world of connecting and communicating and connecting with vulnerability and authenticity to our friends, to our family, to our spouses, to our work, and to the world, the greater world around us. And we created what we call hands of joy paradigm that incorporates both that internal and external world. And the hands of joy really is a path to resourcing and replenishing. When we are resourced, we have the capacity to optimize our internal world and to engage with our external world. And what are the ways to do that? Well, highlighting what we do with our patients is we really go through and highlight where are the greatest areas of opportunity in all of those, whether it's connecting to your outside world or your internal world, and where do you have the greatest opportunity and what can we do about it? But in highlighting the big picture, the Hands of Joy paradigm is really about regulating. And in regulating, it's helping your nervous system feel less nervous, feeling less of the danger signals and the stimuli that we have, and more of the safety signals that are giving ourselves the safety signals that we can use to re-regulate our system. And so as an example, some of those things, because regulation is bidirectional, which means we can signal from our brain to our body and from our body to our brain that we are experiencing danger or that we are experiencing safety. So sometimes if you've noticed, like you see somebody smile with sincerity and warmth, and you naturally feel like you take on that warmth, all of a sudden that feels safe and welcoming. That is a sort of regulation. You see a smile, your body smiles, your body registers safety. Loosening your neck around. Sometimes we do that naturally when we're tense. We do that because that sends a message to the brain, oh, you know, we're safe, we're okay, we're good, we're relaxing, we're loosening up. When we can prioritize our sleep, when we can really implement sleep hygiene practices or get enough sleep, we tell our body, we give our body signals that we are safe. And when we think of sleep in that way, the importance of getting the 6 to 8 hours takes on new meaning. Not only does that replenish our body physically, but it really repletes us mentally by giving us the signal that we are okay to have this time to sleep. When we eat healthy foods, we signal to our brain, okay, I'm okay to sit, rest, and digest and take in this healthy food. This healthy food then serves to increase my energy, increase my vitality, and increase my feelings of safety. When we feel safe to connect with others, when we feel safe to show up authentically and vulnerably and trust that we're going to be received with love and care, we send to our brain a message of safety. We send to our body that message of safety. We are no longer physically in that fight or flight, and we're able to make those better decisions for ourselves. So regulating is one, resourcing is another. Resourcing is looking at your world and seeing where are my opportunities to enhance and optimize those hands of joy. And then the final one is connecting and finding ways to show up in that authenticity and that vulnerability, practicing that with people that you feel safest with, and then extending that out to other circumstances. Yeah, that's been our passion.
It's so beautiful. And I love how, I mean, we talk all the time about food as this internal thing that can help us to reset, but there's so much more about the internal reset that has to come from not just how we relate to that piece of the environment, but how we relate to ourselves and how we, you know, find these ways to self-regulate. And it's just beautiful to have your voice and expertise on this subject as a part of our celebration today, because it's just a constant reminder to like relax, and don't worry about the ticker going across the screen, because that's just another distraction in our day-to-day lives, right? But it's so essential for all of us to reclaim our own well-being.
Absolutely. And that is what helps us make those better decisions. When we're sleep deprived, when we're stressed, when, you can talk about nutrition, you can talk about the healthy choices. Most people already know, I should be doing this, I should be doing that. What prevents us from doing it sometimes is that mobilization, is that fight or flight. And if we can just take that time to prioritize that resourcing, we expand our ability to make those healthier decisions for ourselves where food is concerned as well.
Fantastic. So to leave our viewers with one thought, if you could sort of distill, what's one thing that you think folks should try to do that would, you think, make the most difference?
Yeah. If I were to choose one thing, I would find 5 minutes a day, 5 minutes to check in internally, and to find one thing that would bring you joy. One song to sing, 3 minutes, one favorite song to hear, take a walk for 5 minutes, go outside and smell the fresh air, sip a cup of tea, watch, whatever that is, 5 minutes for yourself.
Beautiful. Thank you so much for being with us, Dr. Pulde. It's such a
Absolutely.
pleasure. Great to meet you.
Thank you. You too.
Awesome. And so here we are at the top of the hour, Jim. Well, a little past the hour, but wow, what a day.
In the 7th hour, time doesn't matter much. And welcome, everyone. If you are just joining us, I'll say what I said last hour. Where have you been? It's been amazing. We are Planned Parenthood Metro New York. This is our Giving Tuesday live stream celebration called the Plantathon. We have so much interesting stuff that's going on here and some amazing guests that are coming up. So I'm going to turn it over to you so we can get to the other stuff.
That's right. And I'm just going to make a quick PSA that we want you to join in and learn and take away and find health, and also to feel generous today. As you participate, please consider making a donation to support Plant Powered Metro New York, and all the gifts that are being made are going to be matched dollar for dollar today and through the rest of the year. And if you donate today, you're going to be entered to win one of our giveaway prizes. So take a look in the comments feed for how to give, and follow the link to our Plantathon rules for the giveaway instructions. And you can also enter to win the giveaway without making a donation if need be. So Jim, I know when I first met you, hearing your story was just incredible. And I would love for you to share your story with everybody here. How did you fall into the world of whole food plant-based nutrition, and what kind of difference has it made?
We have about 4 hours for that, right? But I'll try to digest it into a minute or two. A couple of stages. I think what I've heard from a lot of people today is it doesn't happen overnight. We had started going in this direction in 2014, but actually what I want to do, just because I'm a geek and I can do stuff like that, is let people know what the physical journey was, because around age 30, that was me. And yes, I did dye my hair black at that point. So just so we were clear on that. And then when I got to the 40, you got more wide angle on the shots. And I don't know how the post office picture got there. I got to check this out again. And then by the time I'm in my early 50s, I'm at 282 pounds. And you think at some point that you're still healthy. You think that nothing's going to happen to me. It's just not anything that is going to focus on anything bad. Until December 19th, 2016, when I'm driving a car and had an ischemic stroke. And just in case you're not sure, having a stroke when you're driving an automobile with nobody else in the car is not a good thing, especially when you're in New York City about to get onto a highway. Realizing that the right side of my body didn't work anymore, I was able to think enough, because the stroke didn't hit my brain that way, to stop and slam on the brakes. And a long story short, got to the hospital, was given the TPA drug as we got there quickly. And everyone told me at that time, I can't move my arm or my leg, you're lucky. And now I realize I was lucky in so many different areas. I was lucky just in terms of where the stroke hit and that I could make a recovery. But I'm really lucky when I started going to rehab and seeing what happened with the other stroke patients. They couldn't speak. They had a hard time walking and ambulating, so it sort of makes it your mission at a certain point to be able to want to give back. And, as you know, what I do for a living is I teach technology. So I wanted to make sure that I told people what they needed on their devices to stay safe in case of emergency. But truly what's happened, LeAnne, and especially in meeting you and the folks at PlantPure, is that I met a group that really inspired me to share my story and support as much as I have. So I think every story I've heard today from all the people within our organization and the guests we've had is absolutely amazing. I know for me, my lifestyle, if you had asked me about food way back when, I would have said the two biggest food groups in the world are ice cream and pizza, which leads me perfectly into a video we're about to show that's coming from a PSA from our next guest.
I stopped drinking milk 13 years ago.
I stopped dairy of all kinds.
And a funny thing happened when I stopped. I stopped having joint pain.
I started having more energy.
More strength. I was leaner and cleaner.
My skin cleared up. I lost 50 pounds.
I stopped drinking milk
And started living better.
Listen to your gut.
And switch for good.
Discover the benefits of living dairy-free at switchforgood.org.
So thrilled to be able to welcome Dotsie Bausch. After concluding a prolific professional cycling career that produced a medal at the 2012 London Olympic Games, 8 U.S. national championships, 2 Pan American gold medals, I don't have enough time for all these medals, and a world record, Dotsie has become a powerful influencer for plant-based eating for athletes and non-athletes alike. Named by Veg News in 2019 as one of the top 20 most influential vegans in the world, she utilizes her degree in plant-based nutrition to inform her impassioned messages as an advocate on behalf of humans, planet Earth, and animals. Dotsie starred in the Game Changers documentary and is currently the executive director of Switch for Good. So let us bring on to here Dotsie Bausch. Hello there.
Hi, Jim.
How are you?
I'm good. I just landed in Kentucky. I'm in my parents' kitchen. My mom broke her shoulder, and so I had to come home for the week and feed her plant-based nutrition so this thing can heal. She's in pain.
And heal quickly. So that the PSA we just saw, tell me about it. I mean, wasn't I supposed to see that in the Olympics?
Oh my goodness. Well, I tell you, after so many years inside the walls of the U.S. Olympic Training Center, having dairy pushed on all of us athletes as if it's the food, the premium gold food that will help you win a gold medal. A lot of us just got tired of that. We got tired of the food group in quotes on us that really is killing people and certainly isn't the ticket to winning medals and being healthy and having clean arteries and big muscles and a lot of speed and endurance. And so we said, you know what, we've had enough and we're going to tell the truth. And so we put that commercial on the closing ceremonies on NBC of the Pyeongchang Olympic Games in 2018. But the dairy industry did get it kicked off. So if you weren't in Washington, D.C., you wouldn't have seen it because it was supposed to go across the country in 7 different cities. But, the dairy industry and their big bucks called NBC. So that started a little bit of fight. So I picked a fight after that and started Switch for Good.
Good for you. Let's go back a little bit further.
Yeah.
So your plant-based journey, tell us about it. I know it's an amazing story. So whatever you want to share, please do.
Well, if people have seen the Game Changers, then they've gotten a snippet of what it was about. But one thing that they don't show in the Game Changers was my why, my reason for coming into the plant-based just world and the vegan space. And so it was really from an ethical standpoint. I grew up in the South. I grew up in Kentucky. I grew up loving animals, but I grew up eating them. And for 35 years of my life, animals were on our plate. And when I really saw what goes on behind closed doors, I had just had a soul shift. That's really the best way to describe it. So I'm 2 years out from Olympic Games. I have not made the Olympic team yet. I'm one of the candidates that could possibly make the Olympic team, but it hadn't been selected yet and still really had about a year and a half to go before it would get selected. And so I made this total shift in my diet almost overnight. I dropped meat overnight, and dairy and eggs took a little bit longer. But honestly, I didn't know what was going to happen. I really didn't. There was almost no information. There was no education. No one was eating plant-based. This was almost 10 years ago. So I went to the 2012 Olympic Games in London, and so I just remember thinking, oh my gosh, I hope I stay the same, like I just hope I can stay just as strong and just as much endurance and all, everything else that was maybe going to put me on that Olympic team. But the truth is I made a catastrophic jump forward and was just schooling my teammates who were all about 10 years my junior and recovering faster and having more resilience. I gained more strength, which I was completely shocked because I was definitely in the camp of, you have to eat animals if you're going to, really build muscle. But turns out you don't. You just have to eat protein. Mm-hmm. So anyway, it was remarkable, and we got silver in London.
So if you were kind of uncertain, what did your teammates and the medical docs at the Olympics, what were they saying to you?
Well, my teammates were awesome, honestly, and they were supportive. It was we were grown women. I was on the podium just 5 months shy of my 40th birthday, so I was an old hag by this point, so that they couldn't tell me. They were really supportive. They were like, wow, you're so strong, so whatever you're doing, keep doing it. But the coaches and dietitians, I would say, inside the Olympic committee were just very doubtful that it was going to work. I think they were curious when it did work, and we have a lot more curiosity now in coaches, trainers, dietitians, of big ball sports athletes and inside, college and high school. I'm seeing a big shift.
Did any of them at that point say, hey, you're doing the right thing, or they were all clueless about what the effects would be?
Yeah, I know. No, nobody said you're doing the right thing. I didn't have that. Nobody. They were like, oh, okay, well, good luck with that. But I, like I said, I'm seeing a shift, and I'm positive there would have been people, now. And I certainly am saying you're doing the right thing to a lot of athletes that are coming up these days through the ranks.
What was the amount of time between you giving up meat and then when dairy went?
Oh, well, like I said, meat was overnight. I don't know, probably 4 or 5 weeks.
Oh, not that long.
Yeah, no, it was just like meat was just like, I just took it out of the refrigerator and just gave it to my teammates. It was like, this is not happening anymore. So, it's a little more visceral, right? It's a little more, it's a little more intense. It's like, that's the animal.
Yeah.
Products from the animals. I think it's easier for us to stay disconnected,
But we were talking about that earlier too, but for a lot of people, cheese is that last component that, well, I can do this, but I can't give up cheese.
I know, which it's delicious. I mean, I haven't had it in 10 years, and it is. It's hard to really reproduce like the aged manchegos and the super creamy, droopy, gooey bries. Like, love those. But good God, I just feel so much better without it. So that's just very exciting. So many people have so many issues with dairy. I mean, dairy is the #1 allergy for children under 16. So that's a study that just came out, 6 months ago, because I think it was peanuts before that. But anyway, so just really, really strikes and exacerbates allergies in everybody. But we know from the study in children under 16, it's the top. Lactose intolerance is so prevalent, very disproportionate among people of color. So if you're or of West African descent, it 75 to like 98% of a chance that you are lactose intolerant. And the symptoms of that are disgusting. They're awful. It exacerbates asthma, sticky, runny nose, constipation, diarrhea, psoriasis, skin conditions, itchy rashes. I mean, it's just, it's pretty nasty. And to really recognize that that's the case, and that in our US government anyway, we are literally we are making school children, all 51 million of them that go to public schools every year, take a milk on their tray, and about 25 million of them are on the WIC program, where they only get food at breakfast and lunch. They don't get dinner when they go home. And we are making them take a milk that is making upwards of to 98% of them sick. Now, you cannot tell me that would happen if it made 75 to 98% of Caucasian children sick.
No,
It's insane.
no,
It really is. Yeah.
Clearly a disparity that's just part of this country, unfortunately, that we have to change. It's just unbelievable. So all that's happening, and then what was the idea for Switch for Good? Was it sort of a switch that was in the back of your head going, I got to get this message out to everybody?
I think so. I mean, honestly, as I said, I won't lie. It started with anger, like an angry fist. Literally, our first logo was like a hand crushing a milk carton. But you learn over time, right? Like that's not the people's hearts and minds is anger. But that what I was just talking about, and all the issues around dairy, how sick it makes so many people, from allergies to.
I think we might have lost Dotsie for a moment. Hopefully she'll be coming back. It is amazing what she's doing with the Switch for Good organization. And we will find out whether she can come back in a second. For right now, LeAnne, I'm going to bring you back on just until we get Dotsie set up. And that story is incredible. I mean, all these kids drinking milk, and they're drinking milk, and they're being told that it's good for them, when just the opposite is the case.
Absolutely. And, it's interesting because I remember being a kid in a public school and getting served with the crates of milk every morning at kindergarten. And a lot of my friends would choose the chocolate milk, and I would always choose, I don't remember, what was it, like the 2%, because my parents knew that we needed to not drink whole milk. And yet, later on, I came to find that my own chronic condition cleared up when I got rid of dairy specifically in my diet. And mine was a hormonal condition, endometriosis, which is something that is far too common for many women. So I'm inspired every day by what Dotsie's doing, because I think she's bringing really important attention to dairy specifically, which is a hormonal concoction. And we have to recognize it as such, even without added hormones.
Yeah, I'm hoping she comes back, but I want to read what I was going to read at the end, because if you look at her website, the Switch for Good website talks about her core values. I think we might have gotten her back, so I'm going to hold off on that and see whether she's there. Hello.
Hi. It just went boof.
Technology thing,
Yeah, the internet's not perfect.
Yes. So you were talking about milk and how unfair it is and how biased our country is and all that. LeAnne and I were just talking about her condition and endometriosis also. We get milk all the time, and you think it's good for you. You think it does a body good. Actually, you have a paper on your site that was pretty recent research, right, regarding dairy and its effects on the body.
Yeah. We're very keen on staying the latest research that comes out, and you'll find quite a bit of the science and evidence on our site. Yeah.
So how did Switch for Good begin? Actually, let's make sure we get that whole story in there.
Yeah. Well, it began out of, I think, just really a need and a desire to tell the truth. That's what we were after. And when I really looked under the hood, and I grew up drinking milk, so I bought the whole lie. But when I really looked deeper and realized how much damage it's doing, not only to the animals and the planet, which is a whole nother conversation, but allergies in human, and destroying our bones, and exacerbating cancers like prostate and ovarian cancer and uterine cancer, and our cardiovascular health. It's such an inflammatory food. I mean, in the US alone, last year in 2020, 680,000 people died of cardiovascular disease. It's almost exactly double of what of died of COVID. And so many of the docs that you probably talk to all day will say, about 85 to 90% of that is avoidable. It's a food-borne illness. So animal foods, especially dairy, are part of that. I just want to help people live and thrive. So, yeah.
So what do you think the best and biggest impact of the organization's made so far?
Well, we work on change, behavior change, and culture change, and also systemic change. So since we've been around, we're only 2.5 years old. We've reached 303 million people, and over 5 million people have engaged with us, and 921,000 conversions. So that's almost 1 million people that have taken an action towards changing their lifestyle. We have a podcast, the Switch for Good podcast. So that's a wonderful vehicle too. But like right now in systemic change, we're working to change what I was talking about earlier, getting soy milk into public, same reimbursement as cow's milk, or else the public schools won't buy it. Children do not have to have a doctor's note or a note from their parent if they don't want to take a cow's milk, which is literally how it is right now. And making it widely accessible so that not only children of color, but just children that don't want to drink cow's milk have an option, because that's not the case right now.
An absolute shame. So as we wrap this up, what's one thing you want our viewers to know or do that would really make a difference?
That if they're curious, which they must be if they've been with you for almost the whole day, don't wait. I have a good friend that's on his last days, last leg, dying from prostate cancer, and he said, I wish I'd listened. I wish I took the dairy out. I know that has played a part, his words, not mine, in this cancer, and it's a horrible disease, and he's made me realize, don't wait. There's nothing to wait for. And if you do want to make a shift in your nutrition, go after perfection. Don't think of this as a diet, right? Mm-hmm. Just do it at lunch for the next 7 days, right? Have your regular breakfast, your regular dinner, do it at lunch. Whatever it is to just kind of dip your toe in, try it out, explore the whole world of plant-based nutrition. Just know that it's not a diet, and you can start slow and head for some, right? We can all make progress, and it doesn't have to be perfect.
Yeah. Don't wait. I think that's the best advice. But before I let you go, I just want to read this. It's from your website, and it's your core values. And I think everybody should know, because I think it exemplifies who you are and what you're doing. They are truth, discovery, unwavering conviction, prepared for battle with the milk industry big time, comfortable being uncomfortable, unbiased, energy for 100 rounds, love, justice, perennial optimism. Dotsie, you're amazing. And thank you so much for your time today.
Thanks for all you're doing. Awesome work. Awesome job. I hope it's a big day for you guys in the bank.
Yeah. And hope your mom gets better real soon too.
Thank you. Thanks.
Take care.
All right.
See you soon.
Amazing. Thank you.
Absolutely amazing.
So before we transition to our next segment, we want to acknowledge another sponsor for today. Plantathon is sponsored in part by Aya's Table. While more physicians are encouraging their patients to make the lifestyle change to a whole food plant-based diet, doing so is a challenge without the right support system. Aya's Table's Culinary Reset program makes it easy to make immediate changes with structured meal service, all the while building the foundations of how to cook and eat plant-based for any background in a sustainable and enjoyable way. Let's take a look at their video.
Hi, I'm Varun, founder and head kitchen coach of Aya's Table. We're a home cooking and culinary education service. Our mission is to bring families back to the dining table to eat delicious home-cooked meals which are whole foods plant-based. Our main service is the Culinary Reset. This is a 1 to 3 month program for individuals who are living with type 2 diabetes, heart disease, or other chronic illness. We work with them on a weekly basis to provide meal prep, mentorship, and nutrition reporting. We work closely with their physician to make lifestyle and dietary intervention practical and sustainable. If you want more information on our successful pilot results or more information on our program in general, please check out our website at culinaryreset.com or shoot us an email at info@ayastable.com. We look forward to hearing from you.
Awesome. And here we go at the half of the hour, whatever we are, 6:30 Eastern time. We've got the Esselstyns here. The Esselstyn Foundation is a public charity that works nationally to promote plant-based nutrition for its positive health effects. And I think we love every member of the Esselstyn family because they each have contributed something really tremendous to our understanding of plant-based nutrition and to how we practice it. So tonight we are hearing from Jane Esselstyn. She is an avid and inventive designer of plant-based recipes and the co-author of the Prevent and Reverse Heart Disease Cookbook with her next door neighbor and mom, Ann. She also created the recipe section of Plant Strong and the Engine 2 7-Day Rescue by her brother, Rip Esselstyn. She presents her work, research, and recipes across the country, and Ann Esselstyn is a relentlessly energetic and creative advocate for the plant-based whole food way of life. She has devoted herself to inventing recipes to prevent and reverse heart disease in support of the research of her husband, Dr. Caldwell Esselstyn Jr., and taught English and history for 27 years in Cleveland, Ohio. And I grew up in Erie, so I'm super excited always to welcome another Lake Erie family to the table. At the same time, she juggled raising 4 children. And when she's not in the kitchen, Ann counsels patients and lectures around the world on how to prepare and eat plant-based foods. And of course, spends time with her 10 grandchildren. Holy moly. We are so glad to have you here.
Hi, can you hear us okay?
Loud and clear. Looks fantastic.
Oh, great. Okay.
So
I kind of wish you weren't here because it sounds scary what you're going to ask.
Well, we don't want it to be scary. We want it to be playful and fun. And actually, we're going to make this really, really simple. You see, we did one earlier, and we gave a couple of chefs a few secret ingredients to use. And what we thought about is the easiest thing to do is to make sure the secret ingredients were already in your house. So instead of giving you an ingredient, we're going to give you 2 letters. And you need to use ingredients, one of each, from each of these letters. One that begins with the letter P, and one that begins with the letter T.
T.
T and P. Could be P for plants, T for the end of plant, obviously. Could be anything. Could be a spice, could be an ingredient, could be a piece of equipment. And what we'd love for you to do is in about 20 minutes or so, make a great dish and obviously talk about the Esselstyn Foundation and get all that good stuff in there as well.
Wait, so in 20, are we doing it live right now for 20 minutes?
Yeah.
Or wait, I couldn't hear. What's T?
Yeah.
Okay, I can't think of anything but turmeric. You live with turmeric and peas, tomatoes, and polenta and potatoes and sweet potatoes. So wait, do you want us to cook right now, or do you want us to cook in 20 minutes?
No, cook right now. Cook while we're talking.
We need Brian. Jane is the polenta queen. Well, when you said doing a demo in a few minutes, I was like, gosh, the only grain you can make in that time is like couscous is not really, it's kind of a grain. It's, you add water and poof, it becomes couscous. But polenta, if we get some polenta, sometimes it's already made. We get this, these are called a chub of polenta or a tube. And this is already made, but we do have time actually to make polenta the way that Brian loves to make it. Brian is our king of polenta. And it's what's so cool about polenta, using our pea, running with the pea. Can we put turmeric in it? Oh, heck yeah. Do you usually, when you make the beer? It's going to be good. Yeah, this is our dinner. We had no idea. We haven't even made dinner here. So why not make this into dinner? So the ratio that we use for when we make polenta in the morning is called grits, which is so cool. And these are organic corn grits, also known as polenta, Bob's Red Mill. And I think my mom's looking for my measuring cup. Here, no. Here's one. This is the best way to go here. Actually, let's put 3 cups of water in here and we bring it to a boil. And then do you boil it first before you add it in?
Yeah.
Because polenta, like grits, is it has that volcanic texture. You know, a volcano is just that hot lava on top, and occasionally it spits. Brian, what if you used broth instead of water? You could use broth, but do we have any broth? After Thanksgiving, we're kind of brothless.
Understood completely.
Are you also brothless? That's good.
Yeah, we're actually, but we have more soup now. So we did get some. We've used all the broth, then we made some more with all the vegetables we were cutting.
All right, so we're gonna put our water on high here to get it to. So let's think about the other thing we can add. So we're gonna add spice. We're gonna add spices to the polenta. I mean, in grits in the morning, I kind of keep it mellowed, like onion powder, garlic powder. But dinner, I'm in charge of the turmeric. Yes, and also, Ann, could you make we just made well, we thought we were on at 6 o'clock, so we actually have been sitting here thinking, like, what can we make? What can we do in no time? I put a sweet potato in the microwave. It's actually hot. So do you want to make a dish somehow with that? What? We didn't.
You know, beef and potato and polenta, so it's perfect.
Sweet potato, sweet tea, there's tea in it.
Or you have to, I thought it had to start with
Well, I'm making the rules then. Here, what can we do with that? Start thinking about that little dish. We can make a side dish, its own dish, its own thing. I get the polenta going. Should we cook some kale? Some lacinato kale has a T in it, and it's freshly picked from our garden. I had to get all the snow off of it just now. So
well, you know, they call it Tuscan kale, Tuscan for tea.
Tuscan. Which one's Tuscan kale? The lacinato?
Yeah.
Yep.
I didn't know it was also called Tuscan. That's so cool. Well, we've got Tuscan, we've got Red Russian, curly, and moth-eaten. All right, what do you know what you're making with that dish, Ann?
No idea.
No idea. Do you want to cook some mushrooms on it?
But it will be delicious.
Do you want some mushrooms on it?
Maybe.
Yeah, we just cook mushrooms. I'll make the pan hot. Mushrooms are so cool. I'm so used to being instructive when I'm talking because I'm so used to talking on YouTube in this kind of setup.
Yep.
But it's so cool to cook mushrooms alone because you just put a pan on, high or whatever, and put the mushrooms in, and then what do?
Let them sit.
You walk away. Walk away. Don't fuss with them because they lose all their fluid and they start to smell like beautiful mushrooms. So I'm going to put this package of mushrooms over here. Oh, the pan is not even on. Because those will be good on there. Won't they, Mom? Don't you think?
Jane, do you have any broth? None? None?
We may have one.
Plant Strong has some wonderful new broths.
I think I have the chilies in this. Oh, I have a broth. I have a broth.
I want to use one of the Plant Strong broths in here.
In your sweet potato?
In my sweet potato.
Really?
Yeah. Any of the varieties. There are 4 different varieties.
Sorry. Rip, my brother Rip, gave us a variety pack of the new broths available at Plant Strong. And this is not supposed to be, this is a fundraiser, but this is one of the flavors. This is called the slow simmered vegetable broth. And you can open these without a scissor or anything. You just have to fold it 1.5 million times.
That's great. Tell us more. We're trying to tell people all about great products to help them today.
All these products are
fantastic. There's a shiitake mushroom broth. There's a
sweet corn broth.
Sweet corn broth. There's a sofrito kind of, which is very aromatic veggies and flavors.
And then there are some stews, and they are
stews and chilies.
Yeah. Amazing to have on hand because they are so right. There's the chili. There is.
This is 2 cups of broth. What are you gonna do? You want a pan or a bowl, or are you just gonna?
No, just gonna put a little broth. I'm gonna put a little broth in here.
Okay, my water is boiling, so I'm gonna put in a cup of grits, a cup of polenta. But the glass is still wet. Steam bath. The glass is still wet from the water. And will you talk about what you're even imagining over there? I have no idea.
Yes. I would like some, now I'm going to add some nutritional yeast.
All right.
So I'm kind of making a mashed sweet potato with turmeric and nutritional yeast.
Woo! And I'm going to whisk this into the water.
Perfect.
Brian, you're the pro. You want any advice for me?
Jane, you can actually just bring it toward the camera because it doesn't need to be on the heat. You can just whisk it.
And I don't have to have heat on it.
There is nutritional yeast.
Here. This pan is hot for you for your mushrooms. Ready?
Where are the mushrooms?
Rip at the mushrooms.
I never buy already sliced mushrooms, but
I
Jane
always buy.
And it's so nice for this event. Oh,
Let's do all. Because they've met their prime about yesterday, so I'm gonna be happy to use them. So Brian is our pro, and I may have to have him jump on screen here for a minute.
Yeah, Brian, will you tell us more about polenta?
Yeah.
So polenta corn grits is really just a coarse cornmeal, and it's a staple in a lot of countries in the world.
Oh, tell them how we got onto it.
The reason that we got turned on to it is because we were doing some work with a town in Uganda. As you may know, there's a bit of like a type 2 diabetes crisis running through Africa these days. And so they're trying to really.
Why? It's because they're using unrefined palm oil in all their food.
Yeah, they're adding a lot of palm oil to their foods, and so we were working with a group of people there, and there's something called pasho, which is a corn grits that is kind of the staple there. So we learned about it, and so we've been eating it a lot as well. But the polenta is 1 cup of polenta to 3 cups of water. You boil the water. Just put the polenta in and then whisk it, and then you add whatever kind of spices that you want to add. Maybe a little bit of
I add some kale.
Alternative milk.
I'm gonna put some kale into the polenta.
You can use an alternative milk to cream it a little bit. We actually like to add, that everything but the bagel seasoning. That stuff's great. We add that to the polenta, and then it's a great alternative to rice.
I put a little bit of oat milk in.
It's just a nice way to avoid having to have rice every night. So, rice, quinoa, barley, and then polenta. Add polenta to the mix. It's an excellent grain.
This is so funny. I'm just rushing around.
I'm having a fine time.
So Jane, you can bring the polenta over and show to the camera.
Okay. I'm trying to I want to get my turmeric. I just put a little bit of spices, and Ann's mushrooms are almost ready. I wish the camera could come to us. That sounds so selfish.
This is already good.
Wow, this is looking really good.
Jane.
Yes.
This is really good. It's just sweet potatoes. I forgot the turmeric.
I'm putting turmeric into the. We're smoking things up in here. I'm putting turmeric into the turmeric into the pea polenta, and she put. Do you want some turmeric in your
points? Extra points.
Extra points.
Why is turmeric so important?
Oh,
against inflation.
Inflation.
Not inflation. Inflammation. I'm opening the door. It's so foggy.
If only turmeric would fight inflation, we would all be happier.
Yeah.
No, it definitely helps inflation because it keeps
That's
us
my
all-
takeaway for the day. Turmeric fights inflation.
That's right.
But tell us, Ann, what's in the bowl? It's just sweet potato and broth?
This is sweet potatoes, turmeric, vegetable broth, plant-strong vegetable broth, and nutritional yeast. And I want to tell you, at this point, it's delicious. And I can put a little pea in for pepper.
Oh, pepper would be great. Let's get the fee-fi-fo-fum, the big one. Okay, these are done.
Ooh, look at that grinder.
I love this grinder. This one's
That's nice.
fee-fi-fo-fum. Here, Ann. So do 1 or 2 grinds. Okay.
Now wait a minute.
You go. I would love to show.
A little bit of balsamic vinegar here on top of these mushrooms. It'll just give it a.
These were cooked with 100% neglect, and now they're getting a little bit of love from.
This is the Olive Chap Hickory Reserve.
Oh,
balsamic.
Oh my! Here, can you see us anymore? Can you even
No,
see us?
can't. It's a fog.
Can you see? Okay.
Looks great.
So funny. These are yummy, yummy, yummy. Brian, can they see these?
Yep.
Through the steam.
Yep.
We keep our house cold too. It's only like 59 in here. So it's always smoky. My polenta has got turmeric, and we kind of have our own version of everything with the bagel stuff with poppy seeds, black sesame seeds, white sesame seeds, onion powder, garlic powder, some minced onion, garlic granules. So you don't get as much salt, but there it is. And it's got some cooked kale in there. So polenta, kale, turmeric, Should we put nutritional yeast in, Brian? Do you ever do that? Or you do?
I do.
Oh my gosh, this is looking so yummy.
That's fantastic. And Brian, will you tell us a little more about what you all do with the Esselstyn Foundation?
Sure. The Esselstyn Foundation is a 501c3 public charity similar to plant-powered Metro New York, where we our mission is to essentially prevent and reverse lifestyle-related diseases through the promotion of whole food plant-based nutrition. We partner with existing nonprofits and other community organizations to get the important transformational message of plant-based eating out to the public. We give away all of our programming free of charge. And so if any organization out there, anybody who's associated with an organization who would like to educate the members of their organization on the power of plant-based nutrition, just reach out to us through our website and we'll partner with you. As you know, coming up in February, we'll be working with you all, again, collaborating once again on some presentations. And we're really excited about that. But we're really here to promote you guys, and if you have some money to give it to Plant-Powered Metro New York, that's for sure.
Putting greens in everyone's dish because the greens don't start with a P, but they're thoughtful greens. PTG. And we're going to put a little bit of everything on everyone's plate because we always put greens on plates. So that's just the beginning. It's greens past the front. And we're going to put some pasho, some grits.
Wow, I love how quickly this meal came together. Look at that.
Incredible.
Wait, are you not going to have it? She's having her own dinner.
I'm having my own dinner.
I was making enough for all of us.
No,
she's
I
want to try it.
I have to prove I did something too.
We were going to put a portion of each. I was thinking, I wasn't communicating. No, you put all of yours in there. I was leaving space on my platter to do this. No, you don't want to share? No. You don't want to try ours?
I just I think mine looks so nice. No.
That's right.
That's so funny. Okay. Can I use some of the mushrooms? Okay. So I'll put mushrooms. Brian, you or I don't get any of her sweet potato.
That's okay.
Do you want any of my pasho? Any of my grits and greens, Mommy?
No.
You want to try it? Well, here, I'll let you. I'm not being hoggy. She's being a little bit piggy. All right. You guys, we just came
Wow. You beat us. This is amazing. And earlier today we had Chef Carole and Chef AJ on the program. They made with Chef AJ's was pineapple, and I think they both used turmeric. What else was there, Jim?
It was the pineapple, and then I think there was a sweet potato or a squash that Carole used, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, poured that out.
It was fantastic. I love how quick and simple these meals come together, and it just shows you pick any letter of the alphabet any day of the week, and you can make an amazing meal.
That is such a fun idea.
We had no idea what to expect.
Well, I'm sorry we scared you at the beginning.
No, it's not knowing what's ahead, It's really good.
So how does it taste? It tastes delicious?
It's so good. Isn't that yummy? It's just, I love, but
Now, wait a
she
minute.
likes, can I try yours? Or are you barking?
Well, you might not like it.
Oh, it's good.
It's good. It's surprisingly good.
Everything's this is a comfort food meal. Everything's like warm and squishy, or not squishy, soft, or nothing's sharp and chewy and crispy. It's all just,
That's great. But you got that green pop in there, all those great nutrients in the greens.
Yeah. All right.
Thank you.
Thank
Amazing.
you, guys. We get to go have dinner now, I think.
That's right. Bon appetit.
Bon appetit. Thank you so much. I hope you do well in your fundraising efforts.
Thank you.
Giving Tuesday, what's it called?
Giving Tuesday, yeah. And we're excited. Well, as Brian said, Plantathon, that's right. As Brian said, we'll be back with the Esselstyns in February, Wednesday evenings in February. Plant-Powered Metro New York and the Marley Myerson JCC Manhattan are going to have the Esselstyns back for more fun. And one of the evenings in February will be a great demo evening with, again, Jane and Ann in their kitchens. So thank you.
Woohoo! I wonder what that day that is.
It's on the calendar.
Don't worry, Brian's got the calendar.
We trust Brian.
Yeah.
Great, fantastic.
Mom.
All right, Jim, what's up next?
We're back. You know, we have a great video from one of our community members who's talking about the persimmon, but she's part of our Korean community. So she did it in Korean with English subtitles, and it's just so beautifully done. So why don't we just go to it right now, and then we'll come back and let everyone know what's going to happen at the top of the hour.
안녕하세요, 여러분. 오늘은 특히 한국에서 널리 사랑을 받고 가을을 대표하는 과일에 대해서 말씀드리겠습니다. 그 과일은 맛과 영양소가 뛰어난 바로 감이죠. 비타민C 비롯해 섬유질과 무기질이 풍부한 과일입니다. 혹시 아시나요? 항산화 성분도 다량하고 면역력도 강화하고 암을 예방하는 등 건강에 큰 도움이 될 수 있다는 것. 과일 중에서도 여러 가지의 형태로 즐길 수 있는데요. 연시, 홍시, 단감, 꽃감 등 맛과 식감을 모두 다르게 즐길 수 있죠. 어릴 적에 저희 어머니가 특히 꽃감을 즐겨 먹는 기억이 생생합니다. 오늘은 자연이 준 그대로 단감을 먹겠습니다. 며칠 전에 근처에 있는 시장에서 감을 몇 개 사왔는데 그때는 너무 딱딱하고 바로 먹기에는 떫을 것 같아서 이틀 기다렸는데 오늘 만져보니까 확실히 말랑말랑하네요. 보이시죠? 제 칼질 실력이 부족하지만 저한테는 감을 제일 즐겨 먹는 방법은 깎아서 잘라 먹는 것입니다. 간단하죠? 여러분도 감의 많은 건강 혜택을 받으면서 올해 감을 많이 즐겨 드세요.
I never knew that was such a critical part of Korean culture. Did you?
I didn't, and it's such an artful video that Vivian put together. And honestly, persimmon is one of my newer favorite fruits. I only discovered it after becoming whole food plant-based, and it's now a favorite. We have a few in the kitchen. And I was just in Germany last week, and at the grocery store, you could find these beautiful persimmons. Most of the time in the US, you see the fuyu, which are the small ones that you can just bite and eat like an apple, essentially, anytime. And the hachia persimmons, which are larger, and those are the ones that have to wait a long time on the counter before they lose their astringency. But in Germany, I found the third variety, which is the vanilla persimmon, slightly larger version than the fuyu. So delicious, has those vanilla notes, and I just love it. So I'm really, really glad Vivian got to share that with us tonight.
It's beautiful. And I need to up my persimmon knowledge, that's for sure. So we are coming up on the top of the hour. One more hour left in the 8-hour plantathon. That is really, really hard to believe. Why don't we officially start the top of the hour as we've done with all the others, getting one more great community story from our membership talking about why a whole food plant-based lifestyle is so critical.
My name is Rotasha Atkins-Jones. I got started into the Jumpstart program just right after the pandemic began. I saw an email with information concerning plant-based community. That's where I met Dr. Barnhart, who was hosting the Jumpstart program, and he was introducing the participants to the plant-based lifestyle. I'd never heard about plant-based community eating, so that was something that sounded like I was interested and I want to learn more. During that time, I was diagnosed with obesity, asthmatic, take a high blood pressure, pre-diabetic, and was borderline high cholesterol. So I felt like if I wanted to change, I needed to participate in this program. After joining Dr. Barnhart's program, I was introduced to the Plant Power Metro New York program. They were absolutely incredible. What they provided for me was meals. They provided for me support. We would meet weekly. We would get educational nutritional training. And then after that, we will also share different types of foods. And this community just continue to help build the momentum for me to stay focused on continuing this as a lifestyle. And I am experiencing significant changes in my body, and my health is improving. Since I started, I actually have lost over 25 pounds. I'm no longer a pre-diabetic. I am no longer on the blood pressure medication as of yesterday. So I know that this will work, but you have got to keep the momentum and stay motivated. It's not a quick fix, but it's slow, gradual changes is what makes you see the progress. I think that the nutritional education was very powerful because in my culture, we didn't eat a lot of vegetables. We only ate certain vegetables. So this was a whole brand new world to me, learning about a lot of different vegetables that I can eat and the nutritional value that they provide for me. I am really becoming like one with my kitchen and my food. And I call it a language because before it was just food. Now it's more important to me that it's healthy food. It's good food. It's going to taste better. I just start talking to the food as I cook it and I enjoy it. Before I didn't do that. Sometimes I'm in my kitchen dancing while I'm cooking because I'm really enjoying the pleasure of learning how to cook healthy food. I feel confident in my body. I feel confident in the way that I approach things. And I will tell you this, I am a woman of faith-based, so I do believe in the Lord, but I do know that the Lord planned for me to be now healthy from joining this program and getting involved. And now I want to advocate and help other people start their journey to a life of wellness, because that's what this is, a lifestyle of wellness. It's one step at a time.
What a beautiful story. Amazing. All the folks who've shared their stories, just been phenomenal. And by the way, we are now officially in hour 8 of the 8-hour Plantathon. And if you're just joining us, I'm going to say what I've said all day long. What took you so long? We've been here all day waiting for you. It is the Plantathon, a Giving Tuesday live stream celebration. We are plant-powered Metro New York. You've heard from amazing speakers. You'll hear from a couple more and a great sponsor coming up. So LeAnne, remind them they can still give us some money, right?
Oh yeah, so it is Giving Tuesday, so we invite you to be generous and to make a donation to support Plant-Powered Metro New York, and you can give by text or at our website. Follow the instructions on the ticker on your screen or in the comments feed. And as a reminder, all donations will be matched dollar for dollar up to $25,000, thanks to an anonymous donor who was very generous with us. And really, we're trying to give back to you as well. So everyone who donates today at any level will be entered to win one of our giveaway prizes. So whether you give $5 or $500, you'll be eligible to win. And you can learn more about those prizes at the link in the comments feed, and check out our new tote bags. Woohoo! Change your plate, transform your health.
Cool.
Nice, solid cotton recycled. You can win one of those in English or Spanish, as well as some fantastic other prizes. So if you don't have the means to make a donation, you can still enter to win. Just take a look at that link that we just shared and find out more. And we're going to draw the winners tomorrow and announce them on Thursday. So without further ado, we've got an exciting final hour for all of you. This hour of Plantathon is sponsored by LUPII, a lupini bean food company that currently has a range of whole food protein bars powered by lupini beans. Let's check out what they're all about, and then we'll bring onto the show one of their founders.
My name is Isabel Steichen. And I'm Allie Dempster, and we're the co-founders of LUPII. We're based in New York City. And we're making a range of lupini bean-powered snack bites. We are redefining the conversation around plant-based protein by introducing the best source of plant-based protein, which is the lupini bean, and we're doing that in a convenient and delicious format.
Lupini beans are so unique because they have the highest concentration of plant-based protein among all beans. They are packed with fiber and have almost no net carbs. In addition, they are nitrogen fixers, so a great crop to grow for regenerative agriculture, and they only need minimal water to flourish.
What's so exciting is our bar is this little bite. So it's a little square bar format. This is actual food. 5 or 6 ingredients depending on the flavor. There are no preservatives, no added sweeteners. We have a delicious tasting product. We know the world is evolving and people are becoming much more aware of what they're putting in their bodies. And so if we can offer people things that are both healthy and delicious, that is really like the ultimate goal. We really believe in building a platform ultimately for LUPII bean and reframing that conversation around plant-based protein.
LUPII beans have been exploding in Europe. Their nutritional benefits, their sustainability profile, and their versatility to be used across categories positions them uniquely to take over the US market.
We're constantly thinking about and we'll really put a lot of rigor around what is going to be that pipeline of products that we go to next and what is the roadmap for growth for us.
Every change that you make, every little conscious decision really matters. Yeah. And so it's not about being perfect and just being vegan or plant-based. You can be whatever you want. What we want to do is offer you a really delicious source of plant-based protein that is good for you and good for the planet.
Fantastic. Welcome, Allie. Allie Dempster is a co-founder of LUPII who has spent most of her career working in the food and beverage industry, and she's building LUPII with her co-founder Isabel because of her passion for food and plant-based eating. And we'll share a link to LUPII in the chat box, but hello, it's great to have you.
Hi, LeAnne. Great to be here. Really exciting. It was such an inspiring story that we just heard, and I love the persimmon video from Vivian.
Yeah, thank you. And you know what I love? When I first heard about you, I was like, LUPII beans, wow, that's a blast from the past. Because for me, I grew up in a Catholic town and my best friend is Italian.
Yeah,
and
we hear this story a lot.
Right? The pickled LUPII beans in a can. She'd
around the holidays.
Exactly. And you know, I love that because it's in a way that's like this globalization of food that has been for a specific ethnic group in the past. And now we're sort of opening it up to many more people. So tell us a little more. How did you become a food entrepreneur?
Yeah, you know, in many ways, really through happenstance. I have been someone that, you know, career-wise left college and was figuring out my path. And I went into the marketing world and did that and ended up in the food and beverage industry. And it's a space and a industry that I've loved so much. But in parallel to that, I also, like probably many people in this community, started really suffering from a lot of health issues that were unable to be diagnosed. And I outsourced a lot of my own need for help when I was struggling. And I was really struggling right after college to figure out what was going on and couldn't get to the bottom of it. And it wasn't until I started to take a little bit more ownership of my health journey that I started to see changes. And one of the major ways that I did that was through food. And really, I started to make some changes by just understanding that foods were having a certain impact on my body where I wasn't listening or in tune in that way before. And about 6 years ago now, coming on 6 years ago, I started to follow a whole foods plant-based diet. And that was life-changing for me. And people always asked, you know, was this hard for you to do? And it really wasn't, because it made such a powerful impact on my life. And so while I was working in the food and beverage industry, I knew I wanted to really bring my passion for food and whole foods plant-based eating together. And I was connected to my now co-founder, Isabel, through a common connection of ours. And when we met each other, it was really one of those transformative moments where you sort of know the rest is history from here, because we are just so vision aligned in terms of the impact that we want to have on the world. And as Isabel mentions in the video, we want to provide people with whole food, plant-based foods. We're doing that by heroing the LUPII bean, but also create delicious options so that it becomes a no-brainer for people to make those choices and incorporate whole food plant-based options into their diets.
That's fantastic. And so tell us more about the LUPII bean, either in your story or Isabel's. Who was the instigator?
Yeah. You know, both of us, Isabel, definitely. She is, I'll call it Isabel, our LUPII visionary for sure. She is from Europe, from Luxembourg originally, and is familiar with the LUPII bean from growing up. It's really common in a lot of European countries, certainly in the Mediterranean region where it's originally from. And she was familiar with it because it's been used quite broadly in various applications in Germany from when she was growing up through to today, and is only growing in its usage. And
I was familiar with it coming from food and seeing how beans are continually being used in new and innovative ways. Where I was before, we were looking at salty snacks and how beans were being used in the salty snacks aisle. But we knew that there could be something really interesting done here. And so our vision is to build a platform for this particular bean. And the bean itself is so incredible. It's an incredible from its nutrition profile. So we talked about that in that little video clip that you played before, but it's uniquely high in its concentration of plant-based protein. Not only that, it's a complete protein. It is incredibly high in fiber, which we know is so important for gut health, and what we're understanding more and more about that today, as well as a dietary wish that many American consumers have, which is to eat a low carb diet. And it happens to be, the bean itself happens to be low in net carbs. So it makes it a really unique composition for working with from a food innovation perspective.
That's great. So tell us about the specific healthy products that you have made through LUPII so far, and also what's on the horizon.
Yeah, that's really exciting. So we want to be a company that spans across the grocery store and aisles. We have big visions and plans for the business. Today, we have a range of our LUPII powered bars. So we sell them right now on our website, on Amazon, and on in retail. And so you can find us if we're in a location near you via our website. We have a store finder there. And so that's our first range of products. We have 4 flavors and are launching a new one soon, likely at the beginning of the year. And then we are looking to move into new categories. We won't divulge anything just yet, but we're hard at work behind the scenes about where we're going to go next, and plan to probably move into a new category pretty early next year as well.
That's great. There was a question in the chat. Are LUPII beans the same as fava beans, or are they different?
They're different. They're their own unique bean. I am not as familiar with the nutrition makeup and profile of a fava bean, but I can say LUPII beans compared to a lot of other legumes out there are really unique in their nutrition profile, and that's what makes them so exciting. But I can't comment on how they compare to fava beans specifically.
That's okay. I think we've got a doctor coming up later in the hour.
Exactly. Who's gonna
fava beans, if I remember correctly.
Exactly.
Yeah. And commenting also on where the plant-based food industry is going. I mean, you have been a part of this for a little while now. What excites you the most, not only about your own business, but about what you're seeing in the plant-based food industry?
Yeah, I think it's so exciting. I think so many entrepreneurs out there that we meet, that we come in contact with, that we are all helping to support each other, are really in it for the right reasons. They want to give people delicious foods. They want to give people foods that are healthy for them. And I think what's really exciting is so many companies are also thinking about how do we leave our planet, or how do we use foods that are leaving less impact when we are creating foods that are easy and accessible for people to incorporate in their diets, because those are 2 things that are sometimes hard to complement each other. And that's something that we're constantly thinking about in our journey. I just think, honestly, the food space is an incredibly exciting space to work in because of the options that exist. I mean, there's new options every day on the market. It's something that I think is really exciting for everyone, and the fact that it's just becoming more and more mainstream. So you don't have to search far and wide to get these exciting new products on your pantry shelf today.
Yeah. And you're based in New York?
We're based in New York, so we're local to New York. So we're in a lot of locations, about 250 independent retailers in the New York City area. So for the New York community, that's where you'll be able to find us.
That's fantastic. We love local businesses. So
yes.
Well done. And
Thank
tell
you.
us, tell us also the different varieties of the LUPII bars. Can you just go through the different flavor profiles?
Yes. So we have 4 different flavors. So we have peanut butter cacao nib. We have almond butter cinnamon raisin, cashew ginger pumpkin seed, and tahini lemon cranberry. And then we have a flavor that will be coming out, as I mentioned, in the next few weeks, that is going to be a little bit sweeter and a teeny bit more indulgent in its flavor profile. And then we also online, both on Amazon and our website, sell 3 of our original flavors. So peanut butter, almond butter, cinnamon raisin, and our tahini lemon in a variety pack as well.
That's fantastic. Thanks. So what else do you want to leave our listeners with? What's one thing that you think would be most impactful, that would make the most difference for our viewers to do or to know?
Well, for us as a business, try our product. We'd love for people to give it a shot. Try lupini beans in general, get excited about them. We hope more and more people will be using them. We think they're an incredible source of nutrition for people. And we'd love for you to give LUPII a try, whether that's through one of our retail partners or ordering us on our website. I will be sure to share a code that we can share with the PlantPure Metro community, and would love people to give us a try and tell people about LUPII. Spread the word.
Fantastic. Thanks so much for coming on the show, Allie. It's great to meet you.
Yeah,
and
thank you.
To know your company.
Yeah.
Fantastic. So, Jim?
Ready?
I'm ready.
Buckled in? Okay, I think we're going to do it right now. Let me just get the, I don't need, I think, to make an introduction, but I'll be formal about this. Planned Parenthood Metro New York is honored to have Dr. Michael Greger join us as we wrap up a tremendous day, and that is an understatement. A founding member and fellow of the American College of Lifestyle Medicine, Michael Greger, MD, is a physician, New York Times best-selling author, and internationally recognized speaker on nutrition. He has videos on more than 2,000 health topics, freely available at nutritionfacts.org, with new videos and articles uploaded almost every day. 3 of his recent books, How Not to Die, the How Not to Die Cookbook, and How Not to Diet, all became instant New York Times bestsellers. By the way, How to Die sold more than 1 million copies. His latest 2 books, How to Survive a Pandemic and How Not to Diet Cookbook, were released in 2020. And just if that isn't enough, all proceeds he receives from the sales of his books go to charity. Dr. Greger will be answering your questions tonight. So why don't we do this and bring him on the screen and say, good evening, Dr. Greger. It is so wonderful that you're joining us.
Plant Power Metro New York in the house.
There we go. There we go. And it wouldn't be a meeting with you without the treadmill. So we're glad to see that you are on it.
Happy Hanukkah, everybody.
Indeed. So while we're waiting for a couple of questions to come in, really simple, start this way. What's been inspiring you lately, either in the nutrition literature or in the plant-based health movement?
I have been inspired by the mountain of new research coming out. It's like drinking out of a fire hose. And it's so frustrating because I'm in the middle of finishing up a new book. And there's all these studies that are off topic. And so they're just piling up, but I can't wait to jump on them. But it just gets more and more exciting. I used to be able to read it all, and now I have, a dozen strong team. What used to take one person now takes a dozen people.
So talk about the book you're working on right now. I had heard that you're going to be going into sort of hiding to get the writing done this month.
Oh, yeah, no, for the next couple months. Yeah, I feel bad. So this is the last time anyone's going to see me for like 5 months or something. So I'm not going to, I'm giving up my Q&As and everything for this final push for the book. How Not to Age, on all the latest new longevity research. I seem to be out of focus for some reason. But there's just a monstrous amount of research out there that I'm desperately trying to churn through, but it should hopefully be out early 2023.
Couple of studies you would like most researchers to conduct. I mean, what hasn't been done that really needs to get done?
Hold on. Let me just really quick see if I can do anything about my focus. Am I looking fuzzy to everybody?
You are a little bit fuzzy right now.
I'm feeling fuzzy.
Yeah, it's a little blurry. So you want to take?
I think it's just a focus thing. Let me see if I can unfocus to focus.
Okay, we'll get while that focus is happening, a reminder to everyone, you can put your questions in the chat box right now. We will be here for the next 20.
That looks a little better.
Yeah. You're now
okay. All right.
So studies you want done right now that haven't been
done. Well, look, I mean, so important thing first is that we don't need a single more dollar spent on any nutrition research We have decades of a consensus has been built in the scientific literature. In fact, you can go to truehealthinitiative. And I'm getting fuzzy again. Truehealthinitiative.org, which is a consensus statement agreed to by hundreds of the top nutrition scientists in the world as to what is the healthiest diet for human beings. Spoiler alert, it is a diet centered around whole plant food. So we don't need any more research. Look, we already know how to prevent, arrest, even reverse the number one killer of men and women. Okay, so when no one else dies of heart disease, okay, fine. There's all sorts of cool research we could do. But right now it's about putting it into place, putting the research into action, which is what plant-powered Metro New York is doing. Please consider making a donation to this wonderful group. And I wish there was groups like that in every city across the globe.
I think that's coming. I think we're starting to see a lot of movement across the country, and that's so exciting to see right now. So if there's no studies you think need to be done on nutrition, and what other areas that apply for your interest and for the health of humanity that should be undertaken, or is it just an economic issue as to who's funding the studies, and we're not getting the ones that really are ideal? We have the research. No more studies need be done. At all. So that's it. End of studies, right?
I mean, well, okay. Well, look, once, 500,000 people aren't dropping dead from heart attacks, okay, well, then there's other stuff we can do. But come on. I mean, if we really cared about saving people's lives, then research is done, right? I mean, there's little things around the edges, like, like are LUPII beans better than fava beans? I'd love to see a study. I'm a research nerd, but people are dropping dead. We don't need to worry about nutrition trivia. But of course, that's my whole grain bread and butter-free butter.
So we got a question from an aspiring doctor saying that you're one of the first whole food plant-based doctors they found, and obviously a huge inspiration for him. Any new updates in your experience on nutrition, which is sort of what we were just talking about in medical education?
Oh, cool. I'd love to hear where Brian's going to school. And if he has not yet, or I don't know, maybe he's pre-med. But if you are in med school, I would encourage you to bring, virtually or not, Dr. Michael Clapper to come speak. He's doing he got some funding to speak at medical schools across the country to share his 50 years of experience in clinical medicine, doing plant-based work. And he's just a wealth of knowledge. And he's somebody I wish I had come speak to my medical school class. So that's something you should definitely think about. And in terms of what's happening in terms of the curriculum, well, we actually have a medical school, the first medical school in the country to actually mandate a course in plant-based nutrition. And it is Wright State University, which I believe is in Michigan. And so, congratulations to them. And hopefully they are able to share that curriculum with schools across the country, so there's at least an elective in this powerful tool that's unfortunately being neglected for the health and well-being of our patients.
So one of the comments we just got is that more research should be done on the effects of whole food plant-based on blood cancers. Thoughts?
Sign me up. Absolutely. In fact, all cancers, right? All we have some data on prostate cancer, breast cancer. We have some observational data on, lung cancer and ovarian cancer and blood cancers. But yeah, let's do interventional studies. That's exciting. That's always exciting. Yeah, sign me up.
Yeah. Beginning of the day, we had Dr. Joshi, a nephrologist, on, and it's always interesting to me that, people say that, end stage can't be cured, but a plant-based diet can help. What's the facts on that from your perspective?
Oh, well, I mean, of course, it depends on what's causing your kidneys to decline. But, in terms of slowing the decline of chronic kidney disease, the go-to diet is a low-protein plant-based diet. And this is assuming, though, of course, you have some kidney function. If you're on dialysis and then you have no more kidney function, then one has to be very careful and consult with a renal dietitian to make sure you're not getting excess phosphorus or potassium, which would normally be filtered out by your kidneys.
Okay. You're getting fuzzy again, by the way, just so
isn't that weird? I wonder what's going on. Yeah. Sorry about that. Well,
No
it's good that I'm not going to be in front of a camera for a couple months. Hopefully, it'll be fixed by then.
Yeah,
I'm switching over cameras. That didn't work.
Yeah. While you're switching over, we'll just put another question. Yeah, that looks good right now.
Yeah, it does for the moment.
Yeah, right.
You know, I think those lights in the back are switching the focus.
Yep, I think that might be right. So
I think that's what's doing it.
So can people be allergic to mushrooms?
Of course, people can be allergic to almost everything, with kind of rare exceptions: water, sweet potato, tapioca, but pretty much anything else. Even then, I'm sure I've just never heard of any. But yeah.
Okay, I think we've already gotten the answer to this about Dr. Clapper's med school tour.
Oh, great! Yeah.
Yeah, but you're not going to be doing any.
Later next year. Once the book is done, I'll be back out there. Maybe even in person in 2023 once the new book comes out.
Is there a publishing date? December of next year?
December of next year was the publishing date. That was when I thought I could finish it in time. And that is looking less and less likely.
Okay,
so it'll probably be pushed back a few months.
Comment that ACLM has a training group that medical students can join, which is a great thing.
Oh, fantastic. Oh, Gia, thank you so much. Yeah, I love ACLM. And yeah, anything you can do to become part earlier, the better. And, you know, it's so sad that, well, maybe next year you're going to be all together, but that's one of my favorite conferences. That, the International Plant-Based Healthcare and Nutrition Conference. Those are my two favorite conferences of the year. Don't miss them any time. Of course, they've been all virtual, which is not as fun. But what an amazing place as a medical student to be, and you're just surrounded by thousands of clinicians who are actually doing what you dream about doing. And, you know, that's just, super exciting place to be.
Yeah, a question for you that's interesting is, who do you, I mean, we all look to people like yourself and, you know, Dr. Barnard and people who have been out there, but who are the up-and-coming folks that the audience should be following in the medical area that's giving great information and really connects well with everybody in the audience?
Oh, that's a great question. You know, I don't know who's out. I don't know who's on the road these days. Even kind of virtually, it would be neat if there was some kind of like plant-based speaker, group where you could go and be like, I want someone to come speak to my Rotary Club or something. I mean, there's some wonderful people out there. I just don't know if they are actively, actively speaking these days. I'm kind of out of the loop. I am buried deep in the research.
Buried in books now. So you came in, you have a question for the doc or comment?
Well, since it is Hanukkah after all, I just wanted to ask Dr. Greger.
Chag Sameach.
Yeah, well, what do you eat on Hanukkah? How do you overcome the oil of of the season?
Bake those latkes, baby. Woo!
Right, that's right.
What else do you need to know?
So what do we have here? This is the information from Gia on the lifestyle medicine. Fantastic.
Oh, great. Oh, wow.
We'll have it in the comments as well.
Excellent.
I'll have another question on that. So going back to the fava bean, lupini bean question.
Yeah.
Tell us more. Obviously, on the Daily Dozen, beans feature prominently.
Woohoo!
All right. Tell our viewers a little bit more about beans and what we know about their role in health.
Oh, I encourage people to eat legumes, beans, split peas, chickpeas, lentils 3 times a day. So like, you know, beans for breakfast like the British. And in terms of which bean is best, they're all wonderful. Probably lentils, maybe the healthiest. But I mean, they're all wonderful. Choose whatever bean that you love the most, that you're most willing to eat. I do have some videos coming up on fava beans. I brought just randomly on the use of fava beans to treat Parkinson's disease. Fava beans actually have L-dopa in them, and actually have a kind of a carbidopa simulacrum. So it's like the main drug basically that Parkinson's patients take is actually found in this bean. And so there's these randomized trials. You randomize people to some fava bean salads, and you can get significant improvements over the ensuing hours in Parkinson's symptoms. Yeah, anyway, that's some cool bean Parkinson's videos coming up. Talk about broad beans, talk about fava beans, talk about velvet beans, and the pros and the cons versus traditional drugs, and some caveats. I have no videos on LUPII beans, sad to say. Although there was just a new case report published of LUPII bean toxicity. You have to be careful on how you prepare your LUPII beans. Now, I assume if you have a prepared product, that's not a problem. But there's these bitter alkaloids, so you have to do these kind of repeating rinsings. And if you don't, you can end up with some anticholinergic toxicity. So if you're making LUPII beans from scratch, it's not just like making normal beans. You have to take some special steps, just like porcini mushrooms. You can't just you got to be careful about how you prepare your porcini mushrooms because there's some toxins you have to get rid of.
Yeah, but people oftentimes twist that message around saying that beans are bad for you. So how do you get past that noise of people saying don't eat beans, they're not healthy? Because I hear that too often.
Well, you tell them, send them to some videos of mine. So if you, that is the go-to protein source of the blue zones, right? The areas around the 5 areas around the world that have the best longevity. For example, the greatest percentage of centenarians, people live over 100. What they all share in common in the Venn diagram is a plant-centered diet, and their key source of protein is beans, whether it's soy for the Okinawa Japanese or different kinds of beans in the Mediterranean region or Costa Rica, a special little part of Costa Rica. The healthiest populations on the planet eat lots of beans. In fact, if there was one question you could ask about a society in terms of predictor for survival, one study found it would be legume consumption. How many beans, split peas, chickpeas, lentils are you eating? That gives you a good predictor of how long a population lives. Now, of course, part of that is not so much that they're eating beans, but what they're eating instead, what they're not eating instead, right? If you're eating beans, you're maybe eating less animal protein. And maybe that is what's really making the difference in terms of survival.
So the Daily Dozen, and somebody just was commenting on it, how wonderful it is. What was the genesis of that? All of a sudden you realized there were certain foods that just had to be consumed every day. How did that whole thing come up?
Oh, there's some nutrients like vitamin C, which are found widely throughout the plant kingdom. There's some foods that are particularly high in vitamin C, but it's kind of found throughout all plants. But there are certain nutrients that are found concentrated. Certain phytonutrients found concentrated in certain foods, and if you don't eat those foods, you're just not going to get enough of them. So, for example, lignans, these anti-cancer compounds, are found almost exclusively in flax seeds and sesame seeds, particularly flax seeds. So if you just don't eat flax seeds, you're not going to get these lignans, which do all sorts of wonderful things. And you can randomize people to flaxseed versus non-flaxseed muffins and actually see remarkable results with breast biopsies before and after with women with early stage breast cancer. I've got a lot of videos about it. Amazing results. You're not going to get those results if you're not eating flax. I recommend a tablespoon of ground flax seeds a day. Similarly, sulforaphane, this cruciferous compound in cabbage family vegetables like broccoli and kale and collards and bok choy and on down the list. If you're just not eating those foods, you're not going to get this wonderful substance, which has all sorts of beneficial effects in the body. And so I just realized that it's not enough. It is enough to just eat a plant-based diet, but for optimum health, it's not enough to just, sit down and eat, iceberg lettuce all day. There's particular foods which are particularly useful to get into one's daily routine. And so I found myself, I would be, at the end of the day and be like, I'm reading some article about flax seeds or something like, oh, I didn't have any flax today, or oh, I didn't eat my beans today, or oh, I didn't. And so I started doing a little whiteboard thing on the fridge. of check boxes, just make sure I check through all the stuff I really wanted to get through. I want to have some turmeric, quarter teaspoon of turmeric every day, and so that's where the daily dozen came from, and kind of grew from there.
I grew from there. Any veggies you don't like? Have you ever met a veggie you didn't like?
Oh, yeah. Well, personally, I don't like them. But they're wonderful for you, so I hesitate to even say it. But yeah, I'm not a big eggplant fan. It's just a little too slimy for me. But that slime is soluble fiber, which will drop your cholesterol. Fantastic. But look, baba ganoush, I don't mind at all. So that's my eggplant. But people that just eat like chunks of eggplant, I don't know, can't do it.
Okra?
Oh, I like okra. See, I don't know. Yeah. Give me okra mucus any day.
Yeah, but the eggplant mucus, stay away from it.
I don't know. It's just.
I'm with you. Sometimes eggplant is great, and other times it's like, what were they thinking?
I mean, like there's like a dish you can get in like Asian, restaurants, which is just like all eggplant, and it's just this like greasy, mushy. Blah. Yeah, sorry.
Sign me up for that. I love that.
All right. Well, hey. All right.
Whatever floats your boat, right?
I'll eat your broccoli and garlic sauce.
Yeah. Well, broccoli. Obviously. What do you think about sprouting? Healthy?
Sprouting's fantastic. In fact, you can sprout those fava beans.
But can you sprout lupini beans?
I probably not.
All right, Dr. Greger, can you comment on where we are now in the middle of this pandemic? And
oh yeah, you wish it were the middle.
I mean, whatever, wherever we are on this.
Put your seatbelt on. We got a long way to go. I mean, it's just look. We have what percentage? I forget where we are in terms of percentage of vaccinated folks, but the whole continent of Africa is 5% vaccinated. We should wonder why we have a new variant popping up. The same place where the other variants came from, these large unvaccinated populations, until we up our immunization game. There's going to be continuing to churn out variants, and we're going to continue to have people get sick and die on a big scale and impair our economies and on down the list. So, so get vaccinated, people.
Can you comment on the studies that we've started to see coming out on diet and?
Super exciting. Yeah, so there was probably the best study was the study of physicians found that plant-based physicians significantly lower likelihood of suffering a severe course of COVID-19, and this is independent of risk factors. Well, you say obviously plant-based physicians don't have have lower risk of all the comorbidities like type 2 diabetes and obesity and heart disease and hypertension, but even controlling for all that, still significantly less likely. Suggesting may indeed be the diet. So I believe physicians on kind of low carb diets, 4 times the risk of a severe course of COVID-19 compared to those eating plant-based. So that was interesting. It was a large case control design. In fact, there's a whole body of studies now that have come out, and looking forward to doing a video putting that all together. But no, it is not a substitute for getting the vaccine.
So somebody asked, what do you make of the growing number of physicians promoting carnivore diets?
That is, that's like asking, what do you think about the growing number of physicians who, subscribe to the flat Earth theory? What can you even say? It's you made an oath, people. Do no harm, and and if and so look to the peer-reviewed medical literature, and you'll see that that's like the antithesis of what we be recommending to people. That's like saying, oh, I've got this great new 5-pack a day tobacco diet. Check it out. Oh my God, you lose so much weight, and yeah.
So back to the vaccines and back to the pandemic. So the vaccines that are currently around, how helpful will they probably be in this new strain that's in Africa right now?
Oh, we don't know. And look, we don't even know if the new strain is necessarily more transmissible, necessarily more dangerous. When we hear the word mutation, it sounds kind of scary, but mutations can actually impair a virus. I mean, the viruses like the Delta strain is a very fit virus. One would assume kind of random mutations would actually make it less fit. So just because there's new mutations doesn't necessarily mean it's worse. But certainly it's possible. If you think of some of the other killer coronaviruses like SARS and MERS, which also emerged from the kind of human-animal interface, those death rates were much higher. 10% SARS, 30% MERS. And so it's certainly, human coronaviruses could get much more deadly. It's hard to imagine them getting much more transmissible, but certainly it could be possible for them to, mutate that spike protein and make vaccines less effective. But that's why, for example, we give people flu shots every year. Yep. It's because the influenza viruses changes subtly year after year. And so the vaccine that worked against last year's strain may not work against next year's strain. And so we may get into that kind of situation. Hopefully, hopefully not.
So we got a question from one of our listeners about lentils, going back to the conversation before. Why are some considered healthier than others?
Lentils. So folate content. Lentils, top list. What else was I just looking at lentils for? I was just, I'm trying to think what chapter I was looking at. There was a nutrient of interest in a recent chapter in the book. And I was like, I wonder what foods are the highest. And boom, lentils. I was like, I should have known. Super high in fiber compared to others. But look, all legumes are wonderful. Oh, and there's also a convenience factor. They cook so quickly. You don't have to pre-soak them. There's just so many, and there's so many ways you can enjoy them. Oh, and it's such lentil soup weather these days. Yeah. If you haven't eaten lentils in a while,
it's soup season anyway. So we all should be having our soup every day.
I love it.
So here's a quote. I think we all know this quote from Dr. Williams: 2 types of docs, those who are plant-based and those who haven't read the data. I shared that actually with my cardiologist, and he then ended up watching a Dr. Williams talk and was
great
impressed.
Yeah. He should be. Dr. Williams is the past president of the American College of Cardiology. Of course, there's 3 kinds of doctors. Okay. Those are plant-based, haven't read, and then those who are just, know the data, but are stuck in, it's like smokers. Do smokers really think smoking is good for you? No, but they're addicted. Do people drinking, brown sugar, carbonated sugar water think that soda is actually good for you? No, they know it's not good for you. They continue to do it anyway because these foods have been engineered to kind of hook into our, biological, urges for calorie concentration and salt concentration, and to kind of subvert our self-interest. It's not that people are just ignorant. It's, there's an industry out there that is trying to, that is trying to make our family sick for money. But we have to wrest control back for ourselves and our families, and we can find all sorts of wonderful, healthy, convenient, tasty, inexpensive ways to optimize health and well-being of our families.
Amazing times we live in that we're actually arguing in favor of such things that make so much sense, but people don't want to hear them. But I guess that's been humanity for as many years as we've been around. LeAnne, any other questions that you have right now?
Yeah, I just wanted to ask Dr. Greger, on days when you are walking on the treadmill, do you find that you're hungrier or you have the same level of?
Oh, I'm hungrier. Yeah, I have to eat like an additional meal. I mean, I don't have to, but I mean, because I'm doing like 30,000 steps a day. And so it's just, I get really hungry.
Must be tough to write while you're on there, though.
Well, I'm not writing, I'm typing, and typing's fine.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm going like, I don't know, 2 miles an hour, something like that. So, I mean, it's super slow. It just keeps the blood moving.
Unbelievable. Why don't we end up with a final question and give you the opportunity to answer what we've been asking everybody all day long. And that is, what's the one thing you most want our viewers to know or do that would make a real difference?
Well, they should all move to a city with a vegan mayor. That's what I say. Just think of all the amazing things PlantPure Metro is going to do, and they can do it with your help. I encourage people to donate. I love the organization, and with vegan leadership at the top, sky is the limit.
Absolutely. Dr. Greger, we so thank your time today to come on here. Good luck with the book. And we look forward to seeing you in 2023, perhaps.
Fingers crossed. Stay safe, everybody.
Thanks so much for coming on.
Dr. Greger. Be well.
Amazing.
Always.
I always love learning and talking with Dr. Greger because he knows pretty much everything, everything we need to know about food and health. So
it really is simple, isn't it, when we think about it? You know, this conversation shouldn't be as difficult as it is, but everyone makes it out to be that way. Eat healthy, eat plants, move, get your exercise. What else? I mean, really, what does it all come down to? It's just a few things.
That's right. I think it's just figuring out how do we help other folks cross this bridge, because it is a different consciousness. And once we've landed there, it's easy to say, oh yeah, I didn't need to be over there anyway. I don't want to be there anymore. So I'm fully aware, and I think that that's what our mission is all about at PlantPure Metro New York, is to say, here, walk over the bridge with us, give it a try, see the world through our lens, and then see what you think.
I think the beautiful thing about what we do is that we not only tell them to walk across the bridge, but we hold their hands.
Yes.
And we give them the ability to have somebody they can talk to, especially when it's dark and when it doesn't look like it's a safe journey. I know the jump starts that we've been doing and are doing again in January, just do that so well for people. Yeah.
And, I feel like I gain new family members every day when we do a jumpstart, because suddenly we have, a level of healing and a level of awareness and respect that, just helps us to build connection. And going back to what Dr. Pulde was talking about, we're sort of helping to release tension and improve relationships as we go about the process of making change. And I feel like, that's what this is all about.
So I know we have somebody else who's going to be talking in a minute, but I'm going to ask you a question right now, which is, after 8 hours of this, what's your takeaway? What's your takeaway from today?
My takeaway, first of all, is that I should get some sleep. But I think I started the day saying this. I'm going to end the day saying this. I just feel this deep sense of gratitude at the complexity and diversity of this movement, because to me, it really is a movement. It's about taking this consciousness and moving our society in a totally new direction. As much as it's about one person making change, it's about all of us making change. And that social change effort, I don't know, it fuels me all the time. I feel so grateful. We have, people saw videos today from our team members, so many volunteers who have stepped forward because, wow, this lifestyle really makes a difference. And I don't know, it just makes me feel blessed every day to do this work.
Yeah, doesn't it though?
How about you? What was your takeaway?
2 words resonated, and I believe they were from Ocean, although they might have been from Dotsie. Now it's all blending, but the words were "don't wait." I know we all have a lot of friends and family who have illnesses, and we can sound sometimes preachy, even though that's not the intention. But what we really want to say is, don't wait. Don't wait anymore. It's just not doing any good.
Yeah. And in some ways it's about saying, look, our own individual actions are not just ours. we are
Yeah.
all connected to one another. And when one of us is healthy, the others are healthy. And when one of us is ill, the others are ill, and we're feeling the effects of it. So I think that sense of urgency, even if I don't hold it for myself, I need to hold it for my kids. I need to hold it for my parents and my brother, and all of those, the interconnections, I think.
And we need to hold it for just everybody. It's just about, I mean, we're not alone here. As much as sometimes it seems like we're in a single solitary universe. But I know we have one more person who's going to do a little bit of talking. So I'm going to leave it to you to introduce her right now.
Absolutely. So I have the privilege of working with 8 amazing people who serve on my board of directors at Plant Powered Metro New York. And Dr. Gia Merlot is one of them. She is a clinical professor of nursing and a senior advisor on wellness at New York University, as well as the clinical professor of psychiatry at NYU Grossman School of Medicine. She's a diplomat of the American College of Lifestyle Medicine, and she serves on our board of directors. Gia, will you come into the room?
Hi, hello. Can you hear me?
Absolutely. How are you doing?
Good. Oh my God, what a wonderful day. And to end it with Michael Greger, are you kidding me? That was just phenomenal.
I wouldn't say we got lucky. I think, we feel like we're all in this together. So having Dr. Greger here, having Ocean Robbins here, it's just, we're all working toward the same goal.
Yeah, phenomenal. Thank you so much. And LeAnne, I just have to tell you, I think the one person that hasn't been thanked enough in the last 8 hours is you. So I'm here to thank you and for what you do and what inspiration you give all of us in the board of directors. So I've been on the board of directors of Plant Powered Metro for a few years now, probably since it was created, a few months after that. And it's so meaningful for me to be a part of the Plant Powered Metro community personally, because I came to New York a few years ago, not knowing anybody. And immediately I went to a meeting and I found a sense of purpose and a group of people that really are my tribe. So I usually say that ACLM, the American College of Lifestyle Medicine, is my tribe, but that's my national tribe because I'm just recently became a fellow of the American College of Lifestyle Medicine. I helped write the board review course. I helped create the Lifestyle Medicine 101 curriculum. And it is my national tribe of physicians and healthcare providers, but my local tribe is Plant Powered Metro because as a community, we are able to affect so much more at a grassroots level. In the lifestyle medicine community, we talk about the 6 pillars of lifestyle medicine, and one of those pillars is nutrition. But the other pillar that we really talked about, but we talked about roundabout in these last 8 hours, is social connectivity and being regularly connected to positive people. And that's what we find in Plant Powered Metro through the work that we do, the events that are created, the community and the broader sense of community. And it has been exponentially important, and the growth that we've seen as a physician to be able to say, oh my goodness, come, like-minded people are here. We're going to give you the stories. You have to go to a physician. You only get 30 minutes or an hour. If you're really lucky, you get 2 hours, during the intake. But yet when you're with a bunch of community, like-minded people, network leaders that really want to help you and hold your hand through the process, this is what Plant Powered Metro New York does. And the amount of events that's created, it's just phenomenal. So I would say that it is not only necessary for every community to have a community grassroots organization like Plant Powered Metro New York, but also it's very unique because of LeAnne's leadership. And I want you to understand, those people out there, that I owe a huge debt of gratitude for LeAnne's generosity. She does this as a volunteer, and we just really look up to her, and she gives us so much inspiration and hope. I hope everyone can generously donate. I know that if you just give $5, $10, $100, whatever you can, do it today, because we will have someone that's matching the donations up to $25,000. I know LeAnne said that for the last 8 hours a few different times, but I just want to reiterate that in itself will give us the opportunity to give more services and events. If you go to our website and look around a little bit, what you will see is that we try to provide for everyone in the community that also cannot pay for some of the events that we have. So we have a rate that would be paying for the services and all the venues and all the internet and everything else we have to pay for. But then we have a community rate for those that do not have as much. So for me, this has been meaningful. This is my tribe. I recommend everybody join, get on the listserv, and if you can donate today, you will be able to get back. In one of the things that we talk about in gratitude and how that changes our brain chemistry is that when we give and when we express gratitude and when we're able to really give with a generous heart and an open heart, that feeds us more, and it's a gift for ourselves. So that's a spirit in which I'm asking everyone to really be able to do that today. Jim, you have been doing so much. Thank you for creating this. And from the board, we are grateful for the both of you. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Gia. It's an honor and a privilege to work with you and so many other doctors. I have to say, as a lay person, somebody who has not gone through the amount of training that you have in healing people, it just feels like, wow, to be in community with you and all the other doctors we've seen today and many more. It's very meaningful, because this is a true partnership between folks in the healing profession who we know can be healers when they use diet and lifestyle, and us community folks on the ground who really just want to see this take flight. So I'm really grateful. And I think I also need to say a huge thanks to my partner in crime for today, Jim Spellos, who is also an amazing volunteer. And because you can see, because of his tech background, we're able to do these fantastic kinds of programs. Jim, I can't even say, like, meeting you has been such a wonderful part of our community. And I hope that everybody understands that some of these things, yes, we do them in front of people, but there's all the stuff behind the scenes to be able to have 8 hours of programming here. It makes such a difference. And I also would like to bring on Britt, if you're okay coming on. Britt Vanderpool has been our green room manager for today. And Britt has been really helping with so many different kinds of programs we've had over the past many months, from editing film for today to helping with our Jumpstart last month and our Spanish Jumpstarts as well. It's just a true pleasure to have people on the team who make these kinds of projects possible. So without further ado, I do want to thank one last time our sponsors and all of our guests who have been on the program today. Jim, will you put up those slides again so everybody can take a look?
I'm working on it, boss. Give me 1 second. You caught me sleeping.
I'm nobody's boss. We're friends.
Here we go.
Fantastic. So thanks again to all of our sponsors. I hope you learned something today about really the wealth of entrepreneurship that's going on behind the scenes in the plant-based movement. And I hope you rely on some of these movers and shakers for your next meal or for your next healthcare visit, whatever it may be. And as I mentioned, we are also so grateful to all of the speakers who were here today, all of whom gave their time for free. And some of them have their own nonprofit organizations and could be raising money for their own groups today, and are still supportive of what we're doing. And that just means so much to us. So thank you. And our giveaway winners, as I mentioned, will be announced on Thursday. If you're not already on our newsletter, head over to our website. You can sign up for more information there. And we have lots of great things coming up, as usual. As Gia mentioned, we have a monthly 101 level class on plant-based nutrition, which will be happening on Thursday, December 9th. And we'll be doing that also in Spanish on the following Thursday, December 16th, with one of our medical advisory board members, who is a Spanish speaker and an endocrinologist. And if you're in the New York area and are willing to come out and be in person with us, we have a special event with Dr. Neil Barnard, who, as some of you know, leads the Physicians Committee for Responsible Medicine, another trailblazer in the field. If you'd like to join us, we'll be hosting Dr. Barnard at the Marlene Meyerson JCC Manhattan Monday night, December 6th. And there's a $5 off coupon code in the comment feed. So please join us there. And let's get together in person if you're willing, because I think a lot of us are ready for that. So thanks for being with us. And Jim, any last thoughts, last words?
Yeah, dinner time, I think.
Ooh, yeah, dinner time.
What's for dinner for you?
What's for dinner? You know, we made this great, I use my Instant Pot all the time. I made a beet and lentil stew with oyster mushrooms. That's waiting for me, and more of my leftover smoothie that we had from Dr. Dunaief's segment. And the kids are waiting for me to come light the candles tonight. So we're heading out to do that.
Well, happy Hanukkah to you. Happy holidays to everybody. And I think it's time to call it a wrap, don't you?
That's right. Take it away.